we want to forge ahead. But like this, if we are doing this, it's discussing individuals. I don't want this person. That person that you don't want, somebody wants him. And the person that you want, somebody doesn't want him. So what will bring everyone together is everybody should push his interest aside to allow these people, as they are there discussing their own without bringing all these reasons that we are bringing here, we would surely get an outcome. We should know where we are heading to, and where we are heading to is to remove this administration.
Okay.
Deji,
Round
let
up,
me
please.
round
Yeah.
up. Okay, thank you. So the main message I'm trying to send here is we've been gaslighting each other. And I believe we're all every I want to have the good faith that everyone here wants a better Nigeria. But that better Nigeria, the thing that I mentioned before is, for someone that maybe has learned a lesson, I would say that it might not be merry-go-round, but this issue of guesswork, we will do this guesswork. And everyone that wants to help in this coalition, we should welcome everyone and achieve the main aim. All these people that we're talking about, these, they've not gotten there, and we've not seen what they have done. Whether Atiku, whether Obi. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. So for you, yeah, more or less just focus on making sure that the coalition works. Wherever it brings out, you're happy to fly with it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank
The
you.
main message is we're a team.
Yep.
We should not be entertaining APC members.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Deji, can you grant me just 1 minute? I'm going into work, please.
If everybody said that, we'll all be granting each
No, no,
other.
I'm seriously. I resume more. Please, I resume at 8:30. I beg.
Go on.
No, beg. There's no. Okay, just 1 minute. I am. Who spoke last? I agree with everything you said. In fact, I would like to bring analogies. I don't know if whoever watches the series Lord of the Rings, the proverbial fictional heuristic movie. I just want to tell a quick short story. In the fight against the orcs, Gandalf. I don't know if you remember Gandalf. For those that watch the movie, took the hobbits, the dwarfs, to see the giants. And Gandalf told the dwarfs, the giant hates dwarfs and hobbits. So he might see you and be aggressive. It's just a movie like. So when the giant came, of course, he displayed blah blah blah. So Gandalf told him, this is why we're here. The orcs are going to take over the world. This your house will be taken over by orcs and blah blah blah. Movie-like story. There's something the giant said. He said, I hate dwarfs and I hate the orcs. But you know what? I hate the drafts and I hate the hobbits. You know what? I hate the hawks the more. So I'm going to join you in your fight. I don't need to like El Rufai. I don't like the guy. But I have only one agenda. My agenda is very simple, clear, straightforward, no ambiguity. Remove Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. But what about those people who are saying, if you want to go and be working with El Rufai, Tinubu might as well just, next time you do that, you are going to get dropped. Dr. Kenike, just before you enter. So they are saying, if you work with El Rufai, Tinubu might as well just win again because nothing will come out from that particular administration. What do you think?
So that's a very redundant argument. Nobody can doubt Erifai's capacity as an administrator. You can disagree with his politics. That's a different discussion. Erifai is an it. In short, when I was in PDP, I'm still in PDP. You guys know that I'm supporting Atiku. I am a 2027. I'm for Atiku fully. But I'm comfortable over the coalition, but when PDP 2011 to 2015, when I was there, the person that gave us the most trouble was Erifai. You cannot deny his administrative capacity. You don't need, just like Fashola. I don't care about his politics. I cannot deny Fashola is a bright lad. Anytime, any day. Then lastly, Deji, let me end with this. Um, I've told you guys, politics is not a purity test. It has never been a purity test for me. If not, Tinubu will never be president. But there are other reasons. Now, the obedient movement will come and tell you, oh, Peter Obi is a clean person. But a majority of them, including the people on this stage, were there capping and following that imbecile they call Trump, that orange clown. But they want to talk about purity. I beg. So Deji, let them not vote for Atiku. Let them not vote for the coalition. I don't care. Tinubu will win. There's no material benefits that I gain from supporting Obi in 2023. There's no material benefit that I'm going to gain from supporting Atiku. But you know what? I'm telling you right now, if I join the APC, I will get an appointment. I yield.
Thank God. I was about to even stop you because no one cares about your connection with the APC. You can rest. We've heard it multiple times already. Thank you very much, though. All right. Dr. Arinze, please go on.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon from my time here. I don't. I've been here for almost 2 hours, but it's fine. Thank
Sorry,
you very
Dr. Arinze. Patience is a virtue.
much. Yeah, it's true. It's true. No problem. No problem. We are all here for good. Um, to be frank, one of the reasons why I came up is just to also air my view and as well to elaborate many things with regards to this coalition. To be fair and to be frank, I want to state this categorically clear. I am an obedient to the core on media, physically, online and offline. Let me put it this way. We support obedient financially, physically. Anybody that knows me as a core obedient. But I want to put up a statement, and this statement is this. If you are against coalition with regards to the forthcoming election in 2027, I can clearly tell you that you are an APC person, or probably you don't want the progress of this country. And let me also say this, number two. Just like I say, as a strong obedient, I have attended a lot of meetings with high obedient personalities, offline. I have APC friends as well that knows me very, very well. I was having conversation with one of the APC strong guys, a politician in Nigeria as well. He was throwing jab at me that he is my very good friend. He was telling me that in their cocoon, like in their echo chamber APC, their genuine intention is to dismantle anything that has to do with coalition. And let me tell you people one secret. A lot of APC now, they have paid a lot of people, not less than 1,000 people on Facebook, on Twitter. Do you know what their job is? Their job is to, at every point in time, they will come on spaces. Always check the number of their followers sometimes. I'm not trying to dispute, I'm not trying to maybe remove the fact that we still have some genuine persons that, their sentiment with regards to who to follow, or probably there should not be a coalition or something like that. But I'm telling you that the majority of people against this coalition are APC members. They have paid them. As I'm telling you, most of them, I'm telling you from evidences. Most of them, they are offline, they are online, especially they have paid a lot of them. What their job is, when they come on spaces like this, they will try to push up a narrative. El Rufai is this, P2B is this, Atiku is this, that they have different ideological convention with regards to political distance. They will try to, most of them, their job is always to be insulting El Rufai. And they will tell you that they are obedient. Most of them, they are not, so that we should be wary. I'm saying this, I'm leaking a secret, so that we will be wary of things like this. As a strong obedience, as I mentioned before, and as somebody that have contributed a lot in obedient movement, I want to state it here that without coalition, I'm going out of like without coalition, I'll just leave anything that has to do with politics because I know before 12 noon, Tinubu will win that election. We should stop deceiving ourselves. We should understand something. We should stop deceiving ourselves. We should come out clear and say things the way they are. Obi will, just like I said, Obi, neither Atiku or anybody cannot win that election when they are like.
But Dr. Arize, people have come to the space to say that last election Obi won.
Okay,
Obi won.
let
So
me
why can't
uh,
we do it again?
let me thank you very much, Deji, but let me throw more light on that. I understand from my little analogy, I understand politics. And just like I said, I participate in politics offline. As an obedient, I might say that here on this space, most of you might not know me, but here on this space, what I've contributed in obedient movement, I don't think there is anybody here that have done that. But that one is story for another day. Let me tell us the fact. The fact is this: because of we have different candidates with different followers. We have Atiku with his own followers. We have Obi with his own followers. We have Kwankwaso with his own followers. And ideally, these are people that are meant to be in one ballot. Obi, as a person, has a wave. The wave was massive. We supported, we pushed. But the core northerners, the fact is there, we should stop being emotional, just like I said. The core northerners didn't vote for Obi. The evidences are there. Tinubu won, reason being that his vote, to an extent, virtually all the whole 36 states, he touched it small, 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 small. He picked the vote small, small in virtually all the 36 states, and he won the election. Obi didn't win. I understand there are some level of voters apathy and some kind of thing. Yes, but the victory was not convincing. That is why we are pushing for coalition. When you have an overwhelming support, overwhelming vote, there are some votes that is beyond rigging. That is where I'm heading to. There are some votes. You can't have 12 million votes and your runner-up is having, let me say, Tinubu runner-up is having like 8 million and no, Tinubu cannot do anything. So we should stop pandering to there are some things. So in conclusion, what I'm here to say is this. If you are against coalition, you are against the progress of Nigeria, and you are not for obedient. Obedient are 100% in good terms with El-Rufai. Let's look at it. That El-Rufai, we all understand. If you know, I've known El-Rufai for a long time. El-Rufai is somebody that is very, very brutal in his speech. Sometimes he's very, very brutal. He approached things with conviction. But if he's kind of person, his personality, let's forget most of the propaganda and want to correct an impression. Is it gay or somebody? El-Rufai didn't hate any Igbo. Please stop linking Igbo to El-Rufai is 100% in good terms with the Igbos. Please. He's 100% in good terms. When he was the FCT minister, most of his cabinet members were Igbos. Same thing in Kaduna. So please, which I'm aware 100%. So we should stop linking anything with Igbos or anything. We are 100% in good terms with El-Rufai. So what am I trying to say in essence here? If you are not supporting coalition, people like myself, at least I can generate not less than 2,000 votes as an obedient. If we are not in coalition with regards to the upcoming election, myself, I'm not participating. I won't even involve myself. In fact, I will leave this Twitter for everybody. That day I'll be sleeping because I know we are just deceiving ourselves. So the coalition must hold. And to assure most of us, if you are in El-Rufai camp, if you are in obedient camp, if you are in Atiku camp, if you are in opposition, a lot of people, they have been APC. Tinubu, when they call Tinubu a strategist, people thought They are just saying it just for saying sake. Tinubu is a desperate politician. He can do anything. A lot of APC jobbers, most of them have been paid money. Every month they will give them subscription of 20,000. They will come online and be insulting El-Rufai, be insulting that the coalition is not good. They are doing it in favor of Tinubu. So thank you very much. So my support is this: the coalition must hold. We should stop making this thing look like the coalition must hold. And from my own analogy, let me just conclude. Thank you very much. From my own analogy, anybody that comes up, be it Atiku as the president, Peter Obi as the vice, fine. I'm 100% fine with that. If Obi is coming up as the president, with the backing of El-Rufai, but if we want to even analyze it genuinely, I don't even think El-Rufai has this 2027 election. I don't even think, if we want to tell ourselves the truth, I don't think he's even having any ambition of coming out as even the president or probably the vice. He's just there to form as the opposition. So we, the obedient, in conclusion, please, we should stop involving ourselves with the APC paid online jobbers. Let's stop joining them to be insulting anybody and probably trying to destabilize any coalition that is about to salvage the wrongdoings of Tinubu. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you for the patience as well. Then I was even going to ask you, but you already answered in that last bit. Because a lot of, considering that you just said that you are a very staunch obedient, a lot of those staunch obedience are not necessarily open to this, sort of arrangement where, or a reality where PO would not emerge as the candidate. That's something a lot of obedience are scared about. So interesting viewpoint. Okay, let's move on. Again, thank you guys for joining the space. So the next would be Aku Buife. Just hold on. Oh. These people now OG listeners, they were in the earlier crashed space. So you will have to be patient. Aku, please go on. Is he speaking? I can't hear him.
I don't think he's speaking. He's not
After
speaking.
waiting 3 hours, your network has betrayed you. I'm sorry. You have to drop and come back. All right, moving on. Michael, do you want to say anything?
Michael is
Make
my
I know you
political
go
footage.
block your mouth.
He, he's not. He has nothing. I mean, Michael, I'm impressed. You are doing well politically.
Anyways, comrade Alpha now, what you been doing? Good evening, everybody. You see, Deji, I don't really think I'll be stressing myself anymore in political spaces. If the realities of Nigeria cannot tell you as an adult your next move in life in politics of Nigeria, then I don't know what to tell you again. All this, I'm tired of tears everywhere sentiments. It's either we are getting APC out of that system, but we are not ready to move at all, and that's the honest truth. The question on ground right now is: do you want to get APC out, or you want to continue suffering? You see, all this emotional blackmail for a very long time. Oh, you'll be preaching morals. Let me tell you guys, please, you can record me anywhere. Maybe you can play it anywhere. I am no longer playing that moral politics with you. Every time we come for a fight, you want to bring a gun, then we'll bring a butter knife, then you kill us. Then later, if you bring a gun now, you're complaining that why we bringing a gun to a gunfight. It's not going to work with me this time around. If you want to play dirty, I will play dirty with you. If you want to go the moral game with you, I will go the moral game with you. So you have to choose one. I could remember 2023 election, people from the other camp were hyping El-Rufai like he was the god of everything. And we're saying, no, this is how politics should be. Let's bring morality into the game. But you refused. But now we've accepted to go your own pattern. And you're crying, telling us we are no, we are no more, we are no longer moral as it is as it stands today. We just want to get APC out of that government. Take me back to 2015, I'm fine with life. I will be very, very okay. At least I know I've gotten to somewhere in life. I am tired of this gaslighting. Erufai there, Erufai here. Bring Erufai to my camp. He's highly welcome, no problem. As long as he can do the bidding of what I'm going through. We have to decide, do we trust Obi's decision or not? If you cannot trust it, please leave. If you want to go and support Jagaban, there is no problem. Go and support Jagaban in peace. But if Obi has chosen to bring Erufai in his movement for justice and everything and the progress of Nigeria, then let him be. I can't even imagine you telling me right now you have a choice, you have a that. Please, let's stop that hallucination. No, I find it very hypocritical. You're going to tell me you're not going to support El-Rufai, but you're going to support Shetima in the 2027 election. How does it work out? You complain you are being killed. Please, I don't want us to even tribalize or even regionalize this whole thing. You complain you are being killed in 2025, but you want to go cast your vote for a Shetima in 2027. How does that make sense to me? If we're not ready to use our sense when it comes to 2027, please, let's just. I have a reason why I haven't said anything, Deji, for the past few hours. I've just been listening to everybody. Anything you want to do, please go and do 2027. If the reality of Nigeria, the insecurity, the poverty, the crashing of the economy is not affecting you, please, with all due respect, go and vote 2027. Vote for Tinubu. It's okay. We are okay with it. For some of us, we will survive. No problem. The question for 2027 is, do you want to vote APC that is killing you out or not? If Atiku comes, no problem, I will go. If Obi comes, I will go with anything that will take down this evil system of government. And that's the honest truth. I can't even imagine myself doing anything more than that in 2027. I'm a staunch obedient, very, very staunch obedient. I believe in that man, Capital B. Whatever it takes 2027, if he wants to deputize, I don't have a problem, even though I don't agree with it, no problem. If he wants to lead, no problem. Whatever the coalition brings 2027, I will flow with it. At least among the worst, there's a better worst. That's the honest truth. So if you want to do your childish politics of, oh, they are killing us, you're not going to vote, go ahead, do your thing. I'm not going to stop you. But reality will come to your face at the end of the day. So all this permutation trying to cause, I don't even understand. And Doctor, anyways, I don't want to mention him right now. Let's just move ahead. But
So,
2027 will determine our
Michael,
fate, and that's what I have to say.
Michael, can you hear me?
I hear you, comrade.
So,
Go
so
ahead, please.
just a quick one, yeah, because like okay, fine. I feel like there's coalition and there's an effective coalition, right? So, regardless, the position is okay. We ought to be open minded. Whatever comes out, we don't control how this um opposition leader what they decide at the end, right? But we are not here to decide any permutation or advise, okay, support this instead of this, right? We are just saying, okay, just be open minded, right? That whole policy of sanctimony, righteous politics, it has not worked and it will not work. Now, I'm looking at a post by Jaffa that was quite interesting and relating to what we are discussing. You know, Jaffa, that investigative journalist in his own right. He said, Obedient would accept anything less than a presidential ticket, even if Obi decide to deputize Atiku, they won't be as committed as they were in 2023. It is like asking Buhari to accept VP to a southern candidate, say Olufalaye, after the failure of his first presidential bid in 2003. It is the same political fanaticism, right? So that's the thing, right? And a lot of people have been echoing that sentiment, right? So in this regard, is it still fair to say, okay, like are we like when we say we are open to whatever comes out? Is it practical? Like, is it within the realms of possibility? Yeah, that's just for my question. Then we can move the mic.
Cumberland, see my bro. I will say this thing again, I will say it again. This time around, it's a fight for reality. We have to know what we are doing. And I beg the question again. Do we want to continue in suffering or want to redeem ourselves? And that's the honest truth. So if you like, say, like Jafar said, he said he whatever South or he's just trying to politicize the whole issue. And that's the honest truth. Do we want to redeem ourselves first? Because before you lay a foundation for a story building, your foundation has to be very, very strong. You don't want to take out the APC to lay a foundation first before you start thinking of other thing. Or you want to continue your suffering. You've seen your political opposition, they are lining up. You can see everybody defecting to that party because they believe they're going to rig them into 2027 to the election. And that's just the honest truth. Because there's no sensible person that will tell me why you want to be in APC by 2027 after what you've seen in this reality, in this current reality, I mean. So if you're not ready to do the main thing to solidify the foundation, then please go. Let's all continue in our suffering, no problem. If we're going to drown, let's drown together. At least some people will drown earlier than the others, but no problem. I believe in my own side and God. I'll be okay. Some people will be okay. But if you're not ready to take the strong decision of let's take out these people first before we do another thing, then you're on your own. And that's the honest truth. So if you try to politicize the whole thing, Benway, Middle Belt, Northeast, you're on your own. Anything that comes out from this opposition, I believe it will be better than anything APC wants to give me. And that's the honest truth. So it's better we start opening our mind right now and realize Nigerian politics is not the way it should be. Fight for your good foundation first
Yeah,
before you start mounting any structure ahead. And that's the honest truth, comrade.
yeah. So, interesting point. I just, whilst we're having this conversation, we have to also try as much as possible not to minimize the concerns of people. You know, I'm not talking to you directly. I'm speaking generally. Before you go, the things saying at you. But yeah, we have to make sure because people actually do have genuine concerns and very, they are very angry, for whatever the case is, whether, as you said, Benue, or whether it's for the middle belt, whether it's for southern Kaduna, whatever the case is, people have genuine concerns. What we are trying to do here is how to move forward, if that is possible. Because I'm not gonna lie, guys, the moment this thing crashes and burns, and the great coalition turns to the failed coalition, I'm just going to be watching and observing. Because what's the point?
I will become a neutral political analyst.
What- what's
But
the point?
comrade, I say comrade, Deji, sorry, make
Yeah.
30 seconds, please. See, as an economist, if you study economics, I am not one, I'm a political scientist, anyways. As an economist, there's something they'll teach you what we call scale of preference. You have to choose what's important at the moment. You've accused one person that is supposed to be allegedly the VP, and they've said he's not even the VP, that he's causing regional ethnic crisis in some part of Nigeria. But we still have same issue today in Nigeria. In the past 2 years, 300 Middle Belters has been dead. They've killed them due to crisis in the whole of Middle Belt. So who are you talking about? Do you want a situation that you can manage or the one you cannot even manage at all? You should ask yourself. So it's a scale of preference. Either you choose what you can manage or the one you can't manage at all. And that's the honest strategy.
Yeah. Anyway, let's not drag it too long. We have patient listeners and patient speakers who are itching to Ganusi. So again, thank you for your patience. Remember, patience is a virtue. Aku, is your mic better now? Huh?
That you only done there for long. Oh.
No, no. Sheikh came before you. Um, I think Aku's village people are after him. That's just all I'll say. Sheikh, please go on.
And thank you for the space because and I like the conversation that ensued before because it kind of helped me set the tone of my conversation. Um,
Hello, I can come in
see,
if he's not coming in.
Uh,
can you?
please, you can't come in.
Somebody, somebody
Somebody
is
that
speaking.
already came in.
I mean, and we mean coming. I mean, not what you guys are thinking. Though. Like we mean coming into the
Okay,
discussion,
no,
not
they
what
explain.
you're.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, she go.
Okay, so I like the fact that the last Michael said something about scale of preference, and I would say a few things, and I hope that people will understand. Some of them I'm going to say in very sarcastic tones. Some of them I'm going to say in direct ways, and some of them I'm just going to leave it for people to decode. Um, One question I wanted to ask, I think, please, if you can indulge me, comrade, I just wanted to ask, like, how many election cycles do you think it can take to change a
Is it
nation?
just me? I can't hear. I
And
can't hear anyone.
somebody is speaking now. Sure, we've told you that thing before. Just drop and come back.
Okay, can you hear me, comrade?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Like, how many election cycles do you think it would take to achieve putting Nigeria on the right direction?
One election cycle is enough.
Seriously,
Sheikh, can you hear me? Okay,
I
Deji,
can
can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. I said one election cycle is enough.
Okay, that's fine if you agree with that. So the thing I think a lot of times we have when we come to these conversations, we come to it with a very emotional mindset. I'm not saying emotions are not good. So when I say emotional, I'm more saying subjective. So you can have a subjective ideology or you can have an objective discussion. So most times people are like, oh, I think I know and all of this. But if when you have this kind of difference, what you want to do is elevate the conversation from there to an objective by creating standards and parameters on which you can both analyze and weigh and balance and be able to find the middle ground. Because so long as it remains subjective, everybody's going to continue saying, I think I know, and you just keep pulling yourself back and forth. Which is why I asked you that side question. Then when we now come to scale of preference in terms of priorities, what is more important to us? Removing Tinubu and win the election, improving Nigeria and change its political order, or having competence in government. Amongst these three, which one would you say? Sorry, I'm just going to go with comrade because somehow your argument point is where I want to like pin on. So amongst these three things, which one do you think will be your priority in terms of the three? Sorry, can you hear me?
Sorry,
Okay,
Sheikh.
sorry. Yeah,
Is that for comment?
you gave three this thing, right? Number
Yeah.
one,
Remove
removing Tinubu.
Tinubu, win the elections, improving the country and changing the political order. With then the last one is having competence in government.
Yeah, the problem with this analogy, right, is assuming that all of them are on the same level of the scale, right? Whereas the last three is dependent on the first happening, right? So if the first doesn't happen, yeah, the last three is useless.
Okay, so I agree with what you're saying, but that is because you're looking at it from one election cycle. So if we're looking at it that multiple election cycles can happen, and so that order might change. But I agree, thank you for that submission. So why I brought that up is the fact that I wanted to point to you that we might need more than one election cycle because if this our first option doesn't happen in this election, what happens in the next election and going forward? In the last couple of years, to 2023, we saw more active participation of young people. Luckily, something is happening recently. We're having the old order politicians aggregate because the last election, there was a huge disturbance in the middle where PDP were saying, oh, we are the middle guys. We helped the country before. So you guys cannot blame us for what is happening now. What is happening now is APC. And so, but you had a new order who were saying, we are Labour Party, we are obedient, we want a new order. Now, I remember when APC was formed, when I saw the people that was coming to APC, and I said, the APC seems like we are serving a new wine in the same old keg of of wine. That is what we were doing. So it was not a new set of people. It was not a new order. It was just the same old politicians finding a new way to sell themselves and portray themselves. And now we remember that as we went on the election, we had this whole thing about PDAPC, and they continue to say, no, we are two different people. But God goodness, the good thing we have right now is that somehow they are now clustering together. So when you have them, now it's no longer PDAPC, PDP is gone and forgotten. Let us forget that that party exists. It is more APC. But beyond the fact that it is APC, it is the old order. The old order which has done all the things. There were good times, yes. During Obasanjo's time, there were some good times with good Jonathan. But the fact is that the crux of the matter, the crux of society were lost. Rule of law was not implemented. Respect for the judiciary was not there. Human rights were not respected, and these are the crux of the basics of the society. Our local governments were not empowered. People usurped the powers of different offices. These are crux of the matter. Now the good thing is that all of them have come into one place. So we have them as the old order. And the good thing is that they have helped us by themselves in the quest of them knowing that they cannot win election in the new order of what is happening today. With the new rising knowledge on the streets, with the young people coming up and all of that, they know they cannot win elections. So they are all running to somewhere that they know they can be rigged. So we are happy that that has now happened. Now we have a new order coming in. Let us forget the principles of that we call, because most times we focus on these principles and we forget the real conversation. The new order is all of us here who spend our time, who are talking and brainstorming every day, who most of us have been exposed in different realms and said, no, we cannot continue to have our country like this. Who are saying, we want a new kind of governance. We want a governance that is about competence, capacity, that has the emotions at heart to be able to deliver. That is what we are talking about as the second order. Now, a major factor somehow is the fact that for various reasons, we have all been loyal to different people. And the truth is, some of this loyalty, by virtue of our existence, sometimes determine our loyalty. But the reality is somehow we are all on growing on one thing and saying, this old order needs to get out of the way. But to be able to bring this new order to the thing, I want us to bear in mind that it will take us not just one election cycle, it might take more cycles. Because even if we win one, there are other things that you need to put in place to continue. How do we ensure that our journey is not a journey of one time? We win one election cycle and the next election cycle, we cannot continue winning. And that brings me to my point in the sense that let us make it about the objectives. What do we need to achieve? Be it P2B, be it, and the reason why I'm talking about us and saying forget the principles is that their conversation is over. From now till tomorrow, irrespective of what we have, the conversation is over. That coalition is done and dusted. All these things we're talking about, they're just putting in the final dotting of the I's and crossing the T's. We are going to go and probably see ourselves in a primary, because if none of them is going to step down for the other, what you're going to see is that we will end up in the primaries, and who emerges, we would have to vote and all of that. And the critical question is, if we end up in the primaries, if they all end up in one political party and we end up in the primaries, then that's where it now falls back to you and I. Who emerges at the primaries is about who we vote. And that is the crux of the matter. What are we doing to ensure that we are going to be part of this new order of governance? Rather than saying, oh, who is this ticket and all of that? Because at the end of the day, it is our party we will be voting. Only the president cannot solve the country's problem. If I ask you, for example, comrade, which state are you placed from? Sorry that I'm picking on you. It's just because I just want the conversation to be more interactive.
I'm from Osun State. Go on.
Okay, Oshun said, if I ask you, who is going to be running for your next governors that you are thinking that is of the new order that you would like to back?
Me.
Okay, that is fantastic. It's good that you're saying you. But the question is, what work are you putting on ground? Have you put foot on the ground? Who do you think, because we're talking coalition, who do you think will be your senatorial candidates for the next three senatorial districts that will be backing your ambition?
Hacking.
Okay, cool. So that means you. So I get what you're saying. It might look like joke, but the fact is, this is the reality that we need to start talking about. Because we've seen that, for example, what has happened in Rivers State. If our National Assembly has said no, it would not happen, it would have not happened. We all saw it in our very before. Our electoral reforms today that we're talking about, people are looking at it in different ways because on one side is the fact that they're saying, is it going to be implemented? So the question I'm going to be asking all of us is, whichever way, these three guys that we're talking about at the national level, they have sorted out themselves. They've been sitting down, they've been having their conversations. Are we having our own conversations? Are we talking about who are our own candidates? The coalition is going to go to states, it's going to go to senatorial districts, it's going to go to national representatives. Have we started looking for those candidates? Have we started discussing the coalition at that level? Have we started discussing what are going to be the blueprints that we will be saying, this is what our candidates want to see in the next 4 years? So to summarize it all is that I think that our focus on whether it is going to be P2B, and if I'm going to say that, there are only four options for anybody who is obedient. I'm obedient, but anybody who is obedient, who is saying, or who is an Atiku fan or all of that, the reality here is that it's either you have an obedati ticket, you have an OB sitting it out completely and saying, you know what, I am not going to join, or you have an Atiku as running as a president and PO running as vice, or you have OB and a unified northern candidate that they decide to say deputize OB. One of these four combinations is what we're going to see. But the reality is, if they cannot agree via just regular negotiations, it is going to move to a primaries.
Yeah.
And if it gets to the primaries, then it has to be what we can vote. And to be able to prepare ourselves, if you think that OB is your man, then go get working, go start mobilizing. But beyond that, let us move the conversation to say, where in your own state have you started looking at your governorship candidates under this coalition? Because we
Okay,
want to
okay,
get rid of.
Sheikh. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I think you've made just round up in
Yeah, wrapping up,
one.
sir.
Yeah, thank you.
So the bottom line for me, what I'm saying here is the fact that this coalition goes beyond the presidency. It is a new order, and we need to see how we can cascade it up to our ward levels.
Absolutely.
So that is my bottom line here, is that we should leave the focus from the three leaders. They will sort themselves out.
Okay.
But where they cannot do that and they come to us at the primaries level, it is about the work you've put on the field that is going to matter. But beyond that, your local government, your state, and all of that are also part of the coalition. And what are we doing there? Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. For those who read the Bible very well, it says everything has a season. You know, the season of joy, of laugh, of pain. You know, a season of. We are currently in the season of.
This is the season to sow and the season to
Thank
harvest.
you. So we are currently in the season of sowing. You know, all these people have to come together. I know you. Maybe you have more info than me. I don't. So I'm only speaking to what is currently on ground. Uh, your submission, I think that time will be when they have all now consolidated in one party. It is now primaries period. You know, we are now trying to make sure our man, heads that ticket. That I feel like you are ahead of your time, Sheikh. That's why you are such a bright
No,
man.
but
You know,
Deji, you need to understand when I said I was going to speak in sarcasm, I was going to speak in codes, and I was going to speak
I'm
directly.
sorry. I only chose to listen to you in one way, which is what you
Okay,
said.
that's
Thank you. So, also,
The-
hold on, sorry.
No, go ahead, go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah.
go ahead. That
So
is it. Yeah.
also, Sheikh, I totally understand your point, and I mean, naturally, I agree. And I feel like elections, we might have to go through several cycles to get to where we actually want to be, which is true. But I feel like, just like Comrade said, that one has to start the process, right? And I want this next one to be that start. If I want to play the long game, if I want to wait till, do like 4 5 election cycles before, I might as well go and join AAC. because they are ready to wait 100 years. I'm not ready to wait that long. I want it now. Now. Anyway, thank you very much, Sheikh. Very
Okay, if
much.
you just allow me 30
Yeah.
Hold,
seconds.
hold on, shake. Hold on. Let me just say something, please. Like, those questions you were asking me, the answers were just so simple. Like, I never had to think about it. Yeah. Couple of things. Like, you asked how many election cycle, right? When, for example, American Constitution, right? After that Constitution, they have revised it over 1,000 times and did 25 amendments or so, right? To get it to a place where they want it to be, maybe near perfection, right? And they'll keep amending it. So, you see, couple of issues you raise when you say one election cycle is not enough. You spoke in two different contexts when you were you spoke in the context of, okay, one election is not enough to fill the country, so even if you get into power you still need more election cycle to, but in responding to that I'll say, okay, the constitution says that 4 years should be enough, and that's why they give a term for 4 years. Yeah. And the constitution did not say re-election is automatic either, right? It not say, okay, this party has to be in power for to fix. 4 years should be enough, right? To even use getting the country in the right direction. Direction is the term you use when you ask that question, right? So you can have the right policy, move in the right direction, but yeah, with time, it will reach its maturity stage. That was the first context you spoke to that question. Another context I get from you when you were asking that question, um, how many election cycle in terms of when it's not this time when they say it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Even if you don't win now, you keep trying, just get it right rather than going into a coalition, and you understand. So you just have to, even if it takes time for you to actually win, right? And the problem I have with that when people make that assertion is, okay, don't be in a hurry to win. Yeah, just get it right. It can take 10 election cycle for you to win. Just get it right. The problem I have with that assertion is, how many election cycle is enough? Like, how many people have to die, right? From insecurity. How many people have to die from poverty, right? How many children have to be dropped out of school, right? In trying to be patient to get that righteous political congregation into Aso Rock, right? Then I'll close here so I don't hog the mic too much. When people also make this argument, you cannot go this with this, you cannot go this with that. Yes, and these are the old order, these are the new order. So, a hypothetical scenario, FFK, we can regard him as an old order. If FFK walk down the ballot tomorrow to cast his vote for Obi, a, a new order in quotes, will you reject that vote? Because, come on, why should you accept the vote of an old order? New orders should just be voting for new order. If you cannot work together, because here's the thing, election is a shared responsibility.
Oh,
Voters,
you got me wrong. You're getting me wrong completely. The direction you're going, you got me wrong completely.
no, I mean, like,
No,
I'm just giving you to,
oh, but
like, to tell the problem with that submission. Why, when you say, oh,
my
new orders should work together, it's not
my
just the
point,
people contesting, even the electorate, everybody we are working to, even the voters and the one being voted for. So if you want a new order scenario, yeah,
no.
you
Let,
should be rejecting votes when an FFK and all that come to vote for you.
so
Thank you.
you got me wrong
Just
completely.
just respond in 1 minute, then we move
Yeah.
on.
So basically, I'm just going to respond. The fact I'm saying is, I'm not telling you that Erufai, P2B, and Atiku should not work together. I am for the coalition. But what I'm saying to Russ is, the coalition is already complete. We should stop focusing on that. The place we are not focusing in is what I'm pointing us to. That
But they have not announced, sir. Nobody has announced. None of the political actors have announced. So why should we move on?
that's
You
why.
are privy to information, fine. But we are not. We are only going by what is out there.
Okay, if you want to stay on it, that's fine. But I'm just telling you that that coalition, we need to move to the places where not paying attention is where it's going to hurt us.
Deji, don't
Oh,
you think
Yeah,
okay.
you and
yeah, that point is valid, but what Deji
Thank
is
you.
telling you that we are not there yet. Like, you have to build the foundation first before you do decking, right? So that's what Deji is
Yeah.
basically saying.
See, I don't have any issue with your submission, to be honest. Like I said, I just feel like it is during primary, like when they don't come together. I know, I guess that is why you are premising your own submission on that, because to you, you already feel like that side, we are done with that stage, which is fine. But officially, right, in the public, we are not done, right? There,
Yeah,
nobody has
no,
confirmed
see,
that
okay,
news.
there's two things I'm
So
trying.
that's why we are still there.
It is done, but if you want to help your candidates, this is how you help your candidates.
All right. I'm not sure I even have candidates yet. Let's move on. All right. Thank you very much,
And
Sheikh,
Deji, I'm
for
sorry. I
very,
think
very
I just need
passionate.
to chip something in 10 seconds before you move on. I'm back, no vex. I think, like Comrade said, if you're waiting for 10 seconds to get it right, we forget that if we leave evil in power, it begins to spread. Evil will just wait there and be sitting down and be looking at you. Evil will spread its tentacles between that 10 years waiting for you. So it's either you cure it now or have a problem later. Now that the evil that you're facing hasn't spread its tentacles all over Nigeria, which is gaining ground everywhere, it's best you kill it now than leave it later. And that's the honest truth. Are you, Deji?
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I don't want to make my submission to go as though I'm watering down shakes. He actually has a point. For
Yeah,
those of
strong
us,
point, strong
for
point.
those of us who actually believe that we want to make a change, you might as well go into this. We don't even know which party yet. So anyway, shall go into the party that Sheikh. I'm sure Sheikh has the information. DM him. Go into that party now and start working, start getting things done. You understand? So that when the door is open, right, you'll be able to participate. And I think it's very important. All right. Thank you very much, Sheikh. Let's move on. More see request. Ichoke. Okay. Oyekachi, please go on. I'm going to after Oyekachi, I'm going to let Akin speak. I don't care if you like this.
Oh, no, no.
Oyekachi, go on.
Akin should go. Akin should go. Akin
Not
should
even
go. Let him go. After him, I will go.
See,
No,
I
no,
said it. If you like
no. No,
vex, if you like
Are
vex.
we, are
So
we going to let an old order like I can speak first?
yes,
no, let
we
him go
are.
ahead. Let him
We are.
go.
You know what, guys? You know what? Akin took a sabbatical. Just like Comrade. For some reason, Akin. I'm not sure. When Comrade say, Akin, my leader, my leader. After Akin went on sabbatical, Comrade followed suit. That was when I knew something is afoot. Something is going on. And just like a miracle, Comrade came back. Akin also followed suit. We are here to celebrate the life and times of these two great men. Akin, go on.
You sabi wash person over here, man. Hey guys, how's it going? Long time. I've heard a number of interesting takes, and I think I would say this: 2 years to 2023, we came off of a very turbulent and energetic window in what I call the birth of new youth activism. I mean, it's not the first time we saw that. Obviously, we had Ali Must Go, we had June 12, and couple cycles. So 2021, post end SARS, there was this raw energy that just got all the forces to align. So you could see things very crisp, right? There was a lot of innocence of youth, first time voters, talking about grassroots mobilization, forces aligning that were, not the typical political actors. So everything in that stream created a perfect opportunity for offsets. We saw a lot of offsets from House of Assembly seats, House of Reps, even big boys in the Senate got thrown out. I mean, obviously one of them being Eban, a senator, that we even give a challenge. We challenge him here, me, myself, Oluom of Debbie, and Reno, and he said, "Come and take my seat." And we said, "Oh God, we promise you retirement," and we took that seat. And I think for many of us, it gave us this confidence that anything is possible in Nigeria if you work for it. Unfortunately, coming out of 2023, what we want to see in 2027, we have not been working for it. I'll be very honest. And again, this is just my perspective. I'm not here to, you know, try and dissuade anyone or, dampen any hopes. But a lot of work has not been done. The work that was put in 2021 to 2023 If I look at the landscape today, I'm not even seeing 15% of that work being put in. You're talking about things like, Electoral Act Amendment. I have friends that have gone on to be with their maker, that invested their personal time chasing Electoral Act Amendment, trying to get Buhari to sign it, spent weeks and months in Abuja looking for House of Rep members to push it on the floor. God rest his soul, Sario, even with the ailments he was dealing with, he dedicated himself to seeing Electoral Act Amendment come to pass. He never lived to see a lot of the results or dividends of what we achieved. So when I think of, reform, I think of, progress, I think of people that put themselves and their bodies on the line. A lot of people will never know what's involved with, getting the House of Assembly to pass a bill like they did. I'll give you an idea. I'll give you some examples. You're talking about hosting, organizing forums, seminars, locking yourself in a hotel room for a weekend, for a week, writing bills, going through all kinds of revisions, walking the halls of National Assembly, looking for these twats, as I now call them, or quacks, getting them to read a bill, vote for the bill on the floor of the House. Many of them, even the people that signed the bill, did not even read the bill because they did not even know that a lot of things that were passed in that Electoral Act Amendment were going to undermine their own chances. You're talking about people like Rotimi Amechi, even Buhari himself that signed it did not even know that a lot of his cabinet members will have to resign their seats before they can run for office. You have people like Senator Akpabio, that a lot happened with that amendment, and it gave us some of the results we got. Have those results that we achieved even been used to advance our democracy? We've only gone 3, 4, 5 steps backwards. But I think of a lot of the idiots, and I call them idiots with a capital I, that did not even spend money to campaign to win offices, but because we had a new energy, we had opportunities to leverage a constitutional reform that gave them sort of the ability to defy the odds in our political terrain. Many of them are in that same House of Reps today, will not even answer your phone call or would not even agree to even read a reform bill. So you now ask yourself, all that work was done for what? Now, Chukwudi asked a good question about regime change, and I think for me now, I've even gotten to the point where Nigerian politics can just discourage you as a human being in general, but you have to keep lighting that fire. You have to find things to just keep you motivated because, like my father's generation, like my mother's generation, like generation, before them, I see how easy it is to give up when it comes to elections and politics in Nigeria. It's the most discouraging terrain. A child that fails JAM 4 times is even more motivated than a citizen that feels discouraged after an election cycle. So you just have to find something that will just wake you up. Maybe this kind of, spaces, is where you come into, somebody fires you up. Maybe, you read an article or you listen to a Daily Faro to me, or maybe you walk into a protest ground where maybe I don't know what it is, but you got to find that thing to water your garden, because Nigeria will just discourage you. Now, 2027, great coalition. Yes, the El Rufai conversations, Atiku going to visit Adegbeshala. Sometimes, as sad as it may sound, Nigerian politics comes with a lot of smokes and mirrors. We didn't see smokes and mirrors in 2023 because, again, PO broke away from the establishment. All of the major parties and major politicians, not one major politician backed Peter Obi in 2023. Go and do your research. Now you're going to 2027. You want the same people that cannot even, that their own children and their wives will not even trust them to come back home at 4 p.m. when they will even promise, with a Bible that they will, and you now want to take their word. I don't know. I mean, I'm so skeptical now that even when I'm seeing all this coalition conversation all over the place, I basically I tune out. I'll never lie to you. I know comrade, we had a conversation the other day, and I just said, when I see that thing that would give me that resurging hope, where I would spend my time, my money, I would drive people to Etiosa, LGA to go and register for PVC, carry them from their PVC registration back to houses, and then election day, look for them to come and vote. I would then tune in. But for now, it's just the same political actors, the same establishment figures, an El Rufai that helped upstage Jonathan to get Buhari into office. Is now coming out to wear the cloak of, a reformist or a coalitionist. You have a Rotimi Amici that was boxed out of the primaries, came second, in the APC primaries, would come out and tell you he's doing coalition. You have a Kayode Fayemi that is a self-professed traitor, self-professed, telling you he's going to do. I don't know, man. So for me, I'm trying to look for that thing that will make me energized in this second round, because again, the first round was purity, it was pure. There was no agenda. It was, hey, let's go to the polls. Let us of stages to let's throw them out. You do have a number of people that were, what I call the typical political coup plotters that would, throw one regime out and bring another political regime. You have a number of the same figures. So for someone like me, it just becomes very difficult to even say, okay, you know what is real, what is not,
Yeah.
because everything looks like it's dressed, with a lot of agenda. However,
Okay, thank you.
hold on, Conrad, hold on. I know it's not what you want to hear. However, the skeptic side of my brain is saying, take a back seat, and for once, maybe look at things and see where there are possibilities. Right? You're looking at the 2015 situation where they pull the rug underneath the PDP. Maybe this is another opportunity where you can have such a repeat action. However, the character involved with the Tinubu was the mastermind in 2015, and you want some of the actors that played that same movie with him to show up and help remove the carpet under his own feet. My skeptic brain is saying, again, take a back seat. Don't be too cynical, right? However, when I now look at the opposition, who again formed a bulk of, the energy in 2023, obedience, I don't know if I will add the Showore faction and everybody else, I'm not even seeing a lot of unified fronts that says, okay, you know what, let me wear my battle vest and armor, let's go and fight and duke this thing out one more time.
Yeah.
Again, we are 18 months to elections. And I say 18 months because when INEC dropped the calendar, we have already minus 6 months from the equation. This is May of 2025. So that means in less than 2 years, you have elections. And you cannot tell me the party that I'm going to start selling. You cannot
Okay,
tell.
thank you.
Hold on
Okay,
now.
okay,
Thank you.
okay. No,
No,
others have
no,
to
no.
speak.
No, others
Yeah,
will speak now. Others will
yeah.
speak.
Just summarize 30 seconds.
And I'm touching many points of a lot of things I heard. Now, my cynical brain and all the skepticism that exists in the universe has to be put on a back burner and say, okay, you know what? Be pragmatic, look at the equation, look at the electoral field, and go for the best outcome. So an El Rufai that I would say, let me not trust, I have to trust him, right? An Atiku that I don't want to be the flag bearer, I can say, how do we beg him to take a back seat? Because again, in all of the candidates that you line up, the strongest contender obviously is PO. How could I even equally look at PO and say, PO, I would like you to win, but you must first do one thing: consolidate new support while preserving your old voting bloc. His old voting bloc is being decimated. I don't know how APC is making inroads. So there are a lot of very tough and difficult conversations that need to be had. But all in all, I'm just saying, everyone else like me, that, cynicism, skepticism is playing a role in how you're saying things. I would say, I'll urge you to ask that cynic or skeptic side of your brain to take a back seat and see what the opportunities are. Anyways, I
Okay.
yield.
Speaking of pragmatism, Akin, let's speak to those who actually, for some reason, cannot bring themselves to telling that they are cynic side to take a back seat. From your own experience, do you really think, pragmatically now, that we can go into 2027 with that purity, that purity energy that you spoke of earlier?
Never. And I'll tell you why. Because a purist like a comrade is here asking me to bring impure individuals to join a political coalition. So the innocence a lot of people operated with in 2023 is gone. And that's why I tweeted something the other day, this the holy ground we were walking on, say, oh no, we don't want to carry armed robbers in our vehicle. Our political movement is free of thieves, it's free of bandits, it's free of corrupt individuals. It's all just, Nigerians every day who have contributed nothing to setting this country backward that want to bring in regime change. We struck a very hot rod. In fact, we grabbed the seat, but they did not let us sit on the seat or occupy the seat. And I say that because in politics, when you grab a chair, everybody can grab a chair. If you've been to a political party meeting where they're having primaries or they are doing convention, and there are people throwing blows, there's agberos, there's the religious crowd, there's the market women, there's the grassroots leaders, there's the youth leaders, and it's violent. Everybody's trying to grab that chair to be ward chairman or LGA chairman. That is, for me, I tell people, politics 101. If you have never been in such a room, then you have no idea how politics works. Because the
Okay,
person,
okay.
hold on. Because the person that will grab that chair, maybe he has broken bottle on somebody's head. He's holding the chair. Would they let him sit down on the chair? You have to be able to sit in the chair. And we could not sit in that chair in 2023. So a lot of the innocence where people were not willing to fight, were not willing to stab their neighbors, a lot of people that would come back in 2027 would have to lose that innocence and understand that politics is not a gentleman's game. I yield. I hope I answered your question, Deji.
Thank you. Looks like comrade, have you lost your innocence?
Actually, the answer is yes. Yeah, the answer is yes, and I urge every Nigeria to lose that innocence. Right? If you want to be in the political arena, right? Yes. If you want to play football, keep the innocence. If you want to play basketball, keep the innocence. Right? Um, Politics is not like those other sports. Right? Politics in Nigeria is more or less a blood sport. Right? So yeah, so that's it. Yeah. I mean, Deji, even before Akin came here, I already know his view. That's why I wanted us to delay him, keep him on the space. He gets tired and he fall off. Right? Because I know he will give a cynical submission. Right? But he did not listen to me because I've had private conversation with him. So calling Akin my leader, like Akin said, Obi broke out away from the establishment. I am temporarily breaking away from Akin's leadership. In fact, I told him that he should not appear on Twitter until after elections, right? Because there are two sets of people, right? The ones that identify problems and do nothing. The second set, the one that identify problems and seek solution. So the difference between me and Aki right now, Aki belongs to the first class. He identified problems, but he doesn't want to do anything. Yeah, but we are here seeking solution. Aki said, oh, he wants to look for what we energizing. Yeah, to throw his hat in the ring. And that statement saddened me. It saddened me because Nigerians die every day of insecurity due to maladministration. Aki is not energized. Out of school children nationwide, Aki is not energized. Right? Poverty across nation, insecurity, Aki is not energized. Unemployment, Aki is not energized. Aki is still looking for that magical energization. So, and that is what makes me sad. Yeah, thank you, Aki. Let's move the mic. Oh, you go ahead.
All right, before you move the mic, look,
No, Aki,
no,
events
no,
have
hold, no,
overtaken
no,
you.
hold on, 30 seconds, and that's why I was very. You see, when I speak on spaces, I like to communicate. So somebody that is listening in the back of the room that's not sure can equally see what I am being plagued with. And as I said, the cynicism, the skepticism, based off of 2023 results and the loss of innocence has to kick into full effect. And a lot of people are yet to even make that turn. So I'm talking to somebody in this room now that equally may have been somewhat naive about, oh, let's play politics the innocent way and we'll get our results. I am just trying to wake people up to say, look, if you're still holding on to that innocence, let it go. Now, one more thing. If I look at my activity, my participation in politics, activism, the last 5 years, there are things I have lost. It will take some other people a lifetime to recover from. So, brother, I am in recovery mode. And you will not run outside naked every day with hungry stomach, say you are fighting for Nigeria. Now, person don't chop belle full. now you will get the energy and the wits to fight these people, because trust me, if you don't have two legs to stand on, anybody's corruptible. But anyways, I yield. Thanks, comrade.
Thank you, Akin. All right. So before we Kachi go, we are going to try this one more time. Ako, is your mic working now?
I hope so now. Is it working?
Yeah, yeah, gone.
All right, thank you. Thank you also for the opportunity. Um, what I would want to say is that hopefully the coalition has not been decided on, because like the last speaker was trying to glide over the truth. We have to be very honest with ourselves, especially as Nigerians. I think that's one of the biggest problem, because your last guest speaker, who is an Edo man, is trying to tell me now, as an Igbo person, that I should, and the other person, that I should continue waiting for next election cycle and next election, while the best train in my region is from 1911. The best locomotive train in my whole region is from 1911. Anyways, back to the topic. The number one thing, because I wrote things down and I want to go according to that. The number one is that no matter how much you want to dress the truth, the number one motivation for presidential elections in Nigeria is different. The definition of being a Nigerian has not been defined. So the alliance to elections on presidential day is different. You can talk about save Nigeria from who? It's only in this country that we try to pretend that the politicians are not Nigerians too. They are part of Nigerians, so they are trying to survive too. The same way you're trying to survive is the same way they're surviving. So it's either you overwhelm them or you live according to their own decisions. Now, anybody telling P2B to go into the next election alone, knowing that P2B broke away from the establishment, you can check. If you observe the Nigerian election, you can see that even Tinubu, in his political blah blah blah, needed a madman. You cannot do this without your own madman. This Nigeria is not your village meeting. A lot of interest has to be contained. So El-Rufai is an essential madman if you want to make any headway in 2027. Anybody, Gege was talking about Igbo people. Igbo people, we don't have any problem with El-Rufai. I've never been to Southern Kaduna, but I can tell you for sure that whatever anybody that is from Southern Kaduna is telling you is purely political. El-Rufai is the only governor in this country that is being held responsible for the death of people under his regime. Even people died under P2B. I lived under his regime. As a government, you need reasonable forces. There is a certain amount of reasonable force that is being allowed to maintain stability in the society. And if as a government you can't wield that, what's the sense of being in governance? So if people died, do you know what 8 years means? Somebody will now come out.
Aku, you have to also, you can't water down their concerns as well.
I'm
You
not,
know,
no,
these are
I
people's
understand
lives,
their
right?
concern. Yeah, I understand that they believe that maybe anybody talking, listen, let me tell you the truth. El-Rufai is not a religious fanatic or this. You can call him an ethnic supremacist, yes. But he's not, there is no rhetoric in his life that will point out to him, yeah, maybe Muslim, because it worked for him. It was politics for him. And for him, he felt that, okay, the motivations of the last election is gone. 2023 is gone. This is new election. And I'm telling you, as an Igbo person, if P2B wants to go without his own madman, I will not vote for him. My village people will not vote for him. It's not, I don't know about you people. Any other person, he can get his vote from you people that still believe that you can do this by wasting people's time. But in 2027, we have to do it the Nigerian way. The bulk of all this thing lies in the presidency. If Tinubu had gone here, built a 5,000 capacity prison, and taxed the EFCC to make sure that all politicians are investigated and filled in that prison, are you telling me that there won't be change by now? This is not rocket science. We are making it seem like to do all these things, you have to be sophisticated. It's all about motivation. He knows where his motivation is lied, and his motivation is not lied in making anybody feel good about being a Nigerian. His own, you have to live according to what he gives you. And for me, thirdly, it's important that P2B has a real shot. I was listening to him. My happiness was that I try not to listen to these politicians, but sometimes you have to listen to them, and they are in tune with reality. It is us, the electorate, that is out of reality. The other person, the sheikh, was talking about if. How many if do you allow in your own personal life? It's now in politics that we should allow all this if. Are we playing? So the summary of what I'm trying to say is that for 2027 election, it's important that the Southeastern Economic Corridor is a very important part of the election. And if it will be being the presidential candidate and El-Rufai being the VP is what is going to get us there, my brother, I don't have any animosity towards El-Rufai. It's not a bad thing to want to progress your
And you
people.
will lose you will lose middle belt votes. That's just the truth.
All right, let me tell you
Hold on,
something.
please. Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
I will get to it.
For those who are, hold on, please. For those who are new to the space, we don't want interruptions. I didn't even know a woman. I'm sorry for all the testosterone voices we've been hearing since. We'll get to a segment where we'll only listen to women. So, but please, our women, let's hold off. Once it's done, Oyekachi will speak, and then we'll have the women. Chief, thumbs down, whatever you want. That one concern you. Anyway, patience is a virtue, Chief. Patience is a
Wait,
virtue.
oh, my hand has been up since. Oh.
Everybody's hands have been up. And by the way, you even just came up. Ask Chief for patience. Aku, please go on.
So, like Prince Zella said, yes, I understand that the chances of Peter be losing the middle belt vote, and saying the middle belt is not a defined voting bloc. Let us be careful about what we say. The middle belt is not defined voting bloc. Like I said to you, the number one motivation in presidential election is ethnic alliance. Anybody can make up all the other this thing, but I'm being honest with you. And if you cannot influence the election outside your state, you have to first consider us. You are telling us you will lose our vote. We are 60 million Igbos that has to sacrifice our political capital for 3 election cycles. 3. And just one that we are trying to put ourselves in a bargaining position. You're telling us that we will. Okay. The end goal of this is that P2B in 2023 has shown a definite position that at least we can influence voting properly in 8 states. So then if you are coming to us as a presidential I'm even surprised that P2B is wasting time to negotiate on good terms. So you're telling me that you are redeemable, but El-Rufai is not redeemable. El-Rufai is the only person that is condemned to life. I don't understand human being. You are redeemable. I believe that. Okay, and you're telling me that P2B as a president now cannot control one person as his vice, El-Rufai, not from being whatever you imagine he will be. But you now expect him to find balance. All interests must be accommodated. You cannot take out other people's interests because your own. This is not CWO meeting. I'm not sacrificing my own for anybody. Yes, to an extent, there will be extent of, for negotiation. There will be things I will let go. But you can't blackmail us. I've seen this thing on the timeline. People saying we are going to lose Southern now we're going to lose Middle Belt vote. Talk about your ethnicity so that I know who is talking. Middle Belt is not a defined voting bloc, and they're not central for Bola Ahmed Tinubu with his Muslim ticket. So what else do we need to give you guys? Our life. I'm done. What I'm saying is Peter Obi should work with El Rufai and leave all this other talk for us. We have enough madmen. The only reason that IREV was turned off on the other day, the last election, was because enough people weren't ready to put their life on the line for it. And Tinubu knows, because it's only against one person. You saying lose on that day, if election result is being written, if IREV is being turned off, what will happen? And you know the position of let me not talk about ethnicity, but you know the position of Igbos in this country. So we are boxed into a place where we have to tread carefully. You think if Tinubu is having an election against a Fulani man, one-on-one, that has a clear shot on the presidential election to win the election, he will turn off IREV in this country as polarized as it is? Or you think if an Igbo man was the last president, and an Igbo man will be coming to take over him like Atiku did? Let's not talk about what we have taken for the sake of Nigeria to continue to progress. But let nobody lie to you. The number one motivation for presidential election in Nigeria is ethnic alliance. And for that, we are a
Okay.
majority in a democracy. You cannot threaten us with number of votes. So
All right.
please, thank you. I've submitted my this thing.
All right. Thank you very much, Aku. I'm sure Princella, I'm sorry, would rebut you at some point. Guys, I see the request. It's a lot. It's a lot, and I'm so sorry it's taking so much time. Please hang in there. You're gonna get up very soon. Um, Also, I mean, this space has gone viral. We literally have this is a Republican senator in the US, Senator Ted Cruz, requesting for the mic to speak. You know, we are that important. Please, Senator Ted Cruz, we are coming to you soon. Oyekachi, please go on.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. I greet everybody. You see, the last speaker that spoke, Mr. Aku, he virtually said a lot of things I want to say, but I will go this way. I listened to, in fact, I went to his, when I wanted to follow him, I saw something on his timeline. Is it him or who? I think I saw something on somebody. When there is this video of P2B, when he went to, I didn't know where he met some youths. And then he asked them, that he told them that he doesn't like to be where people like him, that sometimes it looks fake or something. And then he asked them, who amongst you here, because those people, they know themselves, who among you here that doesn't like me? They said it's Obinna. And coincidentally, Obinna is from the same region from Pito, even though that doesn't even matter anyway. But they said it's Obinna because they knew that this particular, probably this Obinna has been criticizing P2B and has been critical of P2B. P2B went to Obinna, and when Obinna was like, oh, I don't hate you, if P2B said, go and watch that video. You know, people were concentrating on the question he asked him and all that. I was concentrating on that. What does that tell you? This is just like the parable of the lost sheep, or the other portion of the Bible where that woman had 100 coins. One was missing, and then she scattered every property in her house looking for that one coin, because it is possible for her to reclaim that 1 point or that one coin. That other 99 that is on her table, that is not lost, she already have it now. The man that has 100 sheep, that 99 that he has already locked somewhere, is already locked down for him now. He's not looking for that one. That one that is lost, it is possible for you to reclaim it. But if that particular sheep have gone to die, the man with the lost sheep will say, okay, no, that this one is gone. But Obi went to Obinna because he knew, because they told him that Obinna has always been critical of him. And he said, oh, if you see the way he hugged Obinna, even probably at the end of the day, maybe he wasn't even able to convince Obinna. But when Obinna goes back, what will Obinna do? Obinna would, even if Obi did not even give him the correct answer or whatever, Obinna will say, Kai, but
This man did not have any problem with me, despite the fact that I was pinpointed. I was famous. So what are we trying to say? Let us go and look at how the Republican Party, the current Republican Party, the GOP in America, was formed. It started from the election in 1840 until in 1856, when the Republican Party was finally formed. But it was the fallout of what happened in 1840, when General Harrison and Tyler contested the election. Unfortunately, Harrison died as the president, and Tyler took over as the vice president, took over. He did not conform to the weak party, WHIG, the weak party's party ideology. They separated. At the end of the day, the Republican Party formed. That particular election was one of the most fierce election, 1840. Go and read about it. At the end of when the Republican Party formed, the people, there is what we call the solid South, where, before it was about slavery, that is about differences in slavery that define political parties in America by that time. The solid South, those people that are predominantly Democrats, were part of the people that formed the Republican Party. So when I see people, I'm sorry to say, when I see people trying to be childish and trying to say, oh, no, I don't want this person in the coalition. Oh, no. That is the reason why when Comrade was saying, you don't want, if Fani Kayode comes today and say he wants to join the coalition, will you pursue him? Fani Kayode, let's even talk about Fani Kayode. Apologies to Fani Kayode if you are here, or if you are his son or any relative. But Fani Kayode abused Buhari up and down. There is nothing he didn't say about Buhari. But he went and met Buhari now. Did Buhari say, oh, Fani Kayode leave Aso Rock? This is how, and that's why I'm saying, during the Arewa consultative forum meeting, during the last election, Aerofai said something about Obi. He said that Obi locked him up in Anambra State and that they should not vote for him. That the way he treated Obi treated him in 2013 in Anambra, that he would have done so, but he don't want to do it. But they don't want that Obi hated it. That's what Aerofai said about Obi. All manner of things about Obi. But Aerofai met Obi the other day now. We are there exchanging blows. We are there doing all, but they were discussing. And now we are talking about a coalition between them. Have Obi come out any day to come and tell you that he hates El-Rufai? And that is why, see, those of us, and I don't begrudge you your thinking or your belief. That is fine. You are thinking based on your own understanding, but the reality of the whole thing is that you cannot defeat Tinubu if you did not do a coalition. And for you to do that coalition, you have to, it should be an all-comers affair. Where the problem will be is those people that will take over the leadership positions. That is where you will now begin to see who is more competent. See, let me tell you, there is nothing like new order. Go and check everywhere, all the Western countries, America, United Kingdom, anywhere. Check this, what is his name? John F. Kennedy, the president of America that unfortunately died. His father was one of the people in 1920s that used the stock market to cause the Great Depression in America. So what are we talking? They have always been there. What is this this guy, Sir Winston Churchill, the former Prime Minister of Britain during the World War II. His family has been in the government during the time of Queen Victoria in around 18 something. So all these things we are saying new order, everybody is a Nigerian. What you should be talking about, new ideology, new focus, not new. What do you mean by new order? I will also go to the Bible as well. Sorry for the people that are not Christians here. There is this parable of the landowner in the Bible, where some people started by 8 o'clock, some people started work by 8 o'clock, and then the landowner said, okay, go and work. In the afternoon, some other people came. He told them that, oh, are you workers? Go and join them. In the evening, just about 1 hour before the end of the work, the landowner told them, go and join them too. And those workers went and joined them. At the end of the day, the landowner paid them the same amount of money. Go, I think it is in. Go and take the. It's in the. It's one of the parables in the Bible. Those other people began to grumble. Oh, why are you paying all the same thing? We didn't started. The man said, anytime you come, no problem. That is how the kingdom of God is. And that is how politics is. Some people that you are with them at the beginning will join your opposition. The people that were in the opposition before will join you. The most important thing is for you to win. You say you want to govern, you want to bring change. Are you going to bring change as an outsider? Are you going to bring change when you are not in power? How are you going to bring change when you are not in power? We are running a presidential system of government where the president have almost an absolute power. Nigerian president is one of the most powerful positions in the world. Go and ask. Tinubu alone can make thousands of appointments. He appoints, leave INEC and all those things. He appoints the chairman and the Manufacturers Association, Nigerian Lottery Services, all those small. It is the president that make those appointments, even without Senate approval. So let's not, it is those ones that are supposed to be independent, like INEC, Chief Justice, that sometimes they will say, or CBN, that they will say, okay, go and seek for INEC approval. Ambassadors and all those ones don't need INEC approval. Tinubu make thousands of appointments almost every. Deji, I coming to somewhere, you don't the ring bell. I understand, Sha, but I wanted to build a foundation. Now, you need to win. Now, my sister that's talked about that you will lose middle belt vote. Who are you now going to vote if you add, for example, if El Rufai want to deputize? I'm not saying that is it. Who do you want to vote, for example? Who do you want to, what do you really want? If you vote for Tinubu, or even if you allow Tinubu to win, which is what is going to happen, I'm telling you the truth. It is time we tell ourselves the truth, the blunt truth. This is moment of truth. If you like, say anything, but I don't care. The issue is that if Tinubu wins again, if he wins again in 2027, he's going to become more powerful. And when he becomes more powerful, he is going to impose a Muslim APC candidate on you in 2031. And by that time, they are going to win. And by that time, you are not going to do anything. Your vote will not even count. So it is better for you to look at a viable distance. If, for example, I'm saying in a scenario where even Obi picks El Rufai will only be the vice president now. And there is no way, when you are going into a coalition, there is a set ideology. There is a set ideology. And let me tell you, nobody that cannot change their ideology, nobody that cannot see things in a different way. Just like Aku said, you are afraid that he cannot change his ideology, but you yourself, are you not worried? All these things are just put. We ourselves, we are not going to allow, because of Southern Kaduna, as let me tell you, we are not going to allow the politics between El Rufai and Southern Kaduna to disrupt removing this particular government. You cannot allow that.
Well,
We have been waiting for
do you think this is just politics? Are there not like actual, concerns with respect to,
concerns like what, my brother Deji? Concerns like waiting.
what people have been saying, that he has made certain comments and facilitated, or not even facilitated, like made denigrating remarks about that area?
This guy, Samuel Ortom, the former governor of Benue State, didn't he say something about the Fulani people? So if you want to come and join this coalition now with the Fulani, say, oh, because Ortom is in this thing, they are not going to vote they are not going to be in the coalition. Oh, when Obi went to Benue State, wasn't it Reverend Father Hyacinth Alia that chased him away? So why are we saying this thing as if these people are even sent? Let me tell you, Deji, I was born in the North Central. I know the behavior of all these people. Most of all these things they are doing, let me tell you, elections are not determined in the North Central by performance. It's not being determined by performance. It's not being determined by who we work. It's being determined by religion and tribe. So they can come here and come and use their own agenda to come and push it and then push you away from achieving your goal. The thing is that all of them are coming with their own agenda. It's just like Chelsea versus Manchester United. We against them. And that is not what Nigeria is all about. It is not what the coalition is all about.
All right.
What the coalition is all about is to remove the president and put in competent leaders so that in the next 4 years, just like Comrade have said, if in the next 4 years they did not do well, politicians should be able to know that they can be voted out if they did not perform well. There is nothing like trying to say, oh, we cannot use because of Southern Kaduna. And moreover, the North Central, we know the composition of the North Central. All these people saying they are not even the absolute majority in the North Central. They are not even the absolute. They will come here and come and tell those of you that don't know. I know the composition of the North Central. They are not the absolute majority. At any election cycle, North Central vote has always been divided. It has always gone to different candidates. And just like I could say, North Central has different tribes and different ideologies, different interests. They will vote their different interests. The Tinubu you are talking about has been appointing people from that same middle belt you are talking about. Didn't he appoint Bishop Kuka? Didn't he appoint the chief of defense staff, Christopher Musa? Didn't he put a lot of this guy George Akume as this SGF, and they have already endorsed Tinubu? And didn't even Tinubu win that North Central in 2023? So why are we with a Muslim ticket? So why are you coming to threaten us that you will lose North Central? My sister, with due respect, yeah, if we are going to lose less North Central, even it's not even possible. We are not going to lose any votes. And it's for me, I'm sorry to say, it's not even significant. But if that is the case, we are going to go for a better alliance with a larger number of votes to put our own in power. Simple and short. Simple and short. We are going to go for a larger number of votes to put ourselves into power, and that is it. Thank you very much. If you like, go and vote for Tinubu. No problem. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, guys, I just want to encourage us to avoid unmuting our mics, right? People are listening. A lot of people are listening. So we want to make it a very, very nice space. The moment people start, even me as a listener, I always come out for those kind of spaces. So please. All right. Chidi was here earlier. I was about to let the women go, but we only have one. And for those who were here earlier, I already said it. This is not a gender balanced space. This is a totally gender biased space. And we are here for our women. We've not heard one single woman's voice since we started this space. Thank God, Princella came up. We admire your courage, Princella. Please go on.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I've been listening to a lot, the Herify, the article leading the coalition and all that. So the first question is, they said, there's a saying that charity begins at home. What was Herify's number in Kaduna State in 2023? Did he win his state? Note, he didn't even win his state when he was a sitting governor, when he had the power. So is it now that he's off the seat, he will galvanize that vote? You make a lot of talks about Herify. PDP won that same state when he was a sitting governor in 2023. With all the power you say wields, he could not muster that win in Kaduna State, right? No. Also, let me come to Atiku. Oh, because when you come to a negotiation table, you say you want to negotiate. Then you must have the odds, at least in your favor. One, who won in the north in 2023 election? Tinubu won. Normally, Atiku is supposed to at least win. He's from the north. If you're saying, oh, northern votes. How can a southerner come and win you in your own area? Okay, let's look at Adamawa. I'll be giving you figures. In Adamawa, what was the percentage he had? He had 57 points, maybe 1%. When he had the sitting governor of that state as his loyalist in person of Fintiri, you could not even muster a 90% in your own very state when you had all the actors in your favor. What is the problem? What does that tell you? And check Peter Obi's number in that same Adamawa state. Maybe we need to start operating these figures for people to, maybe you think we have all forgotten. This is a state where this man didn't have any actor. He never had any politician backing him. And you can say that is not even from Adamawa State, but Peter Obi got at least a decent number from that state. Okay, now let's go to Anambra State. What was Peter Obi's percentage? 90. See, for me, I want to take you as a candidate to be serious. Your state, for example, you must have a very resounding number, a very good, clean number. I'm not talking about 50 something, 90 something at least. Let me know. Then, if you say you want to lead a coalition, that's one. Charity, they say, begins at home. Two, even in the northern region, you never won it. A southwesterner won it. The El Rufai being talked about, he was a sitting governor when this election was held. He never won that state. And it was PDP who won, and then he was a sitting governor. Now, going into 2027, they're saying, okay, Atiku should lead. I've been seeing so many things that Atiku should lead. What is this? Note, those numbers he got 2023. Part of the factors were the fact that he had actors, obviously, like governors, House of Rep members, senators, local government chairmen, and all that in his favor, which kind of contributed, and people that dropped some sort of money. Now, how many of those governors, House of Rep members, senators are still in good terms with him? The current governor of Adamawa doesn't have a good relationship with him again. Whether you want to accept it or not, there is a role some of these actors, most of these actors play in your performance in your state. I cannot sit down and say, like Akin said, a reasonable thing to do is you don't seek to lose your voting block and say you want to start penetrating when you cannot secure the ones you have. You want to lose part of what you have, and you are not even sure to the place you are thinking you want to go and penetrate. What sort of sense is that? It's not making sense to me. It's okay. Yes, coalition is accepted. For me, I am in support of coalition. But one, who is leading that coalition? The person you're saying, okay, you should spearhead, we should spearhead. What was his numbers? What was his performance in the last election or previous elections? If you were a sitting governor, you could not do anything. Now that you are an incumbent, you have left the seat. And even the current governor of Kaduna State, they are not at peace. You don't have a good relationship in such a way that probably could do something for you. So what exactly are you bringing on the table? Because I don't get. Now, there is also a bias. Now, whether we want to accept or not, regionally, there is this thing that happens in Nigeria. People we believe in this rotation system. Oh, it's turn of the north, turn of the south. Whether you want to form educated and all that, it still has a major play in the politics of Nigeria. Most Southerners believe it is their turn, that our Northerners have done 8 years and they should complete 8 years. We are better be truthful to ourselves. We are here on Spaces speaking English. Go to the grassroots. Go and speak with people, especially people from the South. They have that bias already that yes, they must complete that 8 years. So you think an article coming will inspire people to come out, youth, our generation? Go check the percentage of INEC released numbers. That was, I think, 2024. I can't remember. The voting percentage, 70% was youth. So how many youths do you think you will just inspire and they will canvass for votes, they will go to grassroots, registering people and all that, and they will stay under the sun to vote and also defend their votes? Some days ago, or like last week, my dad called me. He was one of those that really liked to be his old man. So I heard this just about Obi and all that. Is it that he has accepted VP? If he has, he's not going to stress himself on election day. This is someone over 70. Said he's not going to bother himself like 2023. You had better leave Twitter and social media. Go to streets, grassroots, go and hear what people are saying. If you make that mistake, you don't know, because it's not just the coalition, who is leading it, who is deputizing it. And you are talking about Herify. The videos are there even on Twitter, where he has spoken in Hausa language, where he spoke about Muslims and all
Sorry,
that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I just want to get where you draw the line. Because
So
we've
where
had
I draw the
people.
line,
I'm sorry.
okay, where I
We've
draw the
had
line
people
is
who
one.
come. Okay, go on.
Yeah, where I draw the line is one. The person who is leading the coalition is very important for me. Do I believe in coalition? Yes. Who is leading it? Who is deputizing it? Then the whole Verify thing that they are saying to me is overrated. If you when you had the power, you could not pull the numbers, you could not win it. So what exactly are you going to do now when you are off the seat?
Okay, my what I wanted to ask is that because we've had people who said even if Erufai is not deputy, the fact say he is even part of this coalition already is already smelling to them, and they will not support it. Are you in that school of thought as well, or your own concern is he must not shall be on the ballot?
My own, if you want, if that's the case, if people are agitating that, oh, they don't want him, he could stay low-key and still work. Coalition is because even the current APC that is on power, it was coalition. They had to come together. If any of each party go into 2027, none will win. Let's be very truthful here. It's not going to be easy. But saying that you must be deputy, this one, you people should go and sit down. What was his numbers? We'll start rolling out figures for you guys now. It's like you people forgot that there was an election 2023. Bring out Cardinal State's figures and stop overrating him.
Thank you very much, Prinzella. Chidi, please go on.
Is it chief or chief? Which one?
Chidi.
Yeah, give me 1 minute.
Error. Chief, go on.
Okay. Deji, finally, you see me. Uh, good evening, Abi. Good afternoon to Nigerians. First, I beg, I don't want anybody to interject me because I was quiet while when I finish. If you have any question, you ask. First, if Erufai, Peter Obi, Atiku, and other well-meaning Nigeria that wants Nigeria to work did not come together 2027, Tinubu will still remain in power. In 2031, he will also remain in power because even if he comes down, he will still put somebody that will continue from where he stopped. Now, to those that hate Erufai, politics, I don't think you hate Erufai more than me. If you go through my timeline, after 2023 election, I don't want to even use IC Erufai. Reasons. Everything people say about him is true. Everything. Does he have powers to stop the killings in Southern Kaduna? Yes, because since Obasani took over, yes, there have been changes. Can Erufai do something when he was in power? Yes. Did I hate him for that? I hate him. But in politics, hatred is something you keep aside. Why are we doing this? Today, Daniel Buala is working with Tinubu. He's the spokesperson of the presidency. He get anything where Daniel Buala no use Tinubu talk? See, the only place I'm going to have problem with Peter Obi is if the way he is saying that he's an experienced politician, and he listens to most of us that are using our emotion in this platform, and those that are bigots, that are just pretending to be neutral when they are bigots. When in one word or the other their leg is inside this government, they want to see this government finish their 8 years. So what do those individuals do? They will come gaslight you, tell you reasons why Erufai you should not accept anything that has to do with the same people. Why government? There's no way in the world. Everybody is needed. If you follow America, I'm a Trump supporter. If you listen to what the present vice president of the US said about the president of the US today, the person he's working with, if you listen to what he said about Donald Trump, you as somebody that uses your emotion will never even dream of using him as VP. But politics is all about winning. Your reform is useless if you are not in office. Whatever thing you're preaching as an obedience is simply useless. You're wasting your time. if the person you want is not in office to implement those policies. So what am I saying? You cannot be against Erofai and you want P2B to be presidency. You are lying to yourself. Politics is something that if you want to win an election, both the crook and the innocent will come together. Everybody has a role to play for an election. Election, they need people where they rugged. They need people where they calm. They need those that can speak. Everything is needed. Nasir El-Rufai is an extremist. And most of us that grew up in the north know what somebody like El-Rufai can do. The message he can pass when he starts campaigning for your Peter Obi. We have huge numbers that will listen to him. One of the issues we had with Dati, I love Dati, but Dati is not rugged enough to eat the main nut, the core nut deep. El-Rufai has it. And you must acknowledge that. Unless you want to pander to APC and they're gaslighting, the likes of white bear that will come and tell you, El-Rufai is nothing, he's bad, he's this, he's that. But he was part and parcel of those that put them in office in APC. So if El-Rufai is not relevant, will Tinubu beg him openly? We should stop this deceiving ourselves and stop pushing Peter Obi to a tight corner. And also, I'm going to say this. I'm sending this message to Peter Obi. I'm an Igbo person. We've been marginalized. If it's for Peter Obi to deputize Atiku, let him go ahead and do it and negotiate well. For my own interest, I've been shortchanged everywhere as an Igbo person. So this is the very first time we have to negotiate ourselves in. I'm not saying it for anybody to, but this is politics. You have to negotiate. And for those kicking against Atiku, I am one of those people that hate Atiku Abubakar. A lot of people blocked me in this platform. Even those influencers blocked me because of Atiku also. But today, if I see Peter Obi Atiku ticket, am I going to campaign for them? The answer is yes. Because I believe there are changes Peter Obi can make as a VP. And I also believe that there are some certain things we won't have a situation whereby our VP will be relegated or Peter Obi will be relegated by Atiku and Atiku. No. Peter Obi will do the job as a VP. And also to my brothers in the middle belt. See, you voted for an Obi Atiku ticket 2019 for a reason. Most of us that have been following Nigerian politics, you know you are marginalized also in the north. You know, as a middle belt person, you know that whatever thing that is happening in the middle belt is political, you know. And if you want to choose Asuwaju, go ahead. Go ahead. But the honestly truth is, you have a ticket that will protect you. You voted for a ticket 2019 for a reason. Why not support the same person again? I'm not going to force anybody. But the honestly truth is, a coalition of Peter Obi and El-Rufai
Yeah.
is a winning ticket.
Okay.
They leave me alone. I waited.
Round
Right.
up. Because say you wait 13 hours, no me say you will come speak for 20 hours.
So,
Please round
so
up. Please round up.
okay. So, what am I saying? See, we know the people in this country that can vote and protect it. It's not me and you in the South. We're all cowards in the South. That is honestly truth. If tomorrow Aguero carry knife come out, you don't run because you won't live more. There are some certain people that will vote and protect it. My brother, let's say the truth. And that is why Northerners will always feel yes, they are the number, they should have some kind of special treatment. The reason why Aswaju is president today is because the North gave him a close eye to do whatever thing he did in 2023 election. The North wanted him to do whatever thing he did. But if the North coalesce with Peter Obi and they decide to support that ticket of Peter Obi, believe you me, Asiwaju cannot ring an election where the Northerners, they know how to protest their vote. If it warrants them coming down to Aso Rock to demand for their mandates, they will, in their numbers. So the likes of Erofai knows the message they are going to pass to the North. I'm not talking about, I am talking about the core North. There are messages for most of us that live there in the North and know how they do their politics. There are messages Erofai will pass that every other candidate or most of all the people you would want P2B to pick cannot say openly. They can't say it, but
Okay.
so in conclusion, if you are obedient, don't push Obi with your emotions. Allow P2B to do politics the way politics is being done all over the world. I'm not talking about Nigeria because politics is tribal, politics is religious, politics is ethnic. If you talk about ethnicity, is something that everywhere, both in America, they use ethnicity in doing politics. So allow P2B to do what he's supposed to do as an obedient. Leave your emotion aside. If you're a bigot, keep it aside. Allow us to win the election. I yield. Thank you, Deji.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's quickly move on, guys. We are really pressed for time because I have like the request choke. So for those who are on the speaker section, please, and the moment I unmute your mic, my mic, just know say, it's time to start rounding up. All right, let's quickly have um decent, decent. Please go on. It's decent speaking. You've been coming up, coming down since morning. It's not my fault, though. Okay, let's move on. Let's have um a woman. A woman, please go on. Is it just me? Can you guys hear me?
You can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, good. It's not
And
me.
I'm
Oh. It's
waiting.
not me. Oh. Okay, let's move on.
I can hear and I'm waiting.
Only don't talk more. Drop on you. I don't know. You just the speaker section since.
With his smile, remove him.
Mm.
All right, let's have Onyeka. Onyeka, please go on.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Once again, we we are discussing possibilities for the future of our democracy, and we are talking about elections in 2027. As always, I would rather focus not on the past and not on the future. I would rather focus on economy, which is 2027. And my focus will be specifically on who can challenge Bola Tinubu, the incumbent, okay, the candidates that can get people to defend their votes that we have been talking about. If you have been following the general thoughts and the views of people, there seems to be this general consensus that vote has to be defended one way or another. And if that is what we are talking about, it appears to me that you will require a candidate that is actually worth fighting for, that is worth defending the votes for as the leader of the coalition. And before I proceed, let's stop saying things that everybody already knows. Nobody is talking about anybody running independently. So save us time and stop repeating what we know. The only way the opposition can win is coming together. That has been well established time and time and time. So we are talking about who will be the presidential candidates and how the election is likely going to play out. It's our thoughts that we are discussing here. Nobody is saying that this is what will happen or that this is what must happen. But going by, again, my understanding of the different things everybody has been saying, we have to, my brother Akin called it losing innocence. Okay. Others have used very creative ways of describing the same thing that boils down to defending our votes. Okay. That will require a candidate once again that will inspire people. It requires inspiration. It is not a thing money will do. It is not a thing political sagacity will do, or any of the foolish things people say. Okay, it is not a thing. It is a thing that you have to connect to the voters, to the people at an emotional level. They have to feel the need to come out and defend their votes for you. The only candidate that remotely has that qualities is Obi, is Peter Obi. So if we are talking about standing a chance of winning the election, he has to be the presidential candidate. Then as for the VP, I really don't understand why we are so fixated on VP. VP is usually selected based on political after the presidential candidate has been uh, decided on. Okay, so if they are going to go for a consensus arrangement to save everybody a dollar for those that who are hoping to bring out dollar to buy delegates to buy delegates and emerge winner and say, oh, the process was free and fair, and gaslight themselves into getting supporters of Peter, supporters that Peter clearly does not control nor influence nor lacks the capacity to do. Okay, independent-minded Nigerians that are pining for a better nation and a nation building. You imagine that you can do any mathematics and get their votes. Feel free to continue to delude yourself if you believe in Sky Daddy. What else? So now the elections itself. The reason I say that Atiku Abubakar should go and sit down is for many reasons. He's unelectable. He's not sellable. Okay. If we make the mistake of adopting Atiku as the candidate of the opposition, it appears to me that APC would run him streets, especially when it comes to southern Nigeria. It is clearly the turn of the South. Atiku is the number one zoning proponent. He showed the importance of zoning by leaving the PDP to go and establish the APC and insist that it must be the turn of the North. Okay? And they won. In 2019, again, he presented himself as the candidate from the North in PDP. That was why in 2019, it was only Tambuwal and Atiku that presented themselves. So the idea of him coming in 2023 and even repeating the same thing in 2027 will be difficult for anybody with common sense from the South at least to swallow, even from the North. Okay, so people know it is a Southern candidate, and that is why Obi has been telling you about him doing one term, single tenure. He talked about amending the constitution. If that does not work, to have single tenure of 5 years, which I support, but if that does not work, then he will do a single tenure because he understands that zoning is a thing. And when Obi says he will do single tenure, we at least trust that he is not going to betray his words. Versus all these Atiku zombies that are telling you that Atiku will do one term and now hand over to Obi to do 8 years. You see how delusional these people can be. Mm-hmm. And they're telling you that the Muslim Northwest would not vote a Christian Igbo in 2027. But all of a sudden, by 2031, they would now vote an Igbo
Yeah.
Christian magically, without explaining the magic that will happen that would, to now make all that possible. So all these article zombies
Okay.
spare us. The reason you have to drop it is because article cannot win. Really, he is not. Obi is that candidate that can get the people to fight for their vote and defend their vote that you people have all been talking.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
Oyeka, interesting point. And like you said, I was even going to ask you, like, oh, if you are using this north south thing to disqualify article, would you also suggest that Obi should run for one term? And you already cleared that. But if you are thinking of going into a coalition with the articles and the air files, and do you think it's still is very strategic to be calling them zombies? Onyeka.
I wonder why we are focused on adjectives people use in political discourse and conversation. This sensitivity is amazing and surprising, considering that over the years in the past, both sides have described each other one way or another. So why all of a sudden do we have to start pretending that
Okay.
this is not a comfortable arrangement for any of the
All right.
actors? It is an arrangement born of necessity. That does not mean that we will pretend that all is well and we will all sing
Hmm.
kumbaya, which is why we are focused
Interesting.
on our ask.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Onyeka. Let's move on. Alfo, please go on.
What's
Deji, what's
happening?
happening?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear
Alfo,
me?
please
Alpha,
hold
please
on.
hold on. So I
Please
should
hold
hold
on.
Please on. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
Please mute your
Please
mic.
mute your mic.
All right. Sorry. When you get to a quiet place, so that we can enjoy the juice you're about to come and squeeze here, please raise your hand again. This man gone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk once more. Though I was thinking it's long overdue, anyways. I've heard most persons, yeah, I've heard most persons speak on the coalition, and I would only want to say this: the winning strategy is just the coalition. You can't. There's nothing. We can't even say anything about it anymore. Every region, the North and Southern protectorates have their interest. And it is obvious that, of course, the incumbent tried getting votes from the South. We've seen the River State debacle and we've seen other states. But it wasn't enough for them to win the southern part of Nigeria because the Southerners willfully knew Obi. They knew that if he would protect all Nigerians' interests, especially the masses' interests, and they protected their vote. Of course, I'm not saying they didn't. The incumbent didn't rig. They did succeed in rigging some parts. At least we know what the PDP chieftain said about their monitors room results in Lagos, where Obi scored 983,000 votes as against the ruling party's 155,000 votes. That's about 827,000 votes difference, but they rigged it down to 10,000, which obviously showed that for Lagos that was heavily protected by the masses, it came down to 10,000. What do you think happened in the north? Just pure rape. Like they just raped Obi's, and yes, the North voted. And most I saw Plato's figure, and some persons were saying it's up to 1.2 million for Obi, and eventually we are saying somewhere around 400 or something like that. And I was saying to myself, is this the figure that they eventually skewed it down to or took it down to? The point is that the northern votes, they voted, but they did not protect the vote. Of course, I'm not completely blaming anyone because we're all ambushed. the decision to switch off Beaver's transmission to iRev was not announced, but carried out on same day of election. So we must say the truth on that. So people were ambushed, because if it was announced the previous day, I trust to be then they would have organized themselves to protect their vote from that polling unit through the ward, the LGA coalition centers, even the state, they will be there. And let's see what will happen in 2027. Of course, personally, I will talk from my personal experience. My area, we had over 16 polling units. I was the one that took the result down to the ward. And of course, I went with some persons and we protected the vote. I'm not talking of voting in a convenient place. It was Lagos. We won Ikeja. We won Alimosho. Alimosho is actually the largest, the highest, the local government with the highest number of population in Nigeria. So it was, of course, prior to that time, we had done the survey. We planned these things. It wasn't just mere say, let's come online and start speaking to Renchi and everything. It is grassroots for us. Till date, I'll tell you the 16 polling units I won, or rather my team won in where I stay, is still available for me. That is how good our plans were, and still till now it will still be the same. But the point is this: we must leave all this plenty to Renchi if we want to form holier than thou and go grassroots and also protect the vote in every state. But it is not possible to say you are here and there. So on that basis, that's why you need some other force, especially the northern force, especially where you did not, of course, your figure did not reflect what you got. And who best can galvanize the people and help protect the vote? El Rufai on that ticket will do that. I leave Atiku. Atiku is a spent force for me, and I think the same. Many other persons would think the same thing. Atiku is a spent force. We should completely focus on where our strength is. El Rufai speaking to the masses over there in the north will give the vote the rightful place it ought to be. And then the protection bit, I don't think any idiot would want to go and rig in the north when the people are against it. You are playing with your life. You'll be lynched. In the south too, it is it is obvious that the south is already out for the APC. It is out. The south is out. In 2027, you'll see the result. The south is out. They are just waiting. They are waiting. And obviously, before we're saying it prior to 2023, and probably the North they were nonchalant because probably their interest was not with that. But have an El Rufai on that ticket. El Rufai speaking to the people, speaking straight to the people, and you see what would happen. The interest of the people is what would lead the people into what? Protecting their votes. And that's all I've been saying. Have an El Rufai on that ticket as VP. Of course, that does not mean El Rufai is a saint or anything, but you have Obi covering your interest there. That's what you should know. Obi covers your interest, and as the president, there's nothing that would make. In fact, my own arrangement is El Rufai being the vice VP. At the end of the tenure, I know that's what most persons are interested in. There's a Dati, there's an El Rufai, there's everybody would choose who would represent their interests subsequently. But for now, we all know what's happening. An El Rufai there on that ticket would protect the northern votes. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you. Um, Guys, we have to take this very seriously. Let's not talk too long. Person don't they accuse me now, say I know they bring people up. By the way, check your network, please. I'm not dropping anybody. If you are dropping, take it out with your network provider. Thank you. Let's move on. All right. Um, Alpha,
Yeah.
are you in a
Are you in a
better
better
environment?
environment? Yeah, right. Yeah, better. I think it's better now, right?
We'll
We'll
manage it.
manage
Go.
it. Go. Okay, yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. Much has been said in this particular conversation. I think Obi remains the most popular candidate for coalition. I mean, there are no two ways about it. And I think he's the only candidate who stands good chance of winning the incumbents. Because I think I followed the election enough to know that if you are going against the incumbent, you don't come in with a newbie. Because another option would have been bringing someone who is new and try to rebrand him. I mean, it's very difficult to do that if the incumbent is running. If it's a fresh new election, what will be the in 2023 cannot be repeated now, whether getting the numbers or even that, because the difference is that it's a whole lot different election. The incumbent is there, is already known, and as it stands today, he's the front runner. So you need someone who cannot equally match his popularity. And I like the numbers when I forgotten her name gave the numbers and how Obi got his votes right. In places where Obi can win, he's very solid there. That is just the very first point. The only thing I can do for if I want to, the only thing you can do, I'm always sure that Obi will get close to 90% of the votes that will be cast in Anambra State, or even 95, or even 100, depending on the day is done and how it's happened. So the only thing I'll work on there is the voter turnout and to make sure that the result counts, barring INEC inefficiency, especially their delays in bringing materials. So I think we need to also work on that and make sure that it doesn't happen. That's their strategy. So if I manage to convince about 2.7 million, or which will be up to 3 million, probably in next election, people that registered in Anambra, maybe 1.3 or 2 million people come out in that vote. 90% of it will still go to be over 90%. So I don't think it's time to start gambling with another thing, to be honest with you. And I'm very sure that that number will not turn out for another candidate as it stands today. It doesn't matter whether anything wants to happen there. People talk about Atiku will be deputized, and that will not happen, to be honest with you. There are reasons why it will not happen. So what we need is actually to leverage on what he got in the north and places where he didn't have that popularity. So, or even Southwest, where he didn't get those numbers. So you need to work with people, right? Obi El Rufai has been one of the biggest talking points. But to be honest with you, the question people asked, that was the question I asked about El Rufai. He lost Kaduna when he was supporting Tinubu as a sitting governor. Although they explained to me how he was able to, that his supporters and Kaduna demography and everything, because it's not like PDP is very solid in Kaduna, because Buhari has been winning Kaduna all the time he contested, even against Goodluck Jonathan with Namadi Sambo as running mates. He won, despite the fact, probably marginal winning. Both of them got over 1 million votes, but he won. Buhari always won Kaduna. So for him to have lost Kaduna to APC, to PDP, with over 200,000 votes, or close to 300,000 votes, shows that probably there is a problem there. But again, the Northern Bloc said his supporters or his type of supporters are not mostly seen around Kaduna, that you have to go outside to like Jigawa, Kirby, where APC is solid. Let me agree with them on that. But again, it makes a whole lot of difference when it's actually in the ballot than when it's not. That's it.
Okay. Something is wrong with our Foso's network.
That is the fact. It doesn't in any way, shape, or form. And it does not also guarantee that you don't lose the numbers you have in some part of North Central where you already have. So it's a wild.
All right. Alfonso, if you can hear me, please come back. You keep going off. I don't know what happened. All right, let's move on. Request still there. Oh, Mona no vex, I beg. We'll get to you shortly. All right. A woman, please go on. Not really. Your voice is low. More people network just they act out today. Voila. All right. A woman, you can come back.
My
You can
God.
come back. Don't worry. I'll give you mic.
Okay.
All right. Let's move on quickly. I think the next person now should be Sanusi Ibrahim. Please go on. Una dey hear me, she? Or is it me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear
Oh,
you.
thank you. Thank you very much. I thought it was it was me for a second. Okay. All right, let's move on. Next person should be Sam. Please go on, Sam.
Thank you. I don't mean to speak for too long. I just want to ask like a couple of questions regarding this coalition. The first one is regarding Erufai. It's a hypothetical question. Let's say he had gotten that ministerial slot he so wanted, for instance, and was in Tinubu's government at the moment. The question we should ask ourselves is: will he be defending Tinubu and calling him the greatest president Nigeria has ever seen, or will he be looking to dispose that government at the moment? The second one is: let's say tomorrow Wiki and Tinubu they get in a fight, and Wike decides to oppose Tinubu in 2027 and join the coalition that we are all raving about. Are we going to accept Wike with open arms? And here is the thing: I do not think. I believe that one of Peter Obi's biggest weaknesses as a Nigerian politician is that he does not know how to do transactional politics. The question is, all these people around him, or all these people that we want to be in the um, um, coalition, what exactly do they want? And can Peter Obi provide that to them, even if he wins, for instance? I don't think we want him to write a check that he cannot cash when he becomes president. So we have to be really careful about the kind of figures we are asking him to collaborate with. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Interesting questions, actually. Yeah, but Sam, forget what we want. Forget what other people want. I mean, who cares? Sam, what do you want out of all of this? What do you want?
Personally, I want, if it ever happens, I don't have high hopes for it because I think the ruling party will rig in 2027 anyway. But let's say a miracle happens and Peter Obi becomes president. I want him to owe the people that voted for him, not some big politicians that expect positions and influence from him. I mean, look at it. The minister of defense currently is the former governor of Zamfara State, whose state has been taken over by bandits. You cannot say that man deserves that job. It's transactional. He's being rewarded for something. So I want the president of Nigeria to owe his um his position to the ordinary people that voted
Okay,
for
okay,
him.
Sam, I beg this line of submission. Let me just ask a question that ties into your submission. So, do you prefer a Tinubu continual presidency because a P2B candidacy lost, or do you want we or do you want a P2B's candidacy that won, but with some level of indebtedness to some political actors or stakeholders?
To be fair to you, comrade, I would take anything over a Tinubu presidency. But what I want to remind us is that we don't just want to dispose APC. We want someone that is better and will work for Nigerians. We don't want to
So,
replace.
what do you propose? What do you propose? That's what Deji is asking.
So, what I'll propose is that in 2023, Peter Obi did what we never thought could be done. Had no big politicians backing him, had no governors, no LG chairman, and he still shook the country, even when they rigged as much as they could. Personally, I don't want him carrying baggages to 2027. I would prefer Peter Obi to do what he wants, pick a VP that is his choice, not out of convenience or simply because he wants to win. That's what I'll prefer.
So, okay, so he should just pick a VP and participate. Winning is not a priority.
Winning is a priority, and I believe he can do it.
So in
See,
other words,
like the whole,
okay.
see the whole
So why
talk
what
of
so I get the point you are making. A coalition is not necessary. That's the summary of your submission, right?
yes,
So
it's not
so
necessary.
what will be the difference between now and 2023 then?
Hunger,
No.
Hun-
Okay, there was no hunger
hunger is
before.
the
There was
difference.
no hunger in 20. So hunger we so what will the hunger make people do? That I mean, that is different from 2023. Like,
Vote and protect your votes.
okay,
Listen,
you think the voters then that voted and did not protect their vote is different from the voters that will still come this time around to vote?
my brother, desperate times call for desperate
So
measures. If you
2023
really
was not a
want APC gone,
2023 was not
if
20, after 8 years of Buhari, 2023 was not a desperate time.
it was, but it's more desperate now. My brother, like if you really want
So
APC gone,
how are you
I
sure that the level of desperation so 2023 was desperate? You said 2027 will be more desperate. How are you sure that the level of desperation in 2027, the level of desperation in 2027 is enough to make people protect their vote? Why did they not do that in
because
2023?
things are worse now than they were in 2023. Obviously, see, like I asked a couple of questions. See, it's let's say, for instance, Wike decides and to join. Comrade, are you going to accept him with open hands? That's my question. Like we need to.
Okay. So here's the thing there, right? When you guys they talk of this Wiki, yeah. Remember when Obi went to meet Wiki, and Wiki, I mean there was when go tell Wiki support us, right? Where a lot of
Yes,
people
I remember
celebrated
that.
that move, right? I mean,
Yes.
it was okay then. Do you think that Wiki has not committed? I mean, what changed? What made the Wiki so devious now compared to then?
So the thing is that if they are big shot politicians that want to support
So
Obi.
you
I
asked the question, if we can come today, will I accept it? You are willing to accept
Yes,
Wike in 2023. What changed now?
because he rigged
Wike rig.
and he's
So
working for
so
the government that is I'm currently putting Nigerians through hell.
so
That's what
anybody that
changed.
has worked for this government are intolerable.
To me, yes.
Ah, okay. No issues. No issues. Sam, just maybe round up. Okay, did you finish your assumption before they started asking you
Yeah,
question? I
yeah, we
think you
already
did.
finished.
Okay.
Yes, I
All
have.
right, thank you very much, Sam. Interesting responses, to be honest. See, at the end of the day, we all want what we want, right? We want what we want, and I mean, what you have pictured as well is not entirely bad. Uh, I just feel like that that last bit of it. Trust me, I want you want too. But that bit where as then they carry your vote, they go, as then they steal them, they go like this. How would you protect it? Because don't forget, if it does not join this coalition as you have, you know, stated, votes will still be splitted, but even despite of votes being splitted, some people still feel he won the last election, regardless of any splitting of votes. You may be right, so let's assume you are right. The last bit, that last bit has been the biggest question of Obi's candidate, and that is why I guess we are where we are today. How will these votes be protected? How will these votes, cross the line that would allow this guy to be declared? And if he is clearly being rigged out, you know, in spite of an overwhelming support, what will happen? Do we have that energy to push that final button that, Omo, we want to die there? Sam, do you think hunger will push people to that extent? Because Sam, if you remember in Edo State, before Edo election, people were like, he don't finish for APC. Nobody will dare vote APC. Aside from the fact that the governor, or well, the then candidate of APC was someone people didn't really fancy. They also felt that APC was already terrorizing Nigerians. No way Nigerians who are already angry and hungry will go out to vote APC. Sam, what did we see in Edo election? People were collecting money. It is this same hunger they wanted to quench. Sam. So why do you think anything will be different in 2027?
So what is the see, like, at the end of the day, yeah, what I feel, what I believe is that we need to go past the whole idea that it's big shots politicians that would save us in Nigeria. Peter Peter Obi has proved that you do not need them to save you. You do not. He ran a clearly people focused campaign, and even with the whole rigging, was able to accumulate over 6 million votes. So at the end of the day, if we put Nigerian politicians around him, and he feels like he owes them when he becomes um, president, that's how we end up getting people like Matawale as a minister of defense, or putting incompetent people in sensitive um, positions. At the end of the day, we will not change anything. And like I said, Peter Obi's biggest weakness is that he does not know how to do transactional politics. That's why there is a crisis in Labour Party today, because he does not know how to play that game. And you can't teach an old dog new tricks. So at the moment, I do not think he's even
Yeah.
interested in in carrying baggages to the
Okay.
presidency.
Thank you very much, Sam. I appreciate. Um, hold on, guys. Hold on. Prince Della, you came back up. What's up?
Okay, thank you. So I think I have lost my train of thought, but anyways, I remember. Um, there was a guy that talked about Igbo being marginalized and all that. It's already a narrative being so and people being dismissive of middle birth votes and all that. I don't think it's fair. We are all actually fronting for a good presidential candidate. It's not about, oh, it must be an Igbo presidency as projected by Chief Ochendo or something. Then for the middle bets, I just feel you can't, I don't know, you can't be dismissive. For whoever they will give the vice presidential position for, should be somebody that is influential, fine, good, but it should not risk your old voters. You should not risk the regions or the parts that formed part of your numbers in 2023. It should not be a risk because you okay now you're ready to let go of those votes, those part of the regions where you got the votes, and you are hoping to penetrate into a new terrain. What is the assurance that you will even penetrate into the old to the new terrains? Then saying Rufai has influence in other northern states like Jigawa, that is a pure lie. I would say to anyone, it's a pure lie. If you cannot galvanize your state, don't tell me you cannot. Charity does not begin at home from you. You are not saying you have an outstretched arm in another place. No, please stop the lies. So
Okay.
that's what I feel about the whole thing.
So do you feel like the people from the North Central will look beyond Erufai's participation in the
They,
coalition? All they want is issue shall not be on the ballot.
I don't think they will look beyond it. You know why? You said you can't teach a mother how to mourn his or her dying child. Arafat said a lot. He has done a lot. There are statements he has made that sort of that we saw on on Twitter here that sort of kind of supported or encouraged all these Fulani headsmen that carried out some of those killings, especially in Christian zone areas and southern Kaduna. So you cannot exonerate him, and people are emotional towards it, and it is okay for them to be. A lot of people lost relatives, lost their loved ones. So do you expect those set of people to come out and vote, sin and verify on the ballot? It's not possible. And it is not also advised that you lose a state like, let's say, Plateau, where Peter Obi had over 1 million votes. So you throw away 1 million votes or thousands of votes just because of an ambition of somebody, and you are saying you want to win core nuts. What is the assurance that, oh, core nuts allegiance will be with you? Note the southern parts where Peter Obi garnered some votes. Tinubu is already penetrating. Look at South now. Akwa Ibom State Governor, has declared, and he's also urging his commissioners to declare, to cross party to APC and all that. Look at Anambra. He's already making some inroad. You saw how Tinubu came to Anambra and he was giving chieftaincy title. Whether we like it or not, the governors, the senators, the House of Rep members, the local government chairmen, they are major instruments or actors in elections. And is penetrating little by little. Now, your main zones that you won in 2023, Tinubu is trying to penetrate. And again, you want to still use your hand to throw away those voters or throw away those votes that you have, at least to some extent, in the middle bits. No, there's no sense in it.
Mhm. Interesting. Thank you very much, Prince Ella. Alfo, do you want to finish up your submission before we move on? All right. I tried my best, guys. Decent, are you here? Decent, you don't have a decent network. I'm sorry. Is Decent here?
Yes, the sense is here.
Finally. All right, go on.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Deji, for this opportunity. I don't want to talk much. I just want us to understand that the coalition is the main focus point that we should be talking about, not labor, not obedience, not articulated. And I want to appeal to us that are ready for the coalition that when people come to spaces or maybe on Twitter to write against about the coalition by fronting a particular person, especially the APC has really been investing a lot on the, influencers to make sure that the coalition does not work and make it seem that Peter Obi has, the the uh, the everything in order for him to win Tinubu. Therefore, he does not have or need to deposit or to work with maybe the likes of Atiku or whoever, and then he should go alone solo. And trust you me, once you come across that such person, just ignore. If you're part of the coalition, if you come across such person, whether on Spaces or on X, please just know that he's one of those people that APC has recruited to work against the coalition, because the dynamic has changed in politics. If you want to deceive yourself that the number of votes that Peter will be caught in Lagos or maybe in Adamawa or in the Middle Belt, that he will get it in 2027, please just go to your house and sleep. If you want him to go solo and thinking that the vote he caught in Lagos, that Tinubu as a president today will allow that to happen again, maybe let us continue to deceive ourselves. That is the only thing. But my happiness is that with all these things that APC has recruited people to be talking down on the coalition by fronting Peter Obi to run solo, is that the thing has already been left the station. POs and the main leaders that are in this coalition talk will make this decision between themselves, not the influencers on the X. That is my happiness. So you that is here talking about the numbers, the figures you want to, I heard one Priscilla was talking about, she want to rule out the figures to show that POs has, the overwhelming figures to win this, win article, this and none of that. Please, any figures that does not take you to Aso Rock is nonsense. It's pure nonsense. And I don't really want to dwell about that. I just want us to focus on the coalition and ignore anybody that wants to have a particular candidate now that the coalition has not decide or give us a consensus candidate, or maybe perhaps decide to go on the primaries. If you don't have any candidate right now from the coalition, please ignore any distraction, because those guys will make this decision on themselves. None of the supporters, none of his influencers will be among, or not until that official statement comes out, please. Because I can assure you that APC is ready, and they are investing heavily to make sure that the influencers, you will start seeing so many obedience local people using it as their DP, just to make sure that to deceive people that they are part of the obedience and all of that. It's going to happen. And you don't have to be ignorant about it. There are so many agencies of the APC that is rolling out already to make sure that they talk down, and particularly fronting POs to be the leader or to be the mentee. I'm not against it. If Obi become the coalition candidate, I will support anything that want to remove this government. I am in support. But I will not start now to be alpha and omega that it must be. It must be. Once you start having those kind of conversations, or see someone that is preaching that gospel, just know that it's one of those people that APC has recruited.
Yeah.
Because trust me, sorry, let me round up because I'm not going to take too much time. Believe you me, I don't even want to talk about the Malam Herify matter and all of that. Because even us here that is even talking about looking down, trying to bring down the man, we are also wicked. We have our own ups and downs. Nobody is sent. So because the man was a governor and something happened in his state, and now he wants to see how we can come out of this evil party, and then you want to still put everything on his head at the next to devil. Please just know that you yourself, even in your home family, you are a wicked person. Even among your friends, you are a wicked person. You have your own things you have done in the past that nobody is supposed to put it in your head at all time because you have made that mistake. The focus point now is coalition. If you want any good thing happen to Nigeria going forward, especially from 2027, just make sure that you are part of the coalition. If you want to see fronting a particular person, that if it's not this person, then I'm not going to be part of it. Just know that we already know who you are, and the coalition will happen, and those guys will still make their decision outside for all of us to know whether it's going to be on the primaries, whether it's going to be a consensus. It's going to happen. And yeah, that's what I wanted us to understand, that we should ignore all those people that want to frontier a particular person now that the coalition has not reached, let's say, the last lap of the agreement. Thank you, everyone. I'll yield my mic here.
Thank you very much. Um, Welcome back, Gige. Based on what you've heard so far, are you convinced that Nigerians, don't really want this coalition to work? Are you convinced that these people, everyone that has spoken on this space so far, wants PO to go at this alone?
Uh, Thank you. Please, could you repeat the question?
Oh,
I couldn't hear
sorry, but
hear the last thing you said.
I'm not sure if it's your network. You're breaking. I was asking that with what you've read so far on this space, how confident are you that Nigerians have not actually moved on from this OB going at it alone to, to be able to, like, I think Sam said, not feel indebted to all these strange bedfellows. What do you make of everyone's submission so far?
Well, thank you for giving me the chance to speak. Can you hear me clearly?
Barely, honestly. I don't know. It's like you're on a string.
Oh, okay. Let me come down and go back up. Maybe to fix that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. In the meantime, let's have 10 over 10. Please go on.
Yeah, Deji and comrade. Good afternoon, guys. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to contribute in this your titled the Great Coalition 3.0. I was in the space when the 3.01 crashed, and guess what? The way you say your thing, I had to abandon my a bomb air, and I used my earpiece to join you here. So thank you, my friend. It's been refreshing. I've heard a lot. I've listened to a lot of people, very constructive. Some I completely disagreed to. Some I concord to. And Onyekachi, my friend, I cite you every time I hear you speak. I say the same thing. Guy, you did try. You're vast in your ideas and your opinions. Most of the time I pick stuff when I hear you speak. Like I said before, or like I want to say, I won't be taking too much of our time. And Deji, I guarantee you, you won't unmute your mic to remind me my time is up. Quickly, I want to say this. If as confident as Tinubu is at this point, he's still opening his doors, letting whoever wants to join, regardless of your sins, regardless of your past, regardless of whatever record you have. I think it wouldn't be it wouldn't make any sense for us to be entertaining, oh, you have to be holier than thou before you join the coalition. You have to be as clean as Jesus Christ before you will come in. Deji, if you remember a couple of days ago, I joined your space, and I will keep maintaining the same opinion. See, at this point, first of all, we can all agree that one thing I've heard here in other spaces as well is that the coalition is no other way to go. So on that one, we'll agree, and it's so because of what we are all facing, what Nigerians are facing, and we cannot. It wouldn't even make sense for anyone.
Sorry, I don't know if anyone can hear me. Please, I want to go down. I'm having network issues. So I want to go down, Mr. Deji, so I can come up. Huh? I'll come up immediately.
So sorry, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, please go on. Sorry about that.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So, like I was saying, I don't think we need to be telling ourselves, people that believe in this coalition, that oh guy, I don't need you to come in. You have to stay there because of what you did 2 years ago. Yes, I understand every see the whole, even if true, everything happened. Do you want us to rely on what happened and continue to allow Tinubu perpetrate everything we've seen him get away with so far? Or you want to look at what happened in the past and send this guy out of this Aso Rock? That's where me I'm coming from. This coalition is done and dusted. Let's take it there. And one thing I'm just encouraging everyone is, guys, this is not the time to say you don't need this. Oga, you see those set of people that helped Tinubu perpetrate everything he perpetrated that time. I wish I could reach out to them, convince them to leave him, come and join me. That's my own, that's my point. Whatever sin it was, like Adam Soshemole said it, your sins will be forgiven. Just come to the coalition. Just come. Just come. That's where me I'm coming from. At this point, with the coalition being um imminent, we need to be shooting from all cylinders. Everybody is needed. This is where me I'm coming from. You may not like how I'm saying it, you may have reservations, but if this guy, for anyone that knows who is in power, Oga, these are not even the conversations you want to be having. You don't, if you know, if you really, except like fella will say it, whether suffer no they tire you, if suffer don't really tire you, I'm not sure say you want to tell yourself or tell another person, guy, you don't have to come in at this point. The bottom line of my submission or my what I'm bringing or what I'm saying here is everyone is needed on this table called coalition, regardless of your contribution, regardless of your importance, regardless of what you've done in the past. Are you telling me now that if tomorrow, this evening, if Erufai picks his phone and calls Tinubu again this evening, Mr. My friend, Tinubu, please don't be offended. I wasn't feeling fine that day. I told you I left your party. I left APC. Can you just give me tea fair? I'm coming back to APC. I don't think anybody here will tell me that Tinubu will not accept. The Tinubu that we know, he will tell him to still come back. This same Erufai. And you know one funny thing again is that I've listened to a lot of us on this space. The fact that every submission seems to have Erufai in that equation is even more necessary, is even more reason why he's a vital tool. The fact that we come to make our submissions and somebody says, okay, somebody says something about Erufai, let me react to it, is even more reason. You know why? Because if he could be eliciting this kind of reaction, discussions, responses from us here, he can also do the same on the outside. Are you telling me that like these APC guys they just been deceiving themselves? The day this guy said he was leaving APC, I have a very close APC friend. He told me, guy, this one paying me, this one paying me. And I was like, guy, why you paying? You say you don't know, you don't want to have this guy on the other side. So what I'm just saying is let's and again, a lot of the things we react to here, guys, when it's time for the campaign itself, your opposition people will start reminding you some of those antagonistic statements you made as a response to the other person.
So let's be guided. This is just my opinion. Once again, Deji and comrade, I want to thank you guys very, very much. Keep doing what you're doing, no matter how difficult I can understand it is. Guy, I appreciate people like us. I always appreciative and grateful, right? And thank you so much for what you do. This is just my submission, guys. I want to encourage us to look at this coalition and bring in anybody, regardless of where they are coming from, their background, their antecedent, and whatever they've done in the past, because they are relevant as far as taking this clueless, directionless, a man that does not know his right from his left, called Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He needs to leave that place. It doesn't belong to people like that. Nigeria is in their need of direction. People are suffering. That's my point. Thank you so much once again, Deji and comrade. I yield my mic, and good afternoon, guys.
Thank you. 10 over 10. If you had continued on this part of praising me and coming, I could have even proposed to you. But thank God, that will not happen. Anyway, Gigi, welcome back.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
yeah.
Thank you. No, I've heard what people have said about this coalition, and I think a few people have even made the point better than I ever could. And the point is this: nobody does anything for you for free. So the idea that it doesn't matter, embrace El Rufai, embrace Rauf Aregbesola, embrace this, embrace that, don't worry about it, it's about winning, is is wishful thinking. Everybody who is supporting you, especially these characters, these are criminals, so they want something in return. And the problem with that arrangement is what you are risking is forming a coalition just to win power, and by the time you've won the power, you don't even recognize the government that you fought to install. Because by the time all these people collect the checks that they claim Peter Obi owes them, the government will more or less look exactly like the government you just tried to replace. That's what we warned people about when they were trying to install Buhari. We told them that, look, you are a Democrat. You're installing somebody who was a former military leader who supported numerous military coups, who does not respect human rights, who believes that as a Fulani man, he's superior to everybody in the country. You are supporting him because you are saying Jonathan must go. And then you now supported him, he won. And then you're now crying to us saying, had you known. So that's the danger in repeating the same thing and expecting a different outcome. If, as I said before, Peter Obi won the election in 2023 and he did not need Rufai, he did not need Ralph Oregbesola, he did not need any of these characters. No, I'm not saying do a coalition. But first of all, you have to ask yourself, what do I believe? What are my ideologies? And then you form a movement with like-minded people. You don't just form an open movement where anybody's free to stand under your umbrella or whatever it is you're holding, and then act surprised that the government doesn't reflect what you want. So my advice will be, as I've said before, is look, I can hold my nose and manage a coalition with Atiku, but not El Rufai and none of these other, not Malami and these other former Buharis who are trying to hide under this coalition to recapture power, because many of them are just unhappy that they supported Buhari's Ronuism. When Buhari was prioritizing Fulani above the rest of Nigeria, they supported it. The only reason why many of them are unhappy now is that Bola Tinubu has gone there and done the same thing to them. Bola Tinubu has now prioritized Yorubas above everybody else, and Buhari's former supporters are now angry. That's why they've come to Obi. So if you're forming a coalition with people who still love Buhari, I cannot see anything wrong with what Buhari did, then you have to ask yourself, what are you doing? What are they demanding in exchange? You think Malami is going there for free? So, anyways, I've said I'm only one voice. I'm not a political heavyweight, so it's not as if my words can change anything. But me personally, there's no way I will support any kind of coalition that involves Rufai and all these people. I'd rather just sit at home and observe. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much. Um, Interesting words. Let's quickly move on. Okay, let's go next to Bellamy. Please go on, Bellamy.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me.
You are echoing.
Thank,
Are you using a headphone? Just maybe you can take off the headphone
can you hear me
so
now,
we can
please?
hear you. Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
Okay, okay. There is no like mind in politics. Peter Obi won the 2023 election. Is he the president? Your answer is good as mine. There is no like mind in politics. If Peter Obi wants to be a priest or a reverend father, he should leave Nigerian politics. He won the presidential election. We all know. Is he the president? He is not. Those that recruited people that did not make him president are the ones coming to him to make him president. Tell me of an El-Rufai who did not win Kaduna as a governor. And I will tell you of a vice presidential candidate who did not win his state. I will tell you of a sitting governor in Delta State who did not win his state. I will tell you of a sitting governor, a presidential candidate in Lagos who didn't win his state. Once upon a time, everybody was against Bola Tinubu of being an APC candidate. A sole person, El-Rufai, stood his ground, went everywhere and convinced everybody. Even he convinced the sitting president to make Bola Tinubu the president. He stood against all odds, against everybody. And you're coming to tell me that this same man does not have any electoral value because he didn't win his state. The presidential candidate, even with a governor of an APC state, did not win his state. This same man, El-Rufai, single-handedly made Tinubu the president. You can argue with your pen or your phone. You know it is the truth. Tell me what he has done that nobody has not done in Nigeria as a politician. Tell me what he has done. Has he been convicted by a competent court of law? Somebody that will galvanize the whole North. He galvanized the whole Northern governors, everybody, to stand at the back of Tinubu, and he won an election. And you're telling me that a Peter Obi, who is a reverend father in the making, that could not stand to protect his vote, that people that made Tinubu president are begging him to stand by him, and you're telling me not to accept him because of what he said on Twitter, or the statement he's made. If you guys don't want Peter Obi to president, tell him to go and enter the convent or a reverend father. This is Nigeria. You take it by force and run with it. What have we not said in 2023 that we are saying now? Beautiful words, coalition. Peter Obi is a good man. Have you asked yourself who is going to protect the votes when they are being casted? Who? We all said the beautiful things in this whole world in 2023. Everybody was happy. Peter Obi will win. No governor. Peter Obi has no governor. He won an election. What made him not be the president today? Someone switched off the IRF. A youth like me and you went and switched off the IRF. El-Rufai knows the person. He contracted him. He was among those that contracted the young man that switched off the IRF. Let him do the same for Peter Obi. El-Rufai should tell us what they did, because he was an insider. He knew what they did to switch off the IRF. If he brings this to Peter Obi, are you not going to be happy that Peter Obi is president? Why are you people saying things as if you don't know this is Nigeria? A reverend father cannot be a president here, brother. Nobody that is a saint, they carry Bible be the president. You can't carry a Bible in your hands and be a Nigerian president. If Peter Obi does not want to soil his hands, he should go and sit down and rest and allow people with Obiabo to come and contest for presidency. This is Nigeria, for crying out loud. If I'm Nigeria, there is no born again stuff here. If Peter Obi does not want coalition, he should go to Agolo and rest. Nobody should come here and tell us his Peter Obi is a saint, El-Rufai is the what? Okay, this is Nigeria. The only thing they understand is taking it by force and running with it. They have already showed you example in those states. Everybody thought this guy will win. How would somebody that doesn't know how to pronounce his name won an election? Somebody that cannot mention figures. He is the governor. Everybody knows he didn't win, but he's the governor. What did you do? You did nothing. Nothing. They have taken it, they have run with it. You will talk on spaces. Erufai, please tell us who switched off the IRF. Bring him to come and work for Obi. We need you. IRF. Thank you.
Thank you. You're so sure that it will be Erufai will work for. What gives you that confidence? What
It's
if
a
I
must.
say
Let me tell you, it's a must. Peter Obi does not have any choice. If you give me an alternative, you that doesn't want Erufai, give me an alternative that will wrestle Asiwaju. The man has captured all the whole East. Asiwaju knows he is losing the North. What is the plan? To capture the whole East, Southern, the whole of Southern State. He has captured everybody from Enugu State, Abia, Imo, everywhere he has captured them. Tell me a state that is not captured by Asiwaju in the Southern State. Tell me just one state. He is going to the North. Whatever I get in the North, I get, but the South will be in my pocket. That is what he's doing. Tell me a state in the South that is not captured by Asiwaju now. Just tell me one. Do you think Obi will still have those numbers? Are you kidding me? Obi caught them by surprise in Lagos. Obi surprised everybody. They are now ready for Obi. They are ready for Obi now. Ready as in they brought out knives. Let's not sleep and think Obi will cruise in the South. It is a lie. He needs Erufai. He needs Atiku. He needs Anini. Please, that guy that switched off the IRF. Obi needs him, oh,
This
please.
guy.
laugh with your emoji? You don't have to unmute your mic. Your laugh is not even nice. Let's move on. Let's move on. By the way, Bellamy, I'm not just to say.
The guy is so sure, say go find
As
Sami
in,
the guy.
like, he said, make you go bring him out. Go and bring him out. Let him work for us. All right,
The man is
let's
an insider. He knew what happened. He knew what happened. Someone switched off the IRF. We need him. Please introduce us to your plug, Erufai.
This guy.
It's not a plug. I got plug.
crazy. All right,
This
thank
guy
you,
kill.
thank you. Walk up the street, go on because you were here earlier. Go on.
See how to join the
Okay.
attack you. You don't give a back now.
No,
Okay.
no, attitude will rest. Nah,
Thank you, everyone.
network
Good
they do.
day.
No be me.
Please, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
go on.
Okay. You see, I've been listening since morning. Very interesting space. I think people, especially young Nigerians, that have just been too emotional. In real politics, you work with what you are seeing. The reality is that APC are not planning to do any free and fair election for you. You see what has happened in River State. Tinubu is going full gung ho because he knows, because of his policies, his attempt to go attack Niger, the economy, and whatnot, his appointments, appointing people from a certain group, that the North is agreeing with him. So he's threatening the governors in the South using all mechanisms he can use. Do you understand? To win by force. Most of the guys in the governors in the South, they are not really with Tinubu, like I tell you, like Tinubu or something, but he's threatening them. That's all what happened in Rivers. So you have a situation whereby the only option is coalition. No if, no bet, no coalition. And for the obedience, especially my brothers in the south, I'm from South, I'm from Delta. I noticed most some of them are still being sentimental. They cannot work with fire. Article is this, article is that. No, this is Nigeria. I'm a realist. This is Nigeria. The Obi has good qualities. No one can doubt that. But the question you have to ask, do you want to be as president? Or better put, do you want to be in the villa? Or you just want to contest the election for the sake of contesting election? Now when you finish contest, you come back and start participating. No. You want to win. If you want to win in democracy, you don't start subtracting people. I don't want this one. No. I want this one. No. You bring people in that you know can work for you. Like Elrufai or not, Elrufai is an excellent administrator. Hate him or like him, that is the fact. He comes to any association with some value that you cannot neglect. So a situation whereby my brothers on the south, mostly because most of them are obedient, are saying, we don't want Elrufai. No. You don't understand Nigeria politics. If you are speaking like that, it means you don't understand Nigeria politics. Because if you Obi has very strong leg when it comes to southeast, middle belt. But if you look at it carefully, he needs to penetrate the north. And in Nigeria, if you study Nigeria politics, identity politics, look at the factors that people look at voting in Nigeria. They look at ethnicity. They look at religion. If an Elrufai goes to Sokoto and Katsina to campaign for Obi, they will listen to him more than Obi. This is the truth. This is the reality of Nigeria politics. Because in northern Nigeria, there are conservative Muslims, and Obi need their vote. That is the truth. Obi need their vote. There are conservative Muslims that will listen to an Elrufai message than an Obi. So if Elrufai goes to Sokoto,
What
Katsina,
about those people who are saying Obi might risk losing some votes as well by virtue of this
I'm
coalition?
coming. I will attend to that. You see, the people of South Kaduna, when they say they have issues with, especially South Kaduna, myself, I'm not a fan of Elrufai, but I'm a student of real politics. That is my own this time, real politics. Because look at the irony here. You say you don't want Elrufai. I cannot work at Elrufai. If Tinubu makes his calculus and he sees that I need Elrufai, he will approach. Where you are there pontificating, Tinubu will approach Elrufai. People in. Elrufai is an asset. Elrufai is an asset. For my brothers in South Kaduna, they are saying Elrufai did this, Elrufai. Yes, you have a case. But what is happening in Benue? What is happening in Plateau? They have governors there. But we are still having killings. In Nigeria, the governor of the state is not responsible for security. That is the reality. What they do is assist. Because if you are saying Elrufai did this in South Carolina, who was the president and commander in chief? It was Muhammadu Buhari. And he's responsible for what happened in South Kaduna, not to go Elrufai. Today, who is responsible for what happened in Benue and Plateau? It is the commander in chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He's the one responsible. There is not a lieutenant colonel can tell a governor shut up. He does not take command from me. That is the truth. That is the way the armed forces of Nigeria, that is the constitution of Nigeria. The president is the commander in chief. Nigeria, we think we operate a unitary system. That is the truth. A quasi-unitary system. Because if you what happened in the River State, the president gave an order. They will obey. That is as it is. So all this talk of this thing today, as I speak to you, Tinubu, They are who they say they are going to vote if they don't vote to be. If you work with them, will find is the president. People are still dying in Benue. People are still dying in Plateau. The president is will go to France and ignore them. So they will have to make a choice. I want to speak to my brothers from the Southeast. Since the return to democracy, the Southwest have produced president twice. They have produced a VP for 8 years once. The South have produced a VP, Jonathan and president. The South has not produced a president. They have not produced a VP. Northeast, they have produced two VP now, but they have not produced a president. So it is the likely self-interest of the South is to work with the North. I think the way did it before. Ekweme did it in 79 with Shagari. You cannot be more Catholic than the Pope. You don't come here and come send this. No. If they say they don't want to work with the North, go shop and go home. Because if we look at the politics that the APC, if you look at the calculus of APC now, if Tinubu can get himself his second term, when he goes to the North, the VP, it's whether Akpabio or Wiki, that is the plot. Look at what is happening in APC. There is no leg again for the Southeast. That is the truth. If you, even the way the APC have treated the Southeast coming from 2015, that of Tinubu that we thought that Tinubu was cosmopolitan is from Lagos. We embrace the rest of the country. Tinubu is operating the narrowest government in the history of Nigeria. Surpasses even Buhari. Because Buhari, they are criticizing Buhari for being this, being that. Buhari spread his appointment across the north too. You have Nupe, you have Hausa, you have Kanuris, you have the Fulanis. He spread it across the north. Tinubu's government is just his him and his Lagos boys. Very narrow. So it is in the enlightened self-interest of my brothers from the southeast to ally with the north. It is in your interest. If you follow the history of Nigerian politics, you know that it's in your interest. So all this pontificating, Elrufai is this, Elrufai is that. Name the set in Nigerian politics. Name one. I'm waiting. Name the set in Nigerian politics. It's not like people Elrufai is coming to be president of it from what the education, but he wants to be a key figure. You work with him. Elrufai goes to Sokoto and Katsina and Kano to speak. Who do you think and who do you think they will listen to? You know the history of Nigeria. That you these conservative figures in northern Nigeria, I will protect your interests in this government. They will listen to him. This is politics. This is not this thing. If Tinubu needs Elrufai, he will go and go beat him. When you are there, say I don't want Elrufai, he will go and meet approach Elrufai. If he makes his calculus, I will need this guy. He will go and meet him. Has he not been holding meeting with Kwakwasho recently to bring him to APC? Let's be realistic, please. You drop all this emotion. You want to win. If Obi does not get to the villa, it will just be a pisher. He's a good man. He has his this, he has to be in the villa
Mm.
to get things done. If it takes him to align with Atiku as VP, go to that villa. Get in there first.
Yeah.
No emotion.
Comrade, Nigerians seems to be losing their innocence. Comrade.
I mean, it's a good thing actually. Like you live and you learn, right? So yeah.
Yeah, interesting to see though. A woman, I hope your network is good now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay,
go
cool.
ahead, Mom, can hear
I
you.
did tell you. Comrade, take a easy with Akino, eh? Anyway, the
Okay.
great the great coalition. I mean, let me just put it out there. See, let me tell you something. Um, Obi being a VP is a no-no. Like, let's not even entertain that conversation. Like I say, like I've said on like lots of spaces that you talked about. Yeah, you heard Deji. You don't leave a bird in hand to go and find two in the bush. I understand, like, the need for a coalition. And nobody is against any coalition, but it needs to be the right coalition. The lady that spoke before, I think she echoed whole lot of my thoughts. I think Gege is being a little bit too extreme with the El Rufai something. El Rufai has used his own hand to destroy his own political brand.
It's nobody's fault. Comrade, I've talked about this before. You know, it's nobody's fault. It is the bed he lay on. Because the last speaker talking about, like, speaking to the conservative north and all that, trying to pander to all those sentiments. And, of course, human beings are human beings. We are disparate. Unfortunately, El-Rufai's appeal, national appeal, was not predicated on conservatism. It was based on all those technocracy, doing all those things in Abuja and all that. That's why even when, him becoming governor, I mean, I think it was just easy peasy. Everybody was expecting, like, him to do a whole lot of, like, good things based on, like, the brand he had already put. So he was already someone in the southern part of Nigeria that was already looked at because, different regions and different things they consider. Unfortunately, he became governor and he went to the far right because he wanted to inherit Buhari's bloc of far-right conservatives, unfortunately. And years after, it is, working against him. Because if you listen to everybody talking, it's not about El-Rufai's administrative capacity and all that, which sometimes, personally, based on the way I look at technocracy, I think it's overhyped, but okay, in the context of Nigeria, he's better than a whole lot. People are not talking about all that. They're talking about the sensibilities and emotions of a very important bloc. Unfortunately, his conservatism alienated an important part of the bloc, which is, the eastern side of the middle belt. Taraba, Nasarawa, southern Kaduna, Plateau, parts of Adamawa, southern Borno. You understand? Notice that I segmented it, the western part. So before you people start coming and start saying, but we have Niger, Kwara, Middle. So I was very specific, and it's very important. So it's the bed. He's the one that put it together. We don't want a candidate that will make the ticket toxic. Nobody is against what you call it, coalition and all that, but it has to be a coalition that makes sense. That's just it. Like, you may not have a problem with, the excesses or the him overlooking some other things during his time as governor. But we don't have the right to tell people from Taraba, Plateau, Nasarawa, and others that kind of thing. It doesn't just make sense. Like, it's not fair. El-Rufai got so bad that he was stopped from speaking at an MBA conference in Lagos. That is the kind of brand that he has brought, like, that has given to all other people. You understand? So that is where the problem is. It's not about saying nobody wants a coalition, but a coalition that makes sense. There are other northern figures that, the northern political elite class, from whatever transactional class in quotes, can rally around. You understand that people, because like I say, I don't think it's fair for people to downplay the sacrifice of a Dati as VP. It's not fair. Because, please, anybody that is coming here to say it's just VP, no. Maybe for all this Tinubu and the rest, VP is ceremonial and doesn't matter. In a Peter Obi government, a VP is very important because the person is going to be working. They're not doing anything. In an Obi government, there's no lame dog person. And that is why when you saw him speaking during the call, he was saying, Dati and I. Dati and I. That is VP position was based on his qualifications. So let's not paper over like it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. It matters. Will an El-Rufai have fit? Maybe like, a decade ago. But he has done so much that, it's not something you can really paper over some people that are your strong supporters. So I hope we can find a way around it. There are other VP positions that they can rally around. But El-Rufai has already started talking about, like, pushing Tinubu going out of Lagos and all that. So I think, I don't. I think people should not be extreme and saying that nothing. No. Yes, he messed up. He can be the part of the coalition, but where there's going to be a problem is where he will be a VP position. It's like it's going to, like I say, don't go and be looking for two birds in the bush. Then the one way to your hand, you can't lose them. That's just that's just my position on this great coalition.
Maybe
Yes to coalition, but to a VP candidate that makes sense.
mm,
That's just it.
maybe we'll do chief of staff.
Thank
What
you.
do you
Thank
think?
you. Thank
Maybe
you. That
we'll
So,
was
do
my
so,
chief
so,
of
point.
so,
staff.
so hold on, Priscilla. Hold on. If we can, I mean, if we are being clear now, yeah. So, nobody is minimizing anybody's experience. Let's agree on that. Yeah. And nobody should actually. Um, a woman like you made a statement that people have concern and they should not be minimized. Therefore, you can't be advocate for L5. There's no politician today that no section, no section, okay, that doesn't have a section of the country that I mean that is unhappy with. You gave a lot of ambiguous. Okay, there are other VP without telling us which of them, right? So yeah, nobody is even there. It's not it's not carved on some say okay, L five on ticket. It's just a coalition, okay, and people in the conversation. So if you are coming to speak on the RFI issue, it's either you are telling me, okay, he should be part of that coalition, or he should not even be in that coalition at all, right? Any other thing about whether he's going to be a VP candidate, these are just additionals. So, Ewama, you did not provide solution. You just told me all the thousands of the why RFI should not be their other VPs. So, when they start rigging the elections, right? Um, what will you do about it? Like maybe I don't know that I will pose this as a question. Like, what is your solution on this? Because here's the thing: Rufa have been sidelined from government for is it over a year now or 2 years? Has the killing in the Middle Belt stopped? Let us look at a hypothetical situation where Rufa is on the ballot. Yeah. Okay, there's a chance that okay that ticket will win. Will the Middle Belt go ahead and vote APC? Or should they go ahead and vote APC? Remember, Erova has been sidelined. The killings continue. So, if Erova is on the ballot, what will the middle belt have to lose by voting for that ticket? Remember, Erova has been sidelined and there's still killings in the middle in the middle belt. Now, what do they have to lose with an Erova being on the VP and will be a president and the box stop at the desk of the president?
Okay, should I answer? Okay, comrade.
Yeah, briefly, and
Okay,
yeah, give me. I mean, yeah, briefly. Yeah, just at the end of the day, give me your solution, a specific solution, not no ambiguity, a specific solution, alternative
Comrade, I didn't
actually,
give
not
you any
solution. Yeah.
ambiguity. I said a different VP candidate, and El Rufai is still part of the coalition. I just talked about him being on the ticket is a lot more sensitive. I didn't extricate him at all. There are people like Tambowa. There are people like
Okay.
there.
Because I saw a level of agreement. Okay, Priscilla said thank you. Okay.
Okay.
I listened to your submission, Priscilla, you understand, but I was just a bit busy. Yeah. Priscilla's submission says he should not even be in the coalition. Ewama, you say he should be in the coalition, right? But he should not be a VP. So different people will want different things.
No, comrade, sorry.
Okay.
You are just speaking against what I said. I was very particular about him being the VP. And which was why I cited his numbers, that there's no much influence it will bring. Because normally when you're a presidential candidate and a vice presidential candidate, it is expected that since it's coming from different zones, the numbers of each candidate from different zones bring the win, right? Consolidate or add numbers. So he coming, he is the
Okay,
candidate from the
Priscilla,
east. What
okay, let me
numbers?
agree. Hold on. So
Okay.
you are okay if he's in the I mean he is part of that coalition, right?
Low key, yes, very low key. Very low
But
key.
comrade,
When I mean
comrade,
What do you
coalition,
mean
you
very
should
low
not
key?
be
I
able
don't
to say.
understand.
Priscilla also did.
What I mean by
Hold
low
on, please,
key, what
Priscilla.
I mean by low key is it should not be a vice
Yeah,
presidential
yeah.
candidate.
So Priscilla also did say that the North Central, even though El-Rufai is part of that coalition, even if he's not the vice president, they will still sort of vote against that ticket. Yeah, you did say that, Prince.
Yes, I had that explicitly. I had that.
Yes, yes. I said if he's I said the thing is he has to stay low key because if he's so much high and they are very sure, they know that he's in the coalition. Their emotions in the place, and they will not want to vote. That's the truth. If you think it is a lie, 2027 is coming. You will see it play out.
Okay, okay. Like
No,
I'm a bit. Okay.
comrade, I think I digress a little bit for that one. El can't be low key, no, because see, comrade, let me try to make you a little bit happy now with my speech about El. See, you see the way like a lot of us are passionate and moving around for Obi with no, expecting nothing. Look, El also has a measure of that in the north. And you also have to understand that Kaduna also has its complexities, southern and northern and whatever. Plus, I think Deji in the space before now, I've forgotten the person that you brought that actually really explained El Rufai's person, and I've known about this for quite a while. That's why between you and I, the only thing that messed El Rufai up for me was, when he became governor. Before that, he was not even when he was criticizing Jonathan and doing all that, I was just like, well, because of all this opposition thing and all that. So, like, let's be very clear. You can't discount what El Rufai can do moving around the Northwest and having people. There's some people that when they come to talk about El Rufai, you see the way they talk, they say, Malam. They don't even refer to him as El Rufai. They refer to him as Malam. So he has also built a ground force of people that believe in his own kind of ideology. He has also made lots of there are also people that he has been arrogant to and rude to, not. And there are some northerners that actually like him for that. And that is why they follow him. So we can't discount, you can't say he will be quiet. No, the man has already started talking about sending Tinubu back to Lagos and all that. So the cat is already out of the bag. So he is a person that can go and be talking. You see, talking to different groups of people, not necessarily the political class and elite, fellow, middle class Nigerians in that
Yeah.
space, fellow Talaka, like everything. So I will not discount him like that.
Yeah.
It's just that, like, comrade, his position as VP, it's a little bit toxic. That's where there's a problem.
Interesting. Comrade, Euma wants to deploy the skills of the master of the dark arts, but he also still wants him to take a chill pill. He doesn't want to give him power.
He wants to eat his cake and
Yeah,
have
yeah,
it.
yeah.
That is the thing.
Anyway, thank you very much, guys. Let's quickly move on. Requests still pouring in.
See, let me just say one more thing, I don't vex. See, it's unless PO can sell can resell El Rufai to the block we are concerned about. If not, there's a problem, my brother. But if he can do it, well, anyway.
Error. I didn't even know Comrade had dropped. All right. Thank you very much, Ewoma. Let's move on quickly. We have, I think, for the longest here, attitude. Please go on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I apologize for my statement earlier that you dropped me off the space. I think you made it clear that it was my network. So, good evening to everyone here. I've been listening on the space for the longest. I actually came up when Alphonsus was here. I don't know the snake oil he sold, but moving past that, I think something we are failing to understand right now. It's not the what they'll tell you, the theoretical aspect of all of these things. You know, when we're in school, then they would say there's theory, there's practical, and sometimes in maths texts or mathematics equations, most times what we solve or what we use as examples during classwork is actually different from what comes out in the exams. Why am I saying this? Most of us are looking at these things within the context of Nigerian being a normal and sane society where the rule of law works, where you have institutions, where you have INEC, where you are sure that the institutions will protect your vote, where you are sure that the agent of states, the armed forces, and everything will do the right thing. So this is not about blocking voting blocks like my sister Priscilla is talking about. Oh, this person can bring. We are not talking about vote. Oh, B does not have scarcity of votes to win this election. That was not his problem the last time. Remember, he won Lagos and he won Abuja. You know, so it's not about scarcity of votes. We are not here in 2020, in 2025, trying to project for 2027 because probably we did not look at all the ideology behind being innocent that we did in 2023, trying to push forward and have a decent campaign and all that. We did everything right, but I'm telling you, Nigeria is an abnormal condition right now. So we need the good, the bad, the ugly to reset this country first. You cannot tell me you want the expertise of Erufai and at the same time, you don't want him to have a share of the cookie. You don't want to bring in him. You want to use him, use his strong point. So it will be a dummy. You just use his strong point and you drop him. Remember, every man has a price. These persons can decide to walk anyway. It is more easier for El Rufai to align with Tinubu, and he will get what he wants monetarily in terms of position. Tinubu will do anything to get the most prominent voices to his side. He will do anything. He will do anything. That's the strategy they say he has. He would buy you if he has to buy you. Look at the likes of Reign of Mockery, Daniel Bwala, and the things they've said about this man in the past. Where are they today? Where are they? Look at the way governors are busy moving from their parties to APC and all that. So you think all of these things is because they actually want they have the interest of people in mind. So this election 27, it's not about voting block. It's not about it's about influence. It's about the ability to protect your votes. It's about when they shoot a gun in your polling vote booths that day, what you're gonna do. It's about
Let me
go
help you.
ahead.
It's about even a place where they no vote for B, you go still that vote, right? Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I was in a space 2 days ago, and there was a not. See, this. I love this conversation. I want to thank the likes of Deji because this is not how we started this conversation. It started a bit.
You don't mute to Hattie, you're muted. Hattie, unmute. Then you can hear me.
Maybe person don't call on. They hear me.
They hear you. They hear you.
All right. Let's move on then. Okay. Next person would be Irabo. Irabo, please go on.
Finally, he Jeremy. Okay. This coalition talk, I get issue with three group of people. One, the pro-article people. Two, home run. He's not gonna lose the votes in the middle bit. One, because Obi is this guy that has this appeal in the middle bit. When he goes there and he's gonna preach the reason why he picks Erifai or why he and Erifai is running on the same ticket. And those guys will come on, they will still stick with him. He's not gonna lose anything. No, say because what's the option?
you don't vote for B and Erufai, who are you going to vote for? APC, the same people that put you where you are. Like the governor of where today, Benue, where they suffer, my APC is not. Well, if you want to put, you want to exclude the governor of Benue from what's going on in Benue, but you won't put the apple for South Kaduna for Erufai head. Come on now. You say make it a part of coalition, but it may not the ticket. I don't understand. How that kind of even make sense? He's I don't know. It's like saying you get 2 months. You want me the coalition. If you don't like him, you don't like him. If you don't make the coalition, you see me not the coalition. Show me say me the coalition, me not the tickets. Come on, you gotta follow the talk. And again, people have to the ones that they say they don't want to deal with coalition, they don't want baggages, they don't want people of ungodly characters. Kinikom. Let's be serious. In 2023, these guys, a good number of them also endorsed Obi now. Like Babakala and the OBJ, even though it's small, OBJ was they panic because of the massacre. He endorsed Obi. You didn't say anything, you accepted it. So when it comes to
Exactly.
and
Obasanjo,
again,
Odi massacre. Exactly, Bia massacre.
so
Doyo Okukweme, his
oh,
soul rest in peace.
all these people they power. So again, like my brother said, if you join us in our coalition, your sins will be forgiven, and that's what will happen. Now we say, as we didn't forgive them for 2023, we'll forgive them this time. That's how it is. And it's politics. Everybody was playing politics. Again, I mean, which northern politician no one inherits a Buhari block? Who? Obi is gonna run with these guys if it comes to a coalition. The same people where it cause structure of criminality. Okay, what are we doing? This is politics, bro. Don't leave all this sentiment. This is politics. You play your card, whatever result you come out, you take people will say who will be does he talk. These are the same people if he comes into a coalition with them, he go still do U-turn. So leave all those say everybody don't point you gun before. Say because you not be Muslim, he never point you gun. So now talk. That's why he's a politician. Now talk. He talk for events, he talk to sell himself. He get ambition, of course. So when you talk and you take and again, VP, let's be serious, VP is a ceremonial position. I don't know that my brother say, oh, that will be this, that. Till today, most of us never know will be deputy governor. In Nigeria politics, even most presidential systems around the world, a VP is just that specter, ice cream seller, whatever. Is that as it? When security reports will not go fall on verified desk, it will fall on the big desk. So that if you want who person responsible for which they go on for your region, you now be you go hold. And again, Obi is a guy, I believe he has empathy, and so I don't think that should be an issue. So let all those Erufai talk. Like, Erufai is a marketer, he's a seller. If you say you not get influence, that means you don't even follow Nigeria politics at all. It's like if you not get influence, but we talk about her, imagine. So come on now. So is that guy? You want somebody to market you the call notes. You are talking about people like Erufai. It's a policy model. It's an opinion. It's an opinion. How do they even call themselves? An opinion model, rather. Let's go like that. So these are guys that you need in the north. Obi did not have that penetration into the core north in the last election. That's what he should be searching for now. Because again, if you get people now from the south like you get that last time, and you say you won't go again like that, come on now. Why would they waste our time? Let's be serious. You say there are other politicians who are the other politicians that you see them. Let's not forget, Erufai is the author of this whole coalition talk. And that person I want put for back seat. Bless I'm never ready for coalition and they talk. Person where start coalition talk. Now start the hard work, start the round CPC block first. Start come on. I'm sure I'm not reason they do so. So let me think. For the practical people, if I know soon I won't lose. I know say Comrade go see attack me. But if I know soon I won't lose, if you allow Atiku front that ticket, he's gone. No why? Atiku na structure politician. Na politician of structure. Without structure, enough is survive. And that structure for him not exist for South. Not be person where person go come up for us. If your governor not dey support, if your governor, you know, when like last election now, people work against even vice presidential candidates from this data to deliver obey. Atiku is not that character. Let's be serious. He's not that character. So that now structure they operate, and that structure not dey exist for am for South. Did you wait now? So again, if we let me just round up. If we assure about this coalition talk, people like Fry, other notable politicians in this coalition should be able to pass the measure around the note, and then just double down on the character like Obi. And I'm sure they will 2027 will do this smile. You understand? Thank you. I just finally talk.
Thank you very much. Sorry, no vex. All right. Let's quickly move forward.
Say, Deji, please, if I could just finish my submission. I think my account has been attacked, honestly speaking. Because this is not the first space I'm speaking on. My ex just shut off on my phone, and that was just all. That was what happened. So
Who is
just to
attacking
conclude,
you?
attitude,
Who is
attitude
attacking you?
speaking, attitude speaking, attitude speaking.
I know. Who is attacking you?
My brother, the account disappeared. My ex just off, like, the screen. The app just closed on its own. And earlier on, when I tried to come up,
Na X they mess up. Even DMs, we can't access DMs. So I think there's a
like, okay,
glitch with
oh
the
wow,
system.
wow. Just to round up what I was saying earlier, I want to appeal. We are not trying to say we don't have our strong opinions or points, but anything we are saying that will not make us win this election in 2027. I think it's all just being politically correct and being academically sound. That's all to it. So, in all we are saying, all the sentiments, all the emotions, all the permutations, let our eyes be on having the plug that can beat, the plug that can off and on IRF, having the plug that when they shoot will remain at the polling center, having people in our side that are also very, very gritty, that know the in and out of the system. So we can reset the system first. Then, before the next election, now we talk about building institutions that cannot stand on their own, that will no longer need strong men. Why we are talking about the likes of Atiku and El is because our democracy right now does not recognize strong institutions but strong men. Before the next election, we will be able to have established, by the grace of God, established and moved us from having strong men and to having strong institutions. Then all of these emotions and sentiments in the democracy is allowed, like it happened in the US, where they voted out Trump and they got Trump back at some point. So the beauty of democracy being the minority being able to have their say and the majority being able to have their way. So we'll get there. But right now we are nowhere. We are nowhere. We have nothing on ground that suggests that this is even a country being run under a constitution. And you want to go to an election with all of these very, very academically sound baggages. No, we drop it for now. Do the needful. Whatever the coalition decide, we will stand by it. We will stand by it. We will not lose votes because we don't like a certain face. No, because where we are going is worse than where we will get to with APC is worse than what we think we have now. Because we are not even sure there'll be an election in 2031. This man is already moving mad. There are some bills in NAS that's even proposing prime minister, whatever, breaking the confederation and all that, splitting the regions and having prime minister and president. We don't even know what batch we do. We're talking 2031. Oh, let him just continue. Do you know if you still have a constitution by 2031? Do you need to know if you still have the presidential system of government by 2031? Do you know if batch will go for a third term and Akpabio will gladly sign it off? Do you know what this man has installed? So 2027 is like a breaking point. We must not lose it. I'm appealing. We must not lose it. All permutations valid, but permutations that will not get you to Aso Rock, that will not get you results, that will be emotional, that will repeat what happened in 2023, where they will steal your vote and rig your vote, and the Northerners will fold their hands. It's not what we want. Now we're having Northerners coming on space. And more so, when we move away from this political coalition, we'll be talking about people's and masses coalition. I'm beginning to see Northerners on spaces saying, oh, this is what I thought. I was moved by the Muslim ticket. I thought Tinubu was this and that. He did a lot of things at Dorado in Lagos and all.
we are going beginning to have a synergy between the northern youth and the southern youth. Then we can actually now go into voter sensitization. The APC is already talking about door-to-door campaign, but now we get social media. We can actually make use of it and get all these young stars that just turned 18, get them registered and let them know the job that is to be done. Let's have a coalition, people's coalition between the South and the North. Let the Northern youth realize that it's not all about ethnicity, religion, or tribe, or whatever it is, but it's time to get us to the place we need to be. So I yield for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Attitude. Let's move on.
You don't have a
Kenny,
question for him?
you have a question for him?
No, I notice a pattern with you. You don't always have questions for people who speak probably something that leans towards you.
Oh, really? Do you have a question for him?
Yes, I have a
Like,
question.
go ahead and ask a question.
Yeah. So my question is, I don't just look at now. Someone echoed something the other time that every man has a price. And at times, the price is at the expense of Nigerians. Now, when this coalition is formed and all that, most of them, obviously, we see the case of Wike and the embattled governor of Rivers State. It was as if there were some deals and all that. He came in, and after that, there was that tussle and all. And now it is Rivers State's people that is feeling it. So in the case when, okay, this coalition is formed, it's worked, everyone has named price and Obi comes, and the price is there, he has to be serving them to some extent. Some of them probably in form of finance or listening to their orders or give them some certain positions at the expense of Nigerians. So what should Nigerians do? Because somehow we will be on the shopping blocks. We are the ones that it will affect directly. I hope no one will come on social media dragging Peter Obi. Oh, you're not working. You're not doing that. You're not doing that. Because note, some of those resources is supposed to channel to some certain aspects has been used to settle this, the persons or the people.
Priscilla, what is your question?
Yeah, that's the question. So I hope Nigerians will not get angry. There won't be an uproar of how Peter Obi is not performing. Should he emerge as the presidential candidate and this coalition works and there's a price to be paid of which he has to fulfill it? What is the fate of Nigerians when he come in and
What do you
things
think
are
that
not
price will
working?
be?
Most of them, obviously, we know they will ask for financial stuff. It might be, we saw the case of Wike, we heard all this. The governor has to be paying him some certain amount, has to give him some certain positions.
Let me answer that question. Yes. Nobody, as long as it get the job done, nobody should will complain, and nobody should complain, right? As long as it get APC in power, out of government. Is it any better now? The answer is no. So if paying some petty price, right? And remember, it's a coalition. Every
Petty
it's a
price,
hold,
you
hold
say?
on, hold on.
Okay.
This is not.
I
This
have
is
a
not.
further
Hold,
question.
hold on, Priscilla. This is not the
Okay.
case of godfatherism. It's a coalition, right?
Coalition
Uh,
with a price. You mentioned that. Someone mentioned that there will be some price that will be asked. And these
no, no,
prices, do
no, no.
you feel
Hold on,
it
hold
will
on,
be
hold on,
at the benefit or the interest of Nigerians? I'm asking.
hold on, Priscilla. We can use the term concession, yeah, or compromise, right? To get what you want, right? To the extent you cannot do it alone, yes, something has to give. The only thing there is that Obi is not a stupid person, and neither are other members of the coalition. So whatever the price is, whatever the compromise is, whatever the concession is, it must be reasonable. It will be reasonable, right? Because
What if it's not reasonable? I'm
what
asking.
do you mean? Before a coalition is formed, right? That's the thing. Everybody needs everybody, so everybody will be reasonable. This is not the
Don't you
this
think the pattern is what brought APC? And that is what is happening at the expense,
um.
some things have to
So
be settled and
so
Nigerians
so
were
so so
affected.
so, the case of APC, right? Buhari had absolute power to do whatever he wanted to do, right? But the problem there was that Buhari was old, right? And Buhari is a dullard, right? Now, the coalition of today is not the same coalition of APC in 2015. right? The players matter, right? Now we are looking at the major players, right? We have an Obi there, right? Obi is reasonably fair. We have an article in the conversation. Article is reasonably fair. Then we have Erofai, right? Let us assume Erofai is not reasonably fair because okay, this is the now we have two players reasonably fair now, right? So to be honest, at this point, the question is, Priscilla, you are asking all this question, right? And we are giving you the answer, right? But let us say, okay, this coalition, what do you have to lose?
I, as a Nigerian, have a lot. It is my life
So,
that is at stake.
so is
So
your
let me
life?
talk.
Is your
You ask me. You ask me.
oh,
So I have to
hold
speak.
on, President. I think you are a bit combative, right? You have
I'm
answered the
not
question. You have a lot to
combative.
lose.
You
So,
asked me a question. You
so
didn't allow me to respond, and
no, no, you
you are
you've responded. I'm happy with your answer. You say you have a lot to lose, and I'm
yes, I
not.
have because I'm a
Yes,
Nigerian.
yes, and I want to ask a follow up question. Like, will it is it any different now? Like that like what do you have to lose compared to what you have now in the APC?
I want better. I want a better and the best. I don't say because something is bad now, I should continue or I want it to continue to be bad. We
No, hold on,
desire
hold
change,
on,
and
hold
that
on,
is why we are not giving up, and
hold
that is
on,
why we
hold
keep
on, hold
yearning
on,
for more.
hold on, Priscilla. So an Obi presidency, for example, how bad can it be?
Now, someone can be please let me land so you
Okay,
don't
go ahead, go
interrupt
ahead.
me, please. Now, someone can be good. Someone might have the right intentions and really want to work. But it depends. There are so many factors that could interfere in that good intention. People he's being surrounded with, what brought him to power, promises made. These promises made are things probably as he comes in, he will want to settle. He will start settling and settling. Some of these promises are not even temporary. Some is not even a 1 month thing. It's a monthly thing. Probably they'll be asking for, oh, there's an amount you have to be given or something. That somehow it affects the performance of such person. And at the end, the masses, Nigerians will never see it. They don't see
Comrade, this
what
person
is
Okay,
don't
okay,
know
happening.
this is all
politics, don't know
speculative.
politics now.
Somehow, what
Doesn't know
if
politics now. Why are we wasting
all
our
these are
time?
speculative, right? So, Priscilla, what do we know now? We know that Nigerians are already.
So I don't know
Hold on,
politics.
hold on, Priscilla.
Okay.
What we know now? No, only we go just answer the question patiently. You understand? Uh-huh. Because we are all here to learn. So, Priscilla, what do we know now? What is certain now is that Nigeria is suffering, right? But
Yes,
the
yes, yes.
yes, we know that for sure. But what we
Mhm.
don't know, okay, is whether this coalition will bring a bad governance. It is even more very unlikely. Yeah, because we are looking at the player. We look at this guy. He gets there. It is unlikely that he will give bad governance, regardless of the people that are surrounding him. Right? Let me tell you something. Um, O- I think Obi ascension to this position now was okay. He was governor, right? Um, Obi was handpicked by some players, right? ABC Wosu, right? Ojuku, right? Of course, like only you know say you gonna know some Anambra players, right? But yeah,
Victor May and the rest. These are the people now. So let's not even
yeah.
play players.
So like everything you've said is speculative. Like you are predicting doomsday speculatively, right? And I'm looking at it. It's speculative, right? But even with your speculation, the chances of your speculation happening is very, very unlikely. Yeah. But did you go ahead and let me know if I'm
So,
too long?
so the thing, what I've noticed is that I don't think Priscilla is real. I'm sorry, Prinzella. I don't think she's really for coalition. I know she did say that. Oh well, as far as Obi gets the candidacy and El Rufai is not on the ticket, but plays a low key, has a low key sort of participation, then she's fine with it. But the irony is that she's also saying that there will be a price to pay, which is actually interesting considering the fact that if you do agree that Peter Obi should lead the coalition, definitely that means negotiations got to that stage, right? He has negotiated, and you feel okay if he becomes the president, as far as El Rufai is not his vice, he will do something. So now, maybe when you drop, you thought about it, like, wait again. I don't even want this. I don't want coalition. This guy should do his thing himself so that he will not be feeling, obligated to fulfill all these conditions and pay all these prices, for, with regards to his ascension as president. I think that's what I get in your submission. And Priscilla, if I don't have question, I will not ask question. I am not obliged to ask every speaker question. And because
Priscilla is a blackmailer in chief.
because I've chosen not to ask attitude question, I has no specific ties to whether I like what you said or not. But it's all good. I'm going to give you 1 minute to round up so I can move on.
Priscilla, unmute your
Okay,
mic.
okay, sorry. So I just wanted to clear something. Someone came here and said something that anybody coming here speaking against the coalition or that is not speaking the tone probably that will lean towards their belief is APC, is a mole and all that. And that the coalition just started. A candidate have not been picked. Well, if I should juggle my memory, the uproar started when PDP people started this old talks. It was PDP Andus that started that. News flash, coalition has been made. The different this thing, the different factions have agreed, and Atiku is leading it. So all this talk of people coming up to just we are speculating. We are not speculating. It didn't start from our camp. It started from Atiku's camp. You guys pushed it out, and you don't expect people not to respond. So let that false narrative, please. Let us not twist things. You guys were very sure Atiku was leading. I could point you to so many handles that pushed out that news. That was as a day first. It's very okay for obedience to be in their feelings because 2023, we all knew what you guys said. You guys discarded him as if he was like a shit. All of a sudden, you are wanting and all that. So it's normal for people to feel some sort of repulsion and all that. So please do not twist facts or things that happened. It started from your camp. Own it. Don't try to say people are against or they've not chosen a candidate. Why are we saying we are against this person? You guys came affirmatively to say Atiku is leading it. Thank you.
Good question. Deji, 1 second. Priscilla, what political party do you think we are more tilted to?
I feel you guys want coalition. Yes. I don't think probably you are APC. I don't speak what
No,
I don't know.
speculate.
I know that you
Just
guys want
guess.
coalition. You are ready
No,
to
guess. Make a guess.
be
Make a
flexible.
guess. We just make a call. We have
No,
it
I
can.
don't come ready to be. I don't come ready to be an obedient.
What
So who won? Probably somebody that okay is ready to accept it. Is open up for the coalition talks.
Yeah, yeah.
Are
I
you
mean,
getting
it's obvious now for the way he speaks. You know, he's PDP.
El-Rufai? He wants El-Rufai as it's not that he likes. He wants El-Rufai as the vice presidential candidate. So anyone that comes
My
up
sister,
that
you don't
says,
know. My sister, you don't know this.
I
No
want to hear
talk again.
that
Leave her.
statement.
Just
No,
leave her. My
Let her
sister,
complete.
leave it there. You're newbie.
Kenny, let her finish. Let her finish.
so
Kenny,
I
Leave
feel
her.
when
It's
anyone
wasting
comes
Kenny,
up,
let
time
her
now.
finish now. What's wrong with you?
So I feel when anyone comes up and speak probably not something that is leaning towards his opinion, he asks question. And there's a way he asks this question in a very we see all these things, we know it.
Yeah, me too. I noticed it too.
Hey
But
God,
Priscilla, I
hey
don't know
God, hey
Deji is
God,
more
hey
obedient
God.
than comrade. Ah,
Okay, so
I
so
said it might be an obedience, but it's flexible. Open up
Then
for
why,
coalition.
if so, then why is he always asking questions to people that are against coalition?
That's what
And
I'm saying. That it's
yeah,
open
I
up
mean
to
too. I noticed
coalition.
it.
Are you not getting it?
comrade,
Do you get where I'm
comrade,
coming from?
don't
I
set
said
me up
he's
for
an
that.
obedient, but he's open up to coalition and he doesn't mind a Nasir El-Rufai vice presidential candidate. So when you
All
speak
right.
against these 2 points I just noted, he will kind of be throwing questions to you just to make you maybe bend a little. No, let me tell you something. Some people have their minds.
Okay, Priscilla,
No
it's
matter
All
okay,
the
right.
it's
one you're
okay.
asking.
Priscilla, you've cooked Deji enough. You've cooked.
All right. So
Deji.
thank you very much, Priscilla. This is the thing about life. You know, life sometimes can be very funny. Priscilla is someone that has come here, jumped queue multiple times. I brought Priscilla up earlier. I said, I'm tired of listening to testosterone. I need some estrogen on this space. And I gave Priscilla priority. She dropped. I brought her back up. She spoke, dropped. I brought her back up. But all through this time, Priscilla did not think I like hearing her voice. She did not think I like what she's saying. If I did not like what she's saying this much, why would I be bringing you up 20 times, Priscilla? Like I said, I don't have to ask everybody questions. I ask questions because I feel like there's something, you know, that I'm trying to pick out from that submission. Because don't forget, Priscilla, we are all here to understand what our issues are so that we can move forward. So for those people who think, man, all the people that are saying Obi or nothing, they don't know what they are saying. I tell them, think twice. Let's listen to these people's view. Let's try to understand, where they are coming from. So that's why, especially for those who don't necessarily agree with El-Rufai's position, I try to, ask those questions so that they can share more, so that everyone can we can fully understand each other to be able to set a path forward. But that is life. I have now been tagged as an El-Rufai sympathizer. It is all good. It's all good, Priscilla. It's all good. Thank you very much for your analysis
Now,
of me.
are you blackmailing me now?
What's blackmail there?
Oh, I didn't cook you anyways. I just observed something. But if you
Ah,
feel
It's
offended,
fine.
Deji,
sorry.
I don't
abeg, no
feel
let her
cooked. I
go.
don't feel cooked. Thank you.
Deji, no let her go, please.
I go tie am for leg. I don't understand.
Ah, please,
Anyway,
madam, never go, never
let's
go.
move on.
I never talk my own.
Thank you very much. Um, Kenny, to oh no, before Kenny, Demi has to go. Demi came here earlier. Demi,
Yeah,
please go on.
can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
I greet everyone on the space, and it's been an interesting conversation all day. Listening to everybody, I wouldn't be I would just be quite brief so that I can allow other guys speak. Um, I supported Mr. Peter Obi in the last election in 2023 against all odds, despite the fact that I was with my brothers in Lagos. As a true Lagosian, I mean, a lot of things, a lot. I just can't start counting what I did, but I was quite convinced that even though P2B wasn't from where I am from, even with the fact that he is from the east, from the west, but I looked at every candidate. I was in Lagos when Bola Ahmed Tinubu ruled Lagos, and those who also succeeded him, I was in Lagos all through. Never left Lagos. schooled in Lagos and everything, was born in Lagos. But then I had to choose Peter Obi because I think I was looking at the party and also I was looking at the person. So for the party, APC was a no-no for me. Looking at what General Buhari did for 8 years, I must also mention the fact that General Buhari wasted 8 years of my life in Nigeria, 8 good years, wasted it. And then I looked at the impact Bola Ahmed Tinubu played in Buhari becoming president, and I'm like, okay, yes, you played a huge role in this man becoming president. All through the 8 years, not single one word from you criticizing anything he has done, not one. And then you're coming to become president. I looked at P2B. Yes, you left PDP, left Atiku Abubakar. But I mean, having listened to him a couple times, I think, yes, this man should be able to do something better than both Tinubu and Buhari put together. That was my conviction in 2023. And Atiku was never an option for me, to be honest. It was never an option because I think he has done his time with OBJ in there to go and rest. So it was never an option. If Obi had been on Atiku's ticket, I probably wouldn't have even looked at that ticket at all. That's me personally. After the elections, the elections opened my eye to a lot of things. Again, like I said, I fought through a lot. There are some people, some of my friends, who I don't even have conversation with till today. They blocked me, I blocked them, just because of the election. Not that we had quarrels, but because of the fact that I'm on your back. I know all those kind of stuff, and I felt like okay, the ideologies were quite different. Remain blocked. Campaign vigorously. That Obi won Lagos is not because of the Igbo people in Lagos alone. Not because of the Igbo people in Lagos alone. Yoruba people like us also voted for Obi. Anybody that wants to go and say anything, they probably will have heard my voice a lot on this space. I say it with my full chest. As Omo Yoruba, I voted Peter Obi in the last election. And in the next election, I've said it that if Obi does not wise up, I'm not even going to do jack. I'm not going to do anything, nothing again. I'm not even going to move away from my bed. On that election day, on the election day in 2023, we were hiding, running away, hiding. Why? Because we are protecting P2B in Lagos State. Do you know what it means to protect Labour Party's results in Lagos State? It was difficult. Go and ask everybody in Etiosa that voted P2B. Those who campaigned, go and ask everybody in Etiosa what we fought, how we're hiding in bushes. I'm not going to go through that stress if P2B is going to sit somewhere and think he's going to do it all by himself. I'm not going to go through that stress again if P2B thinks that it doesn't need coalition. I'm not also going to go through that stress if he thinks he wants to start cherry picking who is going to collide with and who is not going to collide with. I won't do those. I would never do it again. And everything is going towards that direction because he's not even speaking. All these things Aero5 is doing. Trust me, I think that is what P2B should be doing. Come out. If you want to be braggadocious, be braggadocious. At this point, you can't take away that particular position from Bola Ahmed Tinubu if you are not rash. You are joking. You are honestly joking. It's called Aero5, whatever you want to call him. But I think what he's doing right now is the right step and right thing to do. Okay? Come on TV. Go on radio. Say it the way it is. Let them tell you. What was condemning the nation or what language they use. Do it that way.
Marketing.
Demarketing. Demarket if you have to demarket. It is how it is. Because before they also got into power, they demarketed the nation. They were on the street protesting. For 1 week, they were not sleeping. This same Bola Tinubu and his guys, they were demarketing the nation. So why would you want to play the good guy? Start speaking. Go. This is not me saying that Baba Ahmed is not a worthy candidate. Yes, he tried a lot, and I would also say that Obi's name played a huge part in that is even coming up. But I think the truth is Obi needs a stronger hand right now. The politics we saw in 2023
is not the same as what we see in 2027. If he saw Meme in 2023, if we see Baba Meme in 2027, Baba Meme means 2 times of what he saw in 2023. And you're not going to that battle with that Baba Ahmed. I am sorry. You cannot win. You have no chance. You stand no chance. And you can't be putting the lives of thousands of people, millions of people wanting to defend their vote in 2027 at risk when you yourself have not prepared for anything. Okay, anybody you want to pack together now, pack them together. You need numbers now. You need numbers. Apart from numbers, you also need quality numbers. Is Erufai a quality number? Yes. Have I been against him in the past? Yes. Will I still be against him in the future if he runs alone, apart from the fact that he will be joining with Obi? Yes. But if he joins with Obi, trust me, I am going to leave every other thing I have against him because we need the numbers. You can't be cherry picking now. This is not the time. Look at the convention APC had yesterday. Tinubu was sitting down smiling when they were telling him we have such a number of senators joining the party. He was smiling, he was laughing. Akpabio was seeing everything on stage. He was laughing because that's what he wants. Give him the numbers. That is what this man wants. Give him the numbers. So if they're getting the numbers, how come we are having a discussion and then we are saying this person is this person is that? Oga, madam, we stand no chance if we continue doing this thing. We don't stand any chance. Anybody that wants to come from anywhere, anybody. That is what Obi needs at this point in time. And if he's not getting that, then there is no point even going into the battle because he would not even get anything from it.
I'm sorry, guys. Is Demi still speaking?
We cannot hear him. Oh, we cannot hear him.
Okay. I thought it was just me. All right. Thank you, Demi. Please raise your hand when you can speak again. But in the meantime, let's move on. Kenny 234. Please go on.
Oh yeah, thank you, my brother Deji. I greet everyone. Oh, good morning, good afternoon. I've been here for a while. I've listened to a lot of people, and everyone's view. Um, I've been collecting everyone's opinion one by one. I think I agree with a little bit with a little bit of everything that everybody said. One thing I think somebody said is that we are not looking for numbers. We're not looking for for more numbers that will vote for P2B. No, what we are looking for now is to protect the vote or to curtail rigging or perhaps to stop the rigging. I think that's what we are looking for. So I think people are mistaking the two things. People are thinking, oh, we are trying to do far reach to North, far reach to XYZ. No, people don't like Tinubu. The masses doesn't like him, and he doesn't care that the people doesn't like him because he knows what he wants to do, just to write results in Abuja. So the question now becomes, how do you stop him from writing that result? I think that's where the coalition comes in. How can we stop him from doing what he did in the last election, with Buhari? So I think when we start understanding it that way, that is how to stop Tinubu from writing result. We can now start making sense, or we can have a more clear understanding about coalition. If anybody that come from Anambra that know when P2B started as a governor and when he finished as a governor, that person will tell you till today, give P2B anything. Before the election of 2023, I said what made P2B is what will destroy P2B. Meaning the things that made us to be in love with P2B, most of the obedience or people that follows him, the same thing that made us love him, the same thing that make the elite hate him with passion. So be it don't care. If you know the man P2B is and how he started, and you may say, oh, now this is a national level. No, I will argue the same wickedness that he brought back when he was a president. So what they did before can explain what they will do in the future. And it was that thing that P2B did in the past that is making the elite so scared of him. That's why they are very unified against the man, the elite. So if with their koro eyes tomorrow they say, P2B, you will be the one. Chikina, I'm. If you go to my profile now, you will see. I think I'm the one that insulted Erifai the most. I hate him. I don't like him. And I also understand the concern of people like India Kato, the woman, the lady that worked so hard for P2B for for not if we go by by President to make P2B the head of that coalition to be the aspirant, that is even the issue for me here. Will they choose him?
Okay, so you want
So
him to be
let
a consensus candidate, no primaries.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Will they agree to that? That is even the issue here. We are here, debating about Rufai and all that. That is not the issue for me. And that's why I'm in the corner looking. I'm not speaking so much about this. I don't even want to. It's like the election. These points that I'm making now about P2B, I don't make
So
it
Kenny,
because
what is the aim of a coalition? What is their ultimate goal?
I don't know. I mean, I'm
What do you
not
mean you
there.
don't know? And you came to what do you so why will
No, no,
anybody form a
no,
coalition?
you're asking me the ultimate goal as if I'm in the room with them. I'm not in the
What
room
are
with
it is
them.
common sense? Wait, hold on. What is the ultimate goal? Like use your common sense. Why people come together to form coalition?
I think the number one goal is to remove APC in
Is
power.
to win, right?
Yes,
So why do
yes.
you say you don't know? But yeah, so now in trying to win, yeah,
Hmm.
what is the most reasonable like okay, reasonable step to take?
Combination.
Combination, thank you.
The popular combination that we've been hearing here all day. But my question still remains: will in
So
those their meeting, will they agree?
so
I
so so
mean,
so
no,
so so, so I asked what is the not most popular, most reasonable combination based on
yeah,
current political atmosphere and yeah.
yeah. No, the popular is still what I will go with. Even me personally, I will. But anything that puts P2B, that I'm out. I know somebody will say, well, let me don't say I'm out. It depends on who is that. Because at this point, like comrade, like you have said several times, what do you have to lose? And that's the same question I will be asking the people of Southern Kaduna and the rest of, the Benue, the Jos, and everybody. What, not in a rude way, but I will find a better way to ask them that. What do you have to, what do you have to lose? We will show you. I will show them the example that showed that what somebody did in the past is what they will repeat in the future. I will tell them about Bulgaria. I will tell them about Tinubu and how they repeated who they are when they were governor or when they were past president. How they
Yeah,
repeated
you
it
don't need
in
to
the
go
future.
far, Kenny. Obasanjo committed genocide. Now, let's be honest. Azaki and
Yeah,
Odi, right? So there's
yeah,
nothing new under the sun, right? A
yeah.
coalition with
So
Erufai is not new
uh,
under
you
the
know.
sun.
But you still have to, you still have to, understand their concern and address it and continue to
Yeah, of
address it.
course,
I
of
know
course.
it's kind of babysitting, yes, but
Mm.
we have to continue to address it to tell
Yeah,
these
I
people
mean
we
that's
know
why we
this
are
man.
having this conversation, right? Because
Yeah, yeah,
it's like
that's
the
true.
elephant in the room. Like so, good the thing we are there now having this conversation. This is
Yeah,
a
yeah.
difficult conversation, and we are having it. Yeah, but continue.
Yeah, yeah. So it's the same. Peter B on second tenor in Anambra State. Ojukwu said no. Ojukwu said no because the Etiaba has taken over and money started going around. Etiaba shared the money with his son, Emeka Etiaba. Money started going around. Ojukwu didn't want. They have to plead and plead and plead, and he went back in and he repeated the same thing that he did. So this is a man that has shown strength, that has shown competence, and he's very, very extremely strong. So my question, my plead, my expectation, my utmost expectation is why they are in this room and like you say, what is going on? The atmosphere, the most popular person that we have in Nigeria now is Peter Obi. Okay, what's the combination that will help in order to push back on the rigging? It will be Atiku and Erfai. They are very stronghold that we can use, that can be used. Once again, I have to repeat that we are not looking for numbers. P2B has the numbers. He had that number. If he won, I think I had a report. He won in the local government of Atiku in Adamawa that time. I'm not speaking for sure, but he made inroad in Adamawa. He won some local government in Medugri. So if anybody say, oh, he doesn't have number, all the number that we are saying that he doesn't have in the core north, we don't even know how the numbers were manufactured against him. There was a report coming out from Kano that said that Labour Party's vote were not even counted. We had that report. Many people that said they voted for Labour Party that in their polling unit that it was not counted. So let's don't say, oh, there is no number. I think there is a number. The suffering Nigerians are the numbers, but we need to give them the hope to do it. So I believe if Peter Obi doesn't go into coalition, it will demoralize people to do something. Like somebody that spoke from Lagos that said he's from Lagos. It will demoralize people like that to walk their heart out again. So let's factor all this in. But I can assure anybody coming from North Central or anywhere, any which way you're coming against, oh, Peter B is going to be no. That guy, that man is incorruptible. That's what I know for sure. He practiced it in Anambra State, and he will do it again. So what I think the negotiation comes in for the corrupt people that will be with him will be in the way he behaves. He doesn't chase you with what you have before. The whole stolen money that you have before, go and enjoy it with your family. But
Yeah.
once he comes in, the stealing stops. That's who he is. I yield the mic here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Guys, Evie is the head that wears the crown. I don't want to be in PO's position right now. This is a very big decision, and I guess I don't know if Comrade has any thoughts to this, right? How do you think the man himself would have to balance this? On one side, people are saying, oh, you cannot because you want to win, alienate the people that, went through thick and thin with you, with despite all the issues in the country, they still stuck with you. Despite the fact that you are not from their region, they still stuck with you. Now you want to bring people they don't necessarily like into the fray. And on the other hand, you have those who are saying, if you don't join this coalition, just count me out. You know, I don't want to be in that position. Comrade, what would you do? Omo, was I speaking to
No,
myself? Can
no,
you guys
no.
hear
We
me?
hear you. Maybe
We dey hear
network is he's battling network. Can I come in with that, Deji, if you don't mind?
Comrade, are you there? Comrade, don't. Hey, yeah, sorry. Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
he's
drop.
battling network.
Oh, yeah, now,
Yeah.
Kenny,
So
quickly, see if you can answer. Go.
yeah. I think I trust P2B coming up with answers of stuff. He knows how to address. It's just like the coffee roundtable that he had in Abuja when they said the Obina hate him and the guy say no, I don't hate you and da da da. he knows how to address people. He knows how to, like show them that he understands their concern. They will come around. We on this space, everybody, we help those people to come around. Whether it's the, the people of most, I think the most major concern of all these things is North Central. I think that's the whole major concern. People like India Kato and the rest of them. I think they are the most major concern in all this. And I believe they can be addressed. We will help to address them. Deji, if you remember, during the election, this guy that does polling, what is his name? The guy that does electoral polling, Peter Side.
Atedo.
Atedo Peter Side. He came out and said that the villagers are getting their news majorly in two ways. The highest was radio, and the second was social media. Everybody denied it. Everybody was laughing at that man. Everybody was laughing at him. During the time of election, people now found out that that was true, that 32% of people were actually getting their stuff from what we say here in social media that is distributed all over through WhatsApp, that people were actually getting their news like that. I could not even believe it when Teddy Peters I said that 32% of how people get their news is from social media. I could not believe it. People in rural area with no internet access, no nothing. He said that. So
Okay.
if we did it then, we can still pass that message and calm those nerves down. I
Okay.
believe it's doable. That's
Thank
my
you.
my answer. Yeah.
Comrade, did you hear what I was saying earlier?
Yeah, I had the question I was answering, but it seems. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So Deji, I think you've answered that question. Can you have answered that question? So now just persuasion you get now persuasion what we go use last that if it eventually gets to that because this coalition is still at its infancy stage, right? So here's the thing, right? I don't look at the dynamics. Even this RFI, if you check my tweets, right? Here I was even one of those where they even attack Jack, say no, this is criminal, this is. But when I look at it, right, RFI has been sidelined, but this killings still continue, right? This killings still continue, and I'm looking at it, right? It, at the end of the day, he has the skills. Where we say whether now Obi article needs right now to remove this APC out of power. Like I was looking at one of his statements, right? And like when I mean skills, I mean not just his utterances, his ability to use the media to his advantage. Like when Erofai speak, like it reverberates across the nation. Like he made a statement. This statement, okay, he's here to send Tinubu and his boys back to Lagos, right? It's a like people have been discussing about it today. Okay, or when he called Tinubu and his gang Lagos boys, area boys, right? It became like a national discourse then. Like, so, love him or fight or hate him, when he speaks, the nation listen, right? And that aggression, right? That radicalism, yeah, I mean, it cannot be underestimated. Yeah, he's not the finest of character, we know that, but Deji, at the end of the day, um, that is what compromise is about. Yeah, so, and this is not to undermine people's perception, people's experiences, people's feelings. Yeah. But like I will keep asking, what do you have to lose? Right? The killing still persists. Uh, if okay, if APC remains in power, the killings continue. That is a given. Yeah. But what we don't know is if a coalition formed despite the involvement of RFI, what we don't know is whether that killing will continue. It is uncertain. So the chances are higher this way, in this alternative. And that's why I will appeal to them. You have a right to life, right? And this alternative increases that chance.
Is Comrade
Yeah.
still speaking? I can't hear him.
Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me? Error.
Yeah, we can hear you, comrade. We can hear
I
you.
can hear you,
All right.
Deji.
Yeah,
Okay, can you guys
Comrade,
still hear
if
me?
they
yeah,
can hear you,
yes,
just
yes,
go on.
yes.
Just go on.
Okay, yeah. So in closing, Deji, so the alternative, right, which is this coalition, um, is better than the present. So that's why we keep asking my middle belt brothers and sisters, what do you have to lose? Yeah, thank you.
Can anybody still hear me, please?
Deji, I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know. I think my network messed up. Anyway, let's move on quickly. Thank you, though, Kenny, for the submission. All right. MND. MND, please go on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, hello everyone. Hello, comrade Deji, and everyone on here. How we all doing? Can you hear
We're
me?
doing good, doing good, doing good. Welcome.
Yeah. So I mean, the whole of the social media and the political space, have been, for lack of word, it's been agog with this topic, the issue of coalition and all that. And I've had a lot of people who had spoken from the angle of fear. I have those who have spoken also from the angle of uh, not to insult anyone, but the angle of say people have limited knowledge or lack of knowledge of how the political space is. There are other people who have been so logical about this thing, who's been playing it just like the way you play the game of chess, and that is what politics has to be. And you see, quickly, so that I won't waste much time, is this. So now we are confronted with, we are coming from 2023. We had an election. Obi was able to perform with no notable individual in terms of when you say politicians or governors or what the other people call structure and all that. But the masses were able to pull behind Peter Obi. But one thing that you agree with me was that Obi had more than those votes that were declared for him. You also agree with me that the votes that were declared for Obi, that part of those votes were actually stolen, which were very glaring in some number of states, due to the activities of some so-called, big wigs politicians who were governors and some other stuffs in politics. Now, moving forward, you are confronted with 2027 and you want to make a choice. Number one thing that we need to agree on is that, fine, in politics, you shift grounds. It's people still see politics as zero sum. It's not zero sum. You have to be able to concede certain areas. And now you are being confronted with a coalition. Yes, the man has come out to say, yes, I'm in coalition for against poverty, that is against, um, um, education that is, not adequate and up to standard, healthcare, and all of that. That is what he's saying. Right. And he said he's part of those coalition, but it's not his own. It's not to seize power. I mean, he's not focused more on the power, but he's focused more on the people, which is good. Right. And now people are saying that, okay, the options available to him is to deputize Atiku or for Nasiru El-Rufai to deputize him. These are the two options that are available, and that is what people have, a lot of things against, these two areas. And some people are saying that no, Obi should stay. If you're asking Obi to stay alone, we are going back to 2023, and it will even be worse than that. Get that point, right? Whatever you see in 2023, you can no longer, people who are saying, let's protect what we had in 2023, they won't even allow you have what you had in 2023 anymore, right? Because you don't have people to protect your votes. That's what it is. Now, you are confronted with this. So deputizing Atiku, for me, I'm speaking for myself, right? I'm not advising Obi to deputize Atiku. These are the options. I don't know if he's listening or anybody's listening. These are the options. Obi, fine, you are not, what's it called? We want to take power from APC. Can we have an understanding? Instead of deputizing Atiku, be a major stakeholder in an Atiku ticket and provide a deputy. Obi, don't be a vice president to Atiku. It's a no-no for me, right? Now, quickly, moving forward from that, El-Rufai being a deputy to, or vice to Peter Obi, which is fine because when you look at the calculation, from the zoning that these people sit down somewhere and they zone to themselves is actually the turn of the South, right? And the good thing is that, okay, if you feel okay, you should still stay in the South, you can as well say, okay, Obi, go take this ticket and we will give you support. I think we will give you support. El-Rufai and the rest of them will give you support. And that is why we say, okay, an El-Rufai can be, a deputy to Obi. But people who are questioning what El-Rufai can do, his political weight and all that. Number one, you cannot take it. El-Rufai is brilliant. Right? You can't take that from him. If you put an El-Rufai in a room to do, he has never failed in his assignments. The records are there. But you might say the other downside of him that, okay, El-Rufai speaks, certain, that his words are poisonous. Let's put it that way. Yes. There are some of us whose words are also poisonous as well. We can insult people. Even on this forum, there are people who will insult you here and you want to delete this app. You understand? That is the make. That is how these people are made. You understand? So the fact that El-Rufai was not in the same camp with you in 2023 does not mean that he cannot be in the same camp with you. Right? So if what you want now is somebody who will be able to, you lost because your votes were not, even the votes you had in the North were not protected. And now I try to pick things that people are saying. El-Rufai, if you listen to him, he's not saying that him is the one that is coming to wrestle power from Tinubu. He's saying, I'm going to mobilize the Talakawas in the North. And I tell you, and I tell people, the day the Talakawas, if the Talakawas were able to be mobilized today from North as against Tinubu's presidency, Tinubu is good as gone. On a ticket where Obi and El-Rufai is on. This is not about the big wigs. This is about the people. This is about the people who will tell you when you are coming to steal their results with guns and whatever, and they tell you, Kiriani, they are not going to kill us. So, but can an Obi, for example, go to inside this North and speak their language and they will understand? No. It is still the same people who are, in persons of El-Rufai and all others who will be able to go into this part of the North and speak their language and tell them that, no, what we actually had about this person before, we didn't have enough information about this person before, but now this is what we have and this is what we are in. This is the situation that we are confronted with. And what we need is about how we can get out of this very situation. And the only way to get out of this situation is to tell that guy come up and strategize to return this guy back to Lagos. So anything short of that, guys, forget about it. So if Obi does not want to, now in closing, if Obi does not want to be, does not want to be a vice with Atiku, come up, support an Atiku's presidency. You stay 2027, do not contest. You can have that understanding. Waiting that, okay, we are going to have a single term. Okay, go do your single term. I'm not going to vice you, but I will work. Okay, I will work tirelessly for this ticket. You understand? Waiting to 2031 is a very fantastic idea. You understand? And if you're going to take another one also, who will be that, okay, Atiku now is the one playing the big boy on the other side now, saying, okay, you guys should go. I'm going to give you the support, which is fantastic. But anything short of this, my brothers, forget about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
That you can hear you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on. Demi, can you finish your submission so that we can move on to that page?
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you very much, DG, for this, and apologies for the other. It was just my network messing up. So, I will just wrap up in less than 1 minute. So, basically, I am so passionate about this because I was really hot in 2023, really hot to the extent that I honestly almost very close to losing my life, and of course losing everything I had worked for in Lagos. That's how bad it was in 2023, and I don't think I would want to go all through that stress again, only for me to, because it was even very bad that after even the election we were still talking about, okay, going out to fight for the mandates, going out to do, and PO was like, no, it has to be, you have to be peace. Like, what the heck? What is happening? That was how I was feeling that period, like going crazy. Like some of us literally did not sleep for days, and then you are talking about peace. Let's go through the right way. We are going to pray to Jesus, and these people don't know what these things you are talking about. And that's why in 2027, if he's not ready to do it the rugged way, people like us will be in my house, sleeping, sipping, and making sure that, okay, this, I probably won't contribute to Baratungo returning back there, but I won't do anything about it. Because at the end of the day, the person who is supposed to be my leader is not doing anything about it. That Baba Ahmed is not saying anything. Obi is not saying anything. So who is supposed to push? So we need a radical person. We need a crazy person. We need a mad person to lead. Okay, if it is Aero 5 with Oga, it has happened. Though, we are taking back. Who will take it back? That's how it is. Amadaru Amatushani. So we can't be doing, let us do it the right way. Let us pack holy adult people. There is not even Obi himself was a former governor of Anambra State. He ruled for 8 years. If we start talking about that too, he's not also holy. So what are we talking about? He's not holy. And then you want to fight against somebody who allegedly has been convicted of drug case, and then you are talking about going to form the coalition, let everybody in that circle. I don't care who is the vice president. As far as I'm concerned, in as much as Obi is giving the nod to lead, it is not Atiku who is trying to use this coalition to buy himself into presidency, because that's also something I'm trying to spell. If that's not the case, then we are good to go. But if that is the case, count me out. If it is somebody like probably say Atiku is using maybe the coalition as one of the tactics to get into presidency, or probably going to use Obi to get into presidency, then count me out. I am pulling my legs out of it, because somebody's not going to use me and dump me. But if it's Obi who's going to be who's going to be at the forefront, who's going to lead this thing as the sole candidate, as the president, then yes, let us get the radicals behind him. Let us push. I don't care if it's El-Rufai that is vice president, let him be there. Because I don't think, this is my own opinion, I don't think Obi will open his eyes and allow El-Rufai to come and manipulate him and then do something funny. Probably they have an agreement. I don't even care what the agreement is. What I am interested in right now is getting the power of APC. Get the power of APC. That's what I am interested in. Because APC, now they've done 10 good years. Wasted 10 years of our lives as youth. I know what I would have achieved if I had a good president in 10 years. I know what I would have achieved. I am not dull. I am a very smart person. So you cannot tell me that for somebody who has wasted 10 years of my life, if I see an opportunity to take that person off and bring somebody else who will do better, I will not do it. I will do it. In as much as the person I am ready to fight. If Obi says, Oga, let us go, I am ready to lead, be in front, put my life. What worse can happen than what happened in 2023? What is the worst that can happen that what happened in 2023? My mother, it was at risk because of me. What is the worst that can happen? If my mother can be threatened, can be crying because of me, so what else have I not seen? So let whatever happens, happens. But I need to be sure that whosoever I'm fighting for will be worth it. And the person will also appreciate my effort and also lead me right. And not staying at home giving me press conference that we should be peaceful when what I have sweated for is being taken away. In broad daylight, we were robbed and we're talking about peace. You wanted to go to court. The court that you know that you will lose. The court that you know that you will still lose. You wanted to go there and you are telling people to wait and go to court. All these things does not matter. Okay, take it the radical way. And that is why I am in support of El-Rufai coming into coalition. If it is El-Rufai coming in and bringing every other person who has been painted bad, let them come. We need the numbers. Let them come. This is what we need. These are the people we need. Let them back Obi up. Obi is too soft. Obi is too gentle. Obi is too lighted for this particular journey we are about to embark on. He's too soft. Dati Ahmed is also as soft as Obi. Both of them cannot lead this radical guys, this radicalism we are talking about. They cannot. Let's be sincere. They cannot. We need firefighters. Somebody mentioned Daniel, what's that his name? Boala, or what's that his name? With everything he said about Tinubu, he's the spokesperson of Tinubu right now. So what are we talking about? And then we're here discussing if we can get everybody we can get, let them come. If we have a good coalition, strong coalition, with one voice, with one mind, again, I am ready to come outside. Apart from that, I am sitting in my house doing nothing. You real.
So how disappointed will you be if this coalition does not work out?
I will be very disappointed, Deji. I will be 100% disappointed because the truth is, in my own opinion, that's the only thing that can take APC out of Aso Rock. That is the only thing. Now, PDP is disorganized. Abure is doing his own in Labour Party. Everybody's moving to either SDP or ADC or whatever. That's the only thing. And if this coalition does not work, Nigeria has been captured for life, forever. If this coalition does not work, because PDP alone has shown that they cannot take power of APC. They've been scattered. Wiki has succeeded in scattering them. The other one, Abure, has succeeded in destabilizing Labour Party for everything we worked for in 2023. That's even another case entirely, because that's another matter where I think I would even need to vent when we start talking about that particular one. Because for everything we worked for in Labour Party, it is a shame and it's a disgrace that everything went down the drain just like that. And if coalition is not happening, all these single parties, there is nothing. There's not. Let everybody come to all the other parties. Let them come together. This show whether is even doing whatever he's doing. If he's wise enough, he probably will be in this same coalition. But he's doing his own thing. Let's even leave him out of, because it's even a non-issue at this point. Let every other strong parties come together. With that coalition, Deji, trust me, nothing is going to work. Like somebody said earlier, if Tinubu finishes his 2031, that's if they don't even give him a third term, because we have a rubber stamp Senate. If he finishes his 2031, he's going to put in somebody else to continue from where he stopped, probably his son, and then we continue like that. And that's how we get to a capture state. Look at what's happening in Lagos State today. If Tinubu does not endorse anybody, he doesn't become the governor of Lagos State. And that's where Nigeria is going to today. So if we don't do this, the coalition at this point in time, the other one that contested under PDP for Lagos State governor, he has gone to join APC right now. That's what they are doing. That is how Lagos State has become. And if you take a look at Nigeria, that's where we are going to right now. Everybody who contested against Tinubu or Tinubu's candidates are gradually going to join him. And if you are not careful, we all will just be there intentionally or unintentionally. Whether you like it or not, you'll be there. And with that coalition, trust me, I'm disappointed in PDP to be sincere, because that looked like the party who will have given us a stronger voice if we're talking about coalition. But right now, I don't know. I honestly don't know where that party is. So my own is coalition is just the way, and the coalition I want is radical coalition. Anybody, Gbogbero, anybody, Gbogbero. If you want Agbero on the street, if they are ready, let them come. Those are the people we need to fight for this mandate. In Lagos State, if in our front like this, they were changing numbers in our front, we were fighting, we were seeing armed stuff. In Lagos State, where I was born, they wanted to fight, they wanted to injure me with objects in my own family. So what are we talking about? If me, who is an indigene, can be threatened that way, tell me what will happen to those who are not from Lagos State that were in that particular. We were running for our lives. So I can't be going through all those stress and then somebody is talking about peace. Let us sit down in the round table. Let us stand and talk the matter. Let us stand and talk the matter, and let's know what we are doing for our country. If you know we are not ready, let's give APC, let's give Bonati Numbudi, let them run with the mandate. If PWB knows he's not ready, at this point in time, I am not even ready to listen to any speech or any this. If he knows he's not ready for a coalition, a radical one, bringing everybody together, let him just pack his bag, go face his business, and be making his money quietly, because he's already a successful businessman. So he doesn't even need Nigeria. We even need him more than he needs us. And that's why we're begging him to do the right thing. And the right thing is bring everybody together. Let the coalition begin now. APC has started. Like I mentioned earlier, they did their this endorsing Tinubu. What is the coalition? Comrade mentioned the other time that we are at the baby stage, infancy stage. We should have grown past that now. The election
Inflation is in how many years now? In less than 2 years, we should have grown. If it's about money, I know how to go about it in this same Lagos State, that I will get money from this same APC. But no, I fought with my conscience in 2023. God is I just when I see anything about I just let it go because I don't want to remember.
Okay, David. Nice having you. I enjoy listening to you. To be honest, that was
Comrade, comrade. I think we need to recruit.
it was just a delight to listen to Demi. To be honest, like he said it all actually, like, and echoed all the sentiments like of people right now. So I saw a post like I saw a post like
See, Deji, show ya
Malambasi
we go.
side
Me
is
where I
there.
don't dey
Malambasi
yet,
side we
see.
don't dey here
Deji,
since.
I didn't done the year before I even come out to now
Malambasi
Ha!
side
November.
don't dey here since. I never stop
Recent.
now.
He say Malambasa
See,
is not
see,
here. If
wait.
Malambasa is there, he for the unmute him mic, right?
That
So he's not
he's a
even.
Me where
gentleman.
don't
He's a
dey here, they
gentleman.
listen.
Malambasi side is a gentleman. Malambasi side,
He's not
yeah.
there. Trust me, he's not there. If he's there, he for the unmute mic. Like how many times you don't call
Oh,
him?
Deji, you dey fuck
All
up.
right.
Oh, me where I don't
IDK
dey
they
here,
go
they
on.
listen.
IDK they go on.
Thank you, sir. You even sabi pronounce the name. Hello, house. Hello. You know, I've been listening to everyone. Good submission, good submission, good submission. For me. I am 1,004 billion standing with coalition. Okay. Let me take it one after the other. I see some people that they have taken it upon themselves to say that if some individuals are appearing in tickets, that they will go the other way. Let me quickly refresh our memory. There is a state called Borno State in northeast Nigeria. And there was a certain man called Senator Kashim Shettima, who was governor, where under his steward as the governor of that state, over 200 Chibok school girls were carted away. 10 years after, that man is the vice president of this country. It shock you, Abi, no shock you. Now, in the case of Malam Nasir El-Rufai, I have told people El-Rufai cannot be bigger than the International Criminal Court in Netherlands. Are you getting me? He left power in 2023, and we can pull up receipts about the atrocity that have happened in the Middle Belt up to this time that El-Rufai left power. Okay? In Middle Belt. And bear in mind, El-Rufai is not even in the ruling party anymore. So are you now saying that El-Rufai is so powerful that even outside the government, those atrocities happening in Middle Belt is the one causing it? Sometimes maybe they use our brain now. If I just hate person for this country now, so it'll be. The governor of Benue is there, and there are multiple killings in the state. Even in my state, in Edo State, there are multiple killings. Even this morning, they killed somebody too. The fact of the matter is, the Nigerian leadership, from the top, the very top, okay, to the bottom, is rotten. And we need seasoned technocrats, seasoned administrators, seasoned, experienced individuals who are, at least, if you place them side by side with these current people in power, they are better off. Okay? They are better off. Yesterday, I watched the APC summit. You can almost tell that they have turned Tinubu to a demigod, where governors took turns and turns after to praise Tinubu to high heavens. In fact, I was so disappointed at Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, sorry. Upon all the killing in Imo State, he could not even say that, there is a way that, Mr. President, you are trying, but there is still more to do. Nothing of such. It was almost as if the country is in perfect condition. And Tinubu himself, you know him very well. When you praise him, he will come out and speak. He came out, there's this statement he made that I may not give all of you position, but some goodies are good, something along those lines. So for him, it's about reward I give and take. You give me, I give you. So you can see the leadership are so far from reality. Multiple killings in this country, they don't care. For them, it's about we win or we add multiple governors. We can't continue to live like that. And the thing that fears me the most day and night, if Tinubu succeed in 2027 and become a second-term president, And maybe he just wake up and just realize that power dey sweet o, I want to do third term. Who will stop him in this country? Is he Akpabio Senate or Tajuddin Abbas speakership position? Who point one person that will stop him? At least when OBJ was there, right? We have people like Senator Wabara, another key senator who opposed him. That, sir, third term is not possible in this country. Go to altar and do your third term there. Who will stop Tinubu? And you can see that he have carefully replicated Lagos, or what they practice in Lagos, at the national level. I will explain this. In Lagos, there is only one party, and that is the APC party. It's either you are in or out. Okay? In PDP in Lagos, I mean, I don't even know if there is a party called PDP in Lagos. From the council ward to the governorship state is all APC. In Alausa there. So that is what Tinubu feel that he can replicate in this country. That we are not going to have another opposing voice or another party. How can you tell me simultaneously the APC, the PDP is rock with crisis, the Labour Party is rock with crisis? It speaks that somebody is behind it and they are in government doing this because they know that they are performing badly, and if opposition should come around, they will defeat them. So he have carefully orchestrated what they do in Lagos by making sure that every party, opposition party, is rock with crisis. So that aside, now coming to the coalition, I love the maturity going on. I pray it continue along this line. Malam Nasir El-Rufai, if you are a conversant political person, El-Rufai is one character you will not miss for the last 15 years or so. Or maybe the time he went to school. I mean, he was always in the news, from FCT minister, and all of that, to becoming governor. There is one thing you can't deny that Malam Nasir El-Rufai have, and that is capacity to deliver. El-Rufai is not a wish lele politician. El-Rufai is not a Ganduje. What El-Rufai is, what he say is what he does. If he tell you it's A is A. Are you getting me? If he tell you A is A, is A. If he tell you I stand here is I stand here. That is El-Rufai for you. You can't say El-Rufai is, sometimes they say, oh, the way and manner of approach. I understand all that. You understand? El-Rufai is somebody that I do go and look at some of his interview. I go back some of his old interview, very old interview. El-Rufai never change. He just tell you the way it is. Even his position, he always says that I'm here. Okay. So, and he's an opinion molder in the north. I know APC are trying to discredit him, but ask any APC supporter, a staunch APC supporter, any of these Baptists, they were praising El-Rufai for taking Tinubu. Sorry, not Tinubu. What was that Daura man again? I always forget his name. Our former
Buhari.
president. Buhari, thank you. The former Buhari government to court on Naira redesign, sorry. And El-Rufai is too firm. We saw El-Rufai live from Kaduna, issuing, let me use the word threat to Buhari's government. I saw most Baptists that are criticizing El-Rufai today, they were praising him. That oh yes, this man, yes. So if you have somebody like that who tell you that, look, the country is not feeling well, we need to treat this country as a serious, and I'm ready to join you guys. Please open arms, please. And that aside, on Peter Obi's side, like him or hate him, Peter Obi is somebody you can't deny that he don't know anything of head. Educated, in terms of business, very successful. And if we compare Anambra states to state like Edo, Delta, and some other key state during his time, he did well. Okay, that is that for that. Then Atiku Abubakar. For me, I always say that a man will not achieve everything in his lifetime. Okay, and that's how it is. Atiku is a successful man, both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. A former vice president. Like that is the peak of the peak. And most people don't know that Atiku was actually going to be a governor in Adamawa State when he was picked as VP. So he has been successful and he's part of Nigeria's history. You are not going to write him off Nigerian history if you are writing history, right? You are not going to write him off. His role in June 12th, his role in bringing back democracy and all of that during the era where they were fighting for democracy restoration, you can write him off. For me, I think the coalition need to be discussed in total. If I was Atiku Abubakar, I would reflect on my journey for the past 40 years. Deji, not do that thing, no. I reflect on my past journey, having been the vice president of this country, having been in key positions position making decisions, right? I will allow the young ones to take over and be the elder statesman. Okay. So for me, five will not stay on the background. It's either we win or we win. Because we can't allow somebody become a supreme leader. Let me even digress a bit. Are you aware that they are running a federative unit in this country from Abuja, River State, in a democracy? And we think that is fine? That a president take a budget of a state and approve it in Abuja, and we think it's fine under democracy, just because he have a big mouth called Wiki, who he cannot control, doing his bidding under democracy. That should tell us that we are headed to anarchy, doom. We might wake up tomorrow, they will tell you, oh, this governor disrespected Remi Tinubu and they suspend him, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. So for us, this democracy is very, very important. And we must take it step by step to make sure it's maintained. I don't want to have a military where you enter Nigeria is, the one they were doing that time, they flog you anyhow
I
you
mean,
go.
I mean,
Yeah.
no, don't worry. I mean, I think you've given a very beautiful submission. Yeah, I love your submission. Yeah, you hit the nail. You hit the right spot at the right level. Yeah, so
I
thank you.
like let me not up with it.
Okay, just I mean, just no spoil that submission. That was a beautiful
No.
submission. No
Yeah.
spoil them. Just
So
leave it like that.
in conclusion, I want
Yeah.
everybody to see it as a point of Nigeria is dying and we need to restore the country's glory. God bless you and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, fantastic, and thank you very much. And I like your political savviness. Yeah, you prefer the RFI Obi coalition. I mean, in rather than okay, in terms of tickets, Article Obi, and you gave your sort of justification why you do, and you did something I like. Despite having a preference, you did not start launching attack on Article, right? Yeah, you still, I mean, you still eulogize him to the best of your knowledge, rightfully so. Yeah, and I think to the extent that okay, nobody know the fate of this coalition. This so firing squad attack, like I saw posters going on yesterday, attacking article. Like I felt it was needless, it was childish, right? Like and I'm appealing, yeah, appealing to people to. I mean, there is like you know, yeah. So we are not enemies right now. We are all oppositions, right? Because I see people attack so well of attacking opposition, and that is just the same thing. There's no difference. Yeah. So everybody should take it easy. And that said, Deji, I'll put it to you that I mean, based on modern Nigerian history, yes, article means well for Nigeria, right? Like when you look at things like his activities, yeah, he has an ambition. Every man must have an ambition, right? But even the concept of picking Obi as his running mate in 2019, despite going against the wind of political elites, especially from the southeast. Like here's the thing, like in 2019, he has an option to pick an Ekweremadu, who was the Senate this thing deputy then, against an Obi who was not even in office, right? The political elite, especially from the southeast, were backing Ekweremadu, who was the highest ranking PDP member then. Yeah, but he went against their will and picked Obi. This will tell you that this man means well for the country, right? So that said, let us discuss this thing respectfully. Yeah, even if you prefer one against the other, I beg, in order to you can still market your candidate and or your preference without denigrating the other. Because when you denigrate an article, you alienate other opposition members that are his supporters, regardless of how much. So see, we need all hands on deck. I mean, I think everyone gets my point, but yeah, I'm just appealing. And Deji, that said, I think there's progress so far. When I check the Great Coalition 3.0 and the Great Coalition 1.0, yeah. So that said, I'm hoping by the time we get to the Great Coalition 10.0, we go down reach about 90% convergence. you know. So and that's why maybe who knows this discussion we are having might just be the last line of defense against full state capture that Nigeria may not recover for the next 100 years. So that is why we must midwife this conversation diligently, right? We have to do that. Yeah, but yeah, thanks. Nice submission, Alini. Deji.
By
I want
by the Great Coalition 10.0, Demi will be a second coast on this space. Such fiery. Anyway,
Uh,
let's move on. Ophili, go on. Ophili. Is Ophili there? I don't try my best though. Ophili.
Am I audible?
All right, go on.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I want.
Comrade, comrade,
I
Ophili,
want.
Ophili,
I,
I still
am
there
I
on
with
the
you?
Ophili, I still there on the judiciary. Oh.
oh god, that's a relic of the past. But yeah, I feel continue.
They don't gag me. No. Yeah. I want to. I'm 1 trillion in support of the coalition because I live in Lagos and now Lagos me I dey stay. I live in Lagos and I know Tinubu very well. I was born and brought up in Lagos. So I know Tinubu when he was governor of Lagos State. So I know how he plays his politics. So when I hear people talk about, no, I don't want this one. If it's not this one, I will want to do it alone. Yeah, he did. We have 6 million votes in 2023. Hey, Tinubu. I just dey laugh. Me, me myself, I was an agent in 2023 for Labour Party in my own unit here, and I know what my eyes see. The people, we even won the polling unit, and I know someone, one of them came to meet me, told me I should remove my agent card that I was wearing, and I told him for what? There una no reach. Only for here, now here I go. Now no go fit do one dime. Say I won't touch me. Wahala go happen. It was that period we discovered that presidential this thing could not go through network. We already knew that if we want to reach. You can send it offline. That was how they deceived everybody. They send it offline that it will go, not knowing that they are already writing the muting results somewhere. That was how we all left around 1 a.m. The next thing, the results changed. That it changed. Why I'm saying this is people don't know. You want to unseat Tinubu, and we are playing this one. Everybody know this one. No, let's do this one. We are all for TV fight. Tinubu no be small fry. You Tinubu is one person that he can offer you something you cannot resist. That is Tinubu for you. All this defection
Hopefully,
people are
hopefully,
saying.
I beg. If I say you dey near your TV, is that off the TV or you move away
I
from
don't.
it?
Yeah, it's
I
quite
don't come up for
distracting.
TV.
It's actually quite distracting.
Now they hear me now. Can you hear me? Is it clear now?
It's almost the same thing, but let's manage. Just maybe take 2 minutes to summarize it. Yeah. So, or you,
Okay. So
Hi.
okay. I think the network is
or
really bad.
do you want to settle down? Then we will come back to you.
Probably let me drop and call and come back.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I think Sani, you are also one of the reasons why Ophelia had to drop because now your mic they cause commotion.
Okay. Now, Sunny
Now
Mike,
Sani mic they cause commotion.
are you kidding
And
me?
I don't anyway, let's move on. Ophelia, come back when you can. Oh yeah, guys, quickly, let's move on. Destabilizer. Destabilizer. Let's go.
Sunny, off your mic when you come to the speaker now. I brought you up now. Can you mute your mic?
Okay. Um,
Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, all. I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I've actually been listening to different views since, and it's been very interesting listening to view regarding this coalition. To be honest, although I agree with some and disagree with some view or some person's opinion, especially the last one, my brother from Ishaland. I don't know if he's still here. Idemudia ID, when he was talking about what was his name? Erufai being I don't know if he, but what he said actually was that Erufai was an honest man, that if he says A is A, if he says B is B. That's totally wrong. To to um to identify a Nigerian politician as being an honest man, in a typical Nigerian politician to be an honest man is not and said that he and his cronies knew about Tinubu's certificate forgery, knew about Tinubu's drug case and all of that, but yet they campaigned for him, thinking that he will change or thinking that he will bring about some change that he promised Nigeria. He was campaigning Tinubu, and now this man is coming in and saying that, oh yeah, we knew about all of these things, but then we supported him. So that makes him a typical Nigerian politician. But then, like Deji, is it Deji? No, not Deji. And there is another guy here that I've spoken before that made very salient points. Okay, so he was actually talking about, is it Demi or so? He was actually talking about coalition and why Obi should agree or come out publicly to speak in favor of this coalition. Yes, to be honest, it is important regardless of the regardless of the people involved in this coalition, whether they are good or bad, and bad in this instance because all of the persons who are forming this coalition, they are not good persons. They are not nice persons. But then Obi needs to work with them because what happened in the last election, the robbery that happened, the daylight robbery that happened because Obi did not have the structure. See, there is difference between having the votes and then having the structure. Obi had the votes, but he did not have the structure. So now, the structure are the ones that would either fight for you and defend your votes, or that would help you, if I should use the word, I wouldn't want to say ring, but in some instances, when they see that people are ringing against you, they will help you to ring against those people because that's what happens in Nigerian politics. So now Obi did not have the structure, but he had the vote, he had the population, the populace, and he had people behind him. So now, for that same mistake not to happen in 2027, he needs the structure. And these bad guys who are rallying around this coalition are the structure. These bad guys knows how to make things work in Nigeria political scene. And again, another person was saying if they will make Obi their party flag bearer or their coalition flag bearer, of course they will, because they already know that Obi has the masses. If by chance Obi is not made the flag bearer of whichever party they are going to use, see, Obi, for which I'm very sure will not deputize anybody, and Obi will not be a bencher or a floor member. He will definitely pull out. And if he pulls out, Tinubu will win again. That's for sure. So they know. I've watched various interviews. I've watched Bauchi State Governor when he had meeting with Obi. I'd even watched El-Rufai's interview. I know for sure. And just today, I watched the ADC interview with this guy on Arise Prime Time, Charles Angulu, and I am certain that they are going to make Obi the flag bearer. But Who is going to deputize him? We do not know yet. Some persons are clamoring for El-Rufai. Definitely, anybody that should deputize Obi should be somebody that has the sagacity, somebody that has the mind to do the undo. If you notice, the last, I mean, when Kenneth Okonkwo, who was once spokesman to Obi, left Labour Party, one of his biggest grievances was that Obi did not act after the election. He was not cool with the fact that Obi was too calm and cool when he was seeing daylight robbery on him. And you know, to win in Nigeria politics, you don't need to be a cool, and if you are a cool and calm person, somebody that does not like wahala, then you should have no business being in Nigeria politics. Tinubu said before 2023 election that you need to snatch, grab, and run away with it. So that's how to win in Nigeria election. And Obi has a good mind. He has so many things in stock for Nigerians, but he does not have the power. His money cannot cover all of the what's the word? All of the wish or aspiration that he has for Nigeria. He can only do but a few. Now, for him to do it in a larger scale, he needs to grab this Nigeria power. You grab. You can't just sit down and they will give you on a platter of gold. That was what Amici talked. Rotimi Amici. He said that in one of his interviews. He said that Nigeria power, you cannot have it on a platter, not just fighting opposition. Tinubu fought both the opposition and some element in APC, like Emefiele, who was bent at frustrating Tinubu's campaign with the Naira redesign and all of that. Buhari, in one interview I watched, take it or leave it, did not wholeheartedly support Tinubu. Malami, former Attorney General of Federation, did not wholeheartedly support Tinubu. Former Senate President, what was his name again, did not wholeheartedly support. So Tinubu did not just fight his opposition, he also fought some element in APC. And with all of that, he still